Hello everyone and a very warm welcome to all of you. Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia region, and this is going to be League Season 1. My name is Varun Super Johnny John and I am being joined on the desk by two of the very talented casters. It is going to be Blair and Experiment. How are you guys feeling? We have been waiting for a while and it's finally here.
I'm just hyped. I'm ready to rumble. 1 month of non-stop action. Everyone's at home and they have something really cool to watch.
This is going to be like, I think, one of the most exciting things that have come in a long time. We have an action-packed schedule for you guys. High caliber players, high caliber teams. It is going to be epic.
Yeah, it is going to be epic indeed. But before we get this show started, we have a very important message for us from James Yang, the director of PUBG Mobile Global Esports. So let us have a look.
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans in South Asia. I'm James Yang, charged for PUBG Mobile Global Esports. Just a month ago, I thought I have stood on the fantastic stage built for the best pro team in South Asia. The stage was almost ready and teams were prepared to come and play on site. However, as you know, we could not ignore the risk of coronavirus. The health and safety of players, staffs, fans are the first priority for us. So it was not easy decision at all, but we have decided to change the format of PMPL South Asia from offline to online. Even though it's an online tournament, but it's the first esports pro league in South Asia, historical. So we have tried our best to provide the fair environment and great watching experience. We have investigated all options for optimal network conditions to all players. So don't worry, they will play with a good network. Moreover, we sent admins to all teams to ensure the competitive integrity and camera setup to capture the live feed of the teams. So, sorry in advance, maybe the video quality would not be high enough, but still, you can watch how chicken dinner will make the team excited. I believe PMPL South Asia will be the new standard of online pro league. So, it's a time for you to enjoy the 20 magnificent teams qualified from 1/4 of world population. Any winning team in your mind? Watch and shout. Be the one. Thank you.
And it is going to be time for the players to decide that who is going to be the one indeed. But there is going to be a lot on the line for everyone that's going to be playing today. First, it's going to be the $200,000 prize pool that's going to be there for the entire tournament. That's going to be the league stage and the final stage as well. Along with that, there's going to be 5 slots for World League. What do you guys have to say about that?
I mean, listen, I like money, alright? And that's a lot of money. Like, obviously, this is just the stage, the league stage prize pool, $61,000. That's still a lot per week. 10K for the first place, and even if you come at the bottom, it's $1,000 right there. Yes, getting first place is 10 times the price, and not to forget MVP of the week. Even if your team doesn't do well, if you are the MVP of the week, 500 smackaroos in your pocket. That's quite a bit of money, XP.
I think that is like an incentive almost, for the players to just perform and outperform each other on a weekly basis.
Yeah.
Because, yes, you are right, the MVP of the week gets $500, but let's not forget, the team with the most points gets an additional $2,000 a year. So So basically, if you think about it, if you win this and you keep that consistent gameplay going through, the whole 3 weeks, I think you're going to make out with more money than, you would have hoped for. You're doubling your money, basically.
You are doubling your money indeed. I mean, as you said, Experiment, 3 weeks, you get 2,000 for every week. That's like 16,000 bucks right there if you're finishing on the first position. That's a lot of money. But with that, it is also going to be how the teams are going to get that money. We were talking about staying on the first position. How do you do that? It's with the points. And we have the points distribution with us. The first place is going to give you 20 points. Second, it's going to be 14 points. Third, it's going to be 10. Fourth position, it's going to be 8. And from there on out, the points are going to decrease down to the 10th position. From where 11 to 16, it's just going to be 1 point. And every single kill that you get in-game, it's going to be 1 point. So those are going to be pretty important.
Absolutely, right. And one thing that I have been, I wouldn't say critic of, but one thing I wanted to see change over the past 1 year when I've been casting and watching these games in PUBG Mobile, it's the fact that I felt like the placement points were either too much, especially with the first place, or the kill points were too less. I wanted more kill points or maybe lesser placement points. Now, with it being 20 points instead of earlier 30 or 25 depending on the tournament, just getting the chicken dinner is not going to be good enough. I'm expecting to see a bloodbath. I want to see aggressive game styles coming out from all these teams, and I want to see like a different styles clash in the server.
Absolutely. I mean, those skills are going to be so important, but you know, we did discuss this earlier.
Yeah.
It is two sides of the same coin, because you know you have to go for those skills, because you know you have to rack up those points. Again, the placement points for the first position, 20, a lot lower than we've seen in the past, but I think it's gonna, you know, the competition is gonna be a bit more intense. And you know, the thing is, you either go for the kill, exposing yourself, so you've got to keep that in mind as well, that you know everybody is going to be keeping an eye on the map, and the sound is going to play an important factor. So you know, it's going to be exciting.
It is definitely going to be exciting. I agree with that. Nothing is going to stop that, because as you said, since the point system was changed, and that happened a while ago, teams were forced to think how they decide to play the game, which fights they want to take, which fights they want to avoid. And that sort of, we saw the entire community evolve because of that.
Oh yeah.
But now, a lot of teams had an interesting journey as well, wherein the roster changes happened during the off-season. And so 5 of the teams were invited from their performance in Fall Split. And 9 teams qualified from the PMCO PMCO India, 6 qualified from PMCO South Asia. So let us have a look at the groups and the teams and see how all these teams have been divided. So from Group A, it's going to be TSM Entity, Marcos Gaming, Team Hype, and Cells. Where TSM Entity is the invited team, Team Hype is the team from South Asia that qualified from PMCO South Asia, and Marcos and Cells are the teams from PMCO India. So moving on to Group B, it's going to be Team Soul.
I've heard of them. I've heard of them.
Yeah, I
think they're kind of famous.
I think we are representing Team Soul in the studio today.
We have a fanboy in the house. Okay.
And they are the team that has represented India in 2 international competitions back to back. So that has to be a big deal for everyone. So Team Soul, Team Tamilas, INES, and VSG Crawlers in Group B. Moving on to Group C, it's going to be another set of interesting teams: Synergy, Megastars, Janmara, and Umumba RXN. Then it is going to be an interesting group, Group D, where we are, it is Team IND, Orange Rock, Deadeye Guys, and Fnatic.
D for Death, Group of Death.
You just stole that out of my mouth, right? I mean, oh
this
my
is brutal.
goodness.
Orange Rock, IND, and Fnatic, and Deadeyes, man, they're in for a very hard ask indeed.
Well, I think if Deadeyes lives up to their names, these boys are going to be in trouble. This is going to be a group to watch out for.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a group to watch out for. A lot of star power, a lot of firepower in this one, but we still have one more to go. It's going to be Group E with Powerhouse, Godlike, Team Extreme, and Elementrix. So this group has 2 teams from South Asia, and Elementrix was one of those teams from South Asia that are coming back because they were part of the fall finale as well. And that, I think, the experience from there can actually give them sort of an advantage, because they know how the people from India actually play.
True, and I think this is the only group where there are 2 teams coming in from the South Asian qualifier as well, right? But at the same time, Godlike, I mean, they have been godlike in some of the games I've seen, and Powerhouse, let's not count them out. It might be a new name, but those players have been following the scene for a while. You know who these guys are. So even the Group E, on paper, you're like, yeah, it looks comparatively easier compared to Group D, for example. I still wouldn't count out any of these teams.
Well, I mean, I guess I can agree with you, but the thing is, you know, you got to watch out for one thing. Like we mentioned earlier, it's a high-octane powered teams. Everyone is capable, and you know, I think we'll find out over the couple of, you know, the next few games, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, today is going to be pretty important to establish the momentum, and the way you do that is by playing these maps. The schedule is going to be Erangel, the first game, followed by Sanhok. Then the third one is going to be on Miramar, followed by Vikendi as the fourth game. And in the end, it's going to be Sanhok. And this, I feel like, is a little bit interesting, because usually for the past couple of tournaments, it has been starting from Erangel, you end on Erangel.
You end on Erangel, absolutely. But you know, that is something that you did mention earlier, Super Johnny.
Yeah.
You did say that the community plays a part. PUBG Mobile listens.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's how we tackle the whole points problem. And the fact that we have Sanhok as the last map, it's just, you know, just make sure that the intensity lives on right till the end, because as we all know, Sanhok is a bloodbath. And more on that, play. Is that your favorite map?
I love watching it.
Is it?
I
You
hate playing
land
it.
and die.
I land and die. But when I'm watching the game, it's fun. You know why I like it? Is because if you look at Erangel, you look at the Miramars, these are maps that have been played the longest, right? Erangel especially. So if you're talking about the more tenured teams, more experienced teams, they have their protocols down. They know where to drop. They know how to go about things. On a map like Sanhok, yes, you might have a game plan, but because of the lack of mobility, so to speak, because there's so many teams dropping in such a small area, you're forced out of your comfort zone. You see the top teams kind of get upset on these maps by some of the underdogs. And looking at the lineups we have talking about Seoul, Orange Rock, Fnatic, some big names. And for some of the other teams coming in to pull off the potential upset, they need a map like Sanhok to make them feel uncomfortable.
I've got to ask you a question to you guys. I mean, obviously, we've talked about this. We all have our favorites. I'm sure all of you watching at home are rooting for your favorite teams, but I'm going to put it on the line right now. Super Johnny,
Yeah.
I'll come to you first. Oh, who are you
Rooting for?
rooting for? I mean, we don't want to be biased, but who
Yeah.
do you think is going to steal the show over here?
I think, okay, so I'm going to go with the numbers, and I'll go with the team that has gone to the international stage twice, back to back, and have shown us that they can do it again no matter what happens, no matter what is the situation with the team. I'll go with Team Seoul.
There you go. I mean, that was an obvious choice, and over to you, Blay.
What about you?
See,
I'm not going
I mean,
second.
I mean, look, I do still play, so
Yeah.
I do have the prefix soul in my name.
Okay.
I'm just, you know, I'm sorry about
An
that.
absolute
I
sellout.
mean, of course, hey, you gotta do what you
Absolute
gotta
sellout.
do.
Shameless as hell.
But you know what? We have so many teams. I am gonna go with something that I've said earlier. Orange Rock is a massive powerhouse, right?
I agree.
But if they just get that consistency down, we'll get a good result.
It is definitely going to be a good result, but what are the results going to be? I think we'll find that out once we actually head into the game. Match number 1, which is going to be played on Erangel, and it's going to be starting at any given second now. So this is going to be pretty important for the teams to build up the momentum for not just for the day, but for the entire week. Because after you play the 4 days for this week, that's when you get the reset. And I think I should just leave it to the casters now for to take us to the reaction, basically.
I've just got to say, I love the visual on our screens right now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is in the studio through the magic of
Augmented reality.
Augmented reality. There you go.
Who needs real life?
Literally like as if Erangel is right there in front of me.
Who needs real life? We
I'm
got video
actually
games.
going to go for a ride in that buggy. Is that fine with you guys? Can I catch up with you later?
I'm down. You just go for it. But yeah, it is going to be a wrangle, and yeah, thank you, Johnny, for that. And yeah, here we go. It's going to be starting it out right now. I do believe I did the math yesterday. We're going to have about 72 games played over the course of a month, and it's going to be starting off here on Erangel. That's a nicely pimped out plane, and looking at the flight path, it's going to be starting all the way from Primorsk and ending over to its 70. So a lot of the map is available to a lot of these players. Obviously, the one thing I want to keep an eye out here, obviously XP, would be, are the teams going to gravitate towards their usual hunting grounds, or are they going to mix things up? For example, Seoul, they love their school. They like going to school. Even though there's a school shutdown happening around the country and the world right now, they will still go to school. Are they going to keep doing that because of the stakes right now in this tournament?
See, I think it's an integral part of our Indian education system. I mean, we always, if we have a chance to go to school, we are going to do it. But jokes aside, you know, the thing is, there's nothing left to chance, or there's no surprises anymore, because, you know, everyone obviously does their homework. We all know where people are going to land. We know where people are most comfortable. And at the end of the day, I think it's all about the loot, right? So, I mean, there's always a chance that, yeah, you're going to get good loot where you want to go. And there's a chance that you won't. But talking about loot, if you quickly have a look at the map and the circle, something that we don't usually see, the whole of military base is in the circle. It's the southward trend over here.
An interesting thing is when a player is dropped off, no no one dropped a military base, but now it's going to be a migration taking place. You can see Team IMD all the way up north towards Stalba. We have a couple of players, couple of teams, INES towards Zaki. So they're spread quite up north and west. So we're going to be seeing a little bit of a gravitation of these, there's these players gravitating towards the military base. And the first team to do that is Team 14 right there. Team Mega.
I was actually expecting Fnatic, the boys from Team 20, to be, all over military base. Of course, it is their favorite. But look at Seoul. Seoul is way to the left of the map over there, almost towards the edge.
They have so much area control. Look at that. They have Quarry, they have Primorsk, and no one's contesting with them. For Fnatic, I like this game style, though. We've seen this time and time again. We saw it in PMS and PMIT. They like dropping towards an area, taking control of, not really on the bridge, but it gives them a lot of options. If it's going to be a military base circle, they can head on down, they can take control of the bridge. It's not a high loot area where they're dropping towards, but they get a lot of map control early on.
I'm going to agree with that. I mean, we did see them making their way down towards Novo. They might have a little bit of an issue with the team that is already there. That is Team 20, I believe. No, I beg your pardon. That is, I'm going to have to check on that. But an interesting point, which you mentioned earlier, is Seoul going to go to school? I think they made the right choice not going there. Because if you had a look at that map, we had 4 or 5 teams in that proximity. Maybe they're trying to go out for the favorites right at the beginning.
Yeah, and that's what I want to see, right? When you have all these big names out there, those are the big prime chunky targets. You want to take them down. You want to make a name for yourself. You want to knock on the favorites early on. And I like the adaptability coming out from these teams. I want to see more variety in the drop zones, especially from the favorites, because they will get pushed. They will definitely get pushed. For those of you who are not aware of how the qualification system is going to be, it's going to be 3 weeks of league games, at the end of which the top 3 teams with the most points get direct slots to the World Finals. And then on the final 2 days, the other 2 teams will get the other remaining 2 slots. So there's a lot at stake here. It's not just your regular scrim games, right?
Right. I mean, obviously, everyone in this game right now has a target on them. They have a target painted right dead smack center of their forehead. But I want to just emphasize on 2 teams over here. Of course, don't take anything away from, the others. And I think we have a little bit of a gunfight opening up over here right at the beginning. Hype Venom has his sights set on the boys from Team 16, that is Umamba, and he does have that DP40. I mean, what are your thoughts on the DP28?
Obviously, it's a much more harder recoil to control, right? But the sheer damage it can inflict.
I mean, recoil. I think this is the gun with one of the best recoil controls, and of course,
at that range, though,
Mortal made it. Basically, he immortalized this gun. Because he uses so much. But
it is Mortal.
Well, of course.
Ooh, he's about to beat out.
And is he going to get it? No, he doesn't. He doesn't. While these guys are trading shots, I want to ask you a question. So the boys from Team Seoul and Fnatic, of course, the crowd favorites over here.
A lot of history between the 2 teams.
Do you think they have like an extra target painted on their back just because, I mean, look, if I get a chance to knock and kill one of these guys in the game, I'm basically a legend, right? Is that how it works?
I see where you're coming from. I do get it, right? Obviously, you said knock, and someone does get knocked out from Mamba Esports. If I'm not mistaken there, a player does get dropped, but of course his teammates nearby to get rest. Just touching upon the point you just mentioned there, I feel, giving too much of respect to your opponent, even if it's Seoul, even if it's Fnatic, even if it's, your TSM, ETGs, or Orange Rocks, I don't think that's the mentality you should have. You should be going in for the kill and playing like you're the better team, and that's exactly what Team Hype's doing. It's just pushing in. SMG's in hand. He's reloading, and he just might get caught with his pants down. What is even going on?
Did he accidentally just sit in the buggy for a second? I think that's exactly what happened. Mismanagement over there. That could have been avoided. That was a bit of reload debacle, and shots are being fired. Jari gets 2 down. That was an amazing spray over there, but his job is not done yet, and he opens up yet again. Geeky is out. Oh my goodness.
That is a very, very early knockout. The first knockout of the tournament, mind you, Mumba will find themselves in the grave, and now they have a lot of time. They have almost close to like 40 minutes to just think things through and wonder what really went wrong. That was a messy fight. It looked like it would have gone either way. Like you mentioned, I think the player from Hype Esports, he went into the buggy by mistake. But it works out for them in the end. All 4 players survive, and unfortunately for Mumba, they are out for the count.
That was a good clutch moment. It came down to 1v1 at the end. Of course, 3 members from Team Hype knocked out. So, the pressure on the last lad's shoulders was obviously immense. But that is what it is. You got to keep cool. You got to... It's all about nerves at the end of the day, guys. I mean, if your hands don't shake and, you see, again, I've got to iterate this point again. All these guys who we are watching on our screens right now, are the best of the best in South Asia. There is no denying that. So, I mean, it is a battle royale game after all. You've got to keep your wits about you, and well, this is what happens. You win some and you lose some.
And I also kind of believe, like you mentioned, these are the best of the best in South Asia, right? But I don't think most of the teams who have qualified from the South Asia qualifiers, the teams from Nepal, from Bangladesh, most of them haven't really played that many officials with the Indian teams. So in my books, they are kind of sure, they played a few scrims here and there, but scrims are different. You're not necessarily going to recreate what you did on the scrims in an official setting, right? So I want to see if they're going to be throwing a curveball here. Are they going to make things a little bit more trickier for some of the known names, right? I want to see things evolve, and that's going to happen. Bear in mind, this is week 1. We have week 2, we have week 3, and then finally we have the final, playoffs, the final 2 days. I'm expecting to see things change, things progress along with time. In the meantime, Team Seoul.
Ooh, Seoul Sangwon has a nice skin. They have identical Jeeps, apparently.
And they have a lot of vehicles. They have, I think, 4, in fact. And bear in mind, they have taken the sweet time looting up towards the Primorse Quarry area, and now they're heading towards the bridge. Question is, with the circle still a few seconds away, they have a lot of time to decide. That's a chunky one.
That's a game changer.
You love the ARM, don't you?
I love the AWM. What a weapon.
Warfare Magnum.
I mean, it's got Magnum in its name, dude. I mean, it's a big gun.
It's a big gun. It's a big green zoom banger. And
Yes,
it's
sir.
dropping right next to Fnatic. The thing is, Fnatic should be cognizant of this fact, but they're in such a good position right now. I don't think they'd be looking to really move away from where they've entrenched themselves for the time being to get that loot. But later on in the game, one lucky guy is going to get his hands on that big green gun.
Absolutely, and if you guys just have a look at your map, of course, the zone is going to change in a few seconds. A lot of activity on the Novo Bridge. Something that, I would not have expected because, well, we all know Fnatic loves that bridge, right? And they are really good at what they do over there. Oh, is that? Actually, I thought that was a fight. That's just the blue zone damage.
No, the circle, it's just, the Nova Bridge is right outside the circle. So there's going to be, it's going to be quite messy, but the thing is the other bridge where Seoul were gravitating towards,
Right.
that's still in the circle. They're in such a good spot right now.
This is going to be a bit of an issue. The boys from Dead Eyes are posting up on the bridge. They obviously see they're already stopping. They already expect there to be opposition on the other side of the bridge. It's going to be interesting because see, at this early stage you have a lot of options, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to pick fights again. I do believe that a few teams will take their time. They'll build up the momentum, and as you build up momentum, as you get more kills, your confidence levels will increase. But I want to ask you a question. When is too much confidence bad? I mean, is overconfidence going to be a factor over here that, might sink someone?
I feel it's, I call it tempered aggression. Aggression is great, but you got to temper it. There's got to be a logic behind aggression. You're just running in and gunning people left, right, and center without any logic or any game plan behind it is not ideal, obviously, right? I like to see tempered aggression. However, you see some teams who are a little too passive, even though they're so much better than other teams. And on the other hand, you have teams who just play hyper aggressively, but at times they kind of go a little too far and everything just falls apart, right? I think that's where teams like Fnatic, a team like Seoul, a team like Orange Rock really shine, and even ETG, TSM. They shine in the fact that they know when to aggress. They know when to showcase their confidence. Orange Rock, infamously, their biggest problem is they start losing confidence once they're in the lead. They play a little too very passively, and that's how we've seen so many times that their slots gets taken away. Hold on, is there a car in the water? I just saw a vehicle in the water there.
I think a lot of these players playing are underage. They shouldn't be driving as is. We're going to have a talk with their parents later on because I think one of them just drove it into the lake.
I think it was getting shot at, so I think kind of like panic drove it in, but we'll probably get back to it later. For the time being, we do have still 15 teams in the server. Mumba, unfortunately, being the first team to get knocked out. Fnatic, they have a great little compound there. They're in the circle as well. Trees for cover, and they're in a very good spot indeed, at least for the time being. They have a few players outside on the periphery of the house as well. However, wait, got taken down. When did that happen?
We missed that fight. They do have one kill to their names. Of course, they had a little bit of a skirmish with a few people elsewhere. We definitely... Oh, that was the action at the bridge that I was talking about. I'm pretty sure the boys from Dead Eyes went up against them, and looking at the circle, a lot of people in the water clumped in one place, and I think we are going to switch to some massive gunfights right now. We are getting shot at from across the water. This is some long-range tick, tick, tick going on right now.
Oh.
That boat's gone.
The dude at least finding himself in some cover. What he could do right now is try and lay some covering fire for his teammate who's still in the water to make his way out. Adrenaline shot's going to be coming in as he's going to be looking to take the fight. Unfortunate for him, apart from the DP, he doesn't really have a very long-range weapon. Second drop coming in. This is smack in the center military base, though. But surprisingly, so far, we haven't seen a single team inside a military base. We have these teams roaming around towards Novo, towards the northern part of the island, but no one in the base yet. There's still a lot of loot remaining, although at this point it's kind of late. Maybe 14 shots.
I think it's, everybody's just testing the waters, so to speak, right now. Everybody has a game plan, right? They know that, okay, they expect certain things from certain teams, and I think what's happening over here is they are just trying to throw them, and some random AKM fire over there on the boys from IENS. They are going away from the gunfire. Oh my goodness, Evil Eye on very low HP. Will he survive? He does.
Oh no, it's
no.
It's made it. Did he? Yes.
Wow, look at that.
That was a sliver of
Can
health.
we just appreciate this skin? I mean, that is a classic vehicle. That looks beautiful.
Is that Bumblebee?
I mean, it's not Bumblebee, but we have shots fired from the Bumblebee, but it is not going to do a lot. Argon over here switches his weapon, the M16, tries to get a few shots off, does not connect, which is, all right and understandable at this stage. Those guys...
He's pretty far away from the rest of his teammates, though.
Yeah, but I think...
he's fine for now, but I'm a little surprised.
It can be an issue later on. But
So
the thing is, I've got to ask you one question again. We were talking about the fact that obviously they haven't gone... Is that a explosion took place? An explosion took place and somebody just went down. Oh, this is going to be exciting. Now, I want to know one thing. Why are people not playing their game right now?
Like you said, they're testing the waters.
Testing the waters?
It's still early days. Even if you get knocked on a 14 to 15 position right now, it's okay. If I was the coach of any of these teams, I'm like, it's okay. At least you start to figure out and gauge how many of these teams are playing. But I say that players, you can see the number of players left alive slowly but surely. One by one, they fall to the zone. Most of them have been playing very, very passively so far, and that could be a problem. You saw some of them, right? They were waiting so late for the blue to to come in, and then they're running in through the blue. I know it's still early days, they're not taking too much damage, but it's so telling how passively they're playing at the moment. I don't see, even the well-known guys, none of them are really taking a fight. Fnatic should be wary. There is team number 6, that is Marcos Gaming, waiting at the edge of that circle right next to this compound. But for the time being, Fnatic are looking good.
They are looking good indeed, and if you have a look at the loot, they are pretty well kitted out, level 2 helmets, vests, and tons of medical supplies. Of course, they should have a lot of ammunition to boot. But you know what I think is happening right now? Of course, they are testing the waters. And wait a second, Ninja has picked a fight with the boys from Dead Eyes, and Fnatic is on the offensive right now. These guys just making sure that the buildings in the proximity, oh my goodness, and other AWM. And the funny thing is, not the funny thing, well, the sad thing is no one has taken the first one unless, if you keep an eye on the map, the boys from Team 19.
No, they're not
No,
going to go
you
there.
think they're not going to pick it up?
The circle is doing quite a bit of damage right now, so it's not worth it. However, that one we just dropped, and it's dropped, I do believe, right next to team number 5, and that is TSM Entity, who we haven't seen yet so far. They've been very quiet, just looting, letting everyone else duke it out. But now, Mortal, the man, the myth, the legend. I've heard he's okay at this game. He's pretty decent at this game, right?
I mean, what can you really say? I don't know a lot about him to, make a statement that that's a joke. We all know who Mortal is.
He's got a Car 98 as well.
And let me tell you one thing, the boy he's improved so much. His sniping is next level now. He's getting those shots. And, I just want to talk about Seoul right now. Their team overall is very well balanced. I mean, they have amazing assault fraggers. Wait a second.
The dude is wrecking a number of people. In the meantime, Ninja from Fnatic, not the Fortnite one. He is rattling off a number of shots, making life very uncomfortable for a few players. Rattling off a few warning shots, not really, taking his time aiming at the moment, just providing covering fire.
I do not understand what is happening over here right now, because Marcus Gaming, it seems like they do not have any weapons. We'll come to that in a second. TSM Entity, you just said that we haven't seen them, and here they are. They have 2 kills to the name in a matter of seconds. Jonathan with a knock and finish with that DP28 right there.
Fnatic are, I do believe, they're down to just 2 players right now. And and that's a rough start for them. They're down to 2 players. They are far away from the circle. They need to make a decision right now. Do they stay and fight, or do they just leg it to the safety of the zone? And they're going to do exactly that. This is a smart play. You want to play for points. My bad. Yeah, I was correct. 2 of them are dead. We have Oasis. We don't know how he got taken out. Scout actually got taken out by the players from team number 6. That is Marcos Gaming. So Marcos Gaming already some pretty big scalps on their belt already.
And talking of big scalps, right over here, we have a bit of a king of the hill situation with the boys from Team IND right up top, and they are getting shot at from all different directions, but Megastars are under fire over here by the Celts, or the Celts. I think that's how they like calling, they call themselves the Celts. I mean, I'm pretty sure they channel a little bit of that
Celtic Frost, maybe.
vibe from, you know, medieval times or whatever, but
We can probably ask them later on.
I think we should.
For now, though, Team Marcos Gaming. If you look at the radar on the top right-hand corner, they're still in the blue. They still haven't budged. I'm not sure what they're thinking at the moment, but in the meantime, the action is pretty hectic.
It is going to be problematic if they don't find vehicles, because I'm pretty sure whoever was down there, Fnatic and another team before them, they took everything, and looking at what they're doing, see, basically at this point, if you see a vehicle, chances are you are going to shoot at the tires, right? And talking about that, teams are falling to the blue zone, and we have 2 teams that have been eliminated one after the other. This is going to be a big blow for these lads.
I'm still very curious what's happening with Team Marcos, because they've had 2 guys get knocked out to the zone already, and now they're making their way there, but they took so goddamn long, and I think they were so paranoid the Fnatic's just going to be lying in wait on the bridge, and that's what I'm talking about, right? Some of these teams, they're maybe playing things a little too safe for their own good. Meantime, though, TSM Entity, they're definitely the thick of the action. And IMD Trans is rattling off a few bullets. They know there are a couple of players in the smoke. They're hoping to just pray and spray and find something, hoping luck goes their way. IMD have their pick of who to shoot at. They have control of this hill for the time being. However, I say that, and like you said, Team Self, they're not really pushing in further, but they're right downhill, and they have the blue to their back, so they have a very good position at the moment.
You see, but the thing is, when the zone changes, that is when everybody... See, I get it. You have to make it into the zone as quickly as you can. That is a given. But it's, again, it's like a cat and mouse chase. I mean, should you do it right when the zone changes? Should you bide your time, let other people make mistakes? And talking of the zone shift, it is big. And we are now heading to the southeast section of the map, where, you know, I think they only have a couple of teams in the zone already. So they should have a little bit of a cemented position, waiting for the opponents to come in and, you know, just pick them off one by one.
TSM, Entity, TSM, they're in such a good position, right? They're almost smack in the center of the circle, and we do see team number 15, that is Gianmara, pushing in, trying to push them out from their position, but they're good.
Marcos Gaming is out of this game.
They knocked out 2 players from Fnatic. They had 4 players alive. They took so long to get to safety. They only have themselves to blame there.
I think it all went downhill when they were at that beach and they were shot at by Fnatic. They should have moved a bit quicker. They wasted a couple of minutes over there. Maybe that is what led to their demise. But talking about TSM right now, they are dominating right now. Jonathan with an impressive 3 kills. What's amazing over here is they do have that little complex, right? But they have a 360 view with the players split up, making sure that, you know, they have every single edge covered, and Slayer making it out in the nick of time over here.
Still have...
Is that a kill? That is a confirmed kill.
Oh my lord, that is so much damage. What is even going on? Like, there's so much smoke.
Orange Rock is out.
What?
Orange Rock is out of the game, ladies and gentlemen.
They got 0 kills as well, and they go out in the 12th position. That's just 1 point for them. That is unfortunate. Team number 17, that is IND, getting peppered by bullets from every angle. Mortal drops the players, and Fnatic are just making a meal of Team Celts at the moment. Celts will be eliminated. Fnatic just completely dismantling them.
See, this is something that I'm not usually used to. I mean, Regaltos, of course, has impeccable aim. Maybe he should have controlled that spray a little bit better. He would have got a couple of knocks on Team IND. But they are doing wonderful, and Regaltos, in fact, gets a knock and a kill on the last member of Fnatic. Was that the last member?
No, Ninja's still
Ninja is still alive.
Well, he's living up to his name. He is a wraith in...
He's going to be hiding in the shadows.
Can't really see him. Soul, very much in the game. Still, we're down to the final 10. And of course, the circle is definitely shrinking down further.
But you know what's interesting? Have a look at the circle. It's pretty much in the open. And talking about Ninja, he was lying in the shadows, prone in the grass, but he was spotted. and he got taken out.
But they do go out with 5 kills, so that is some saving grace. 10th position, I do believe you get 2 points, if I'm not mistaken. 2 or 1, I'm not too sure. But yeah, I mean, those 5 kills are a saving grace. But in talking about the big names here, Seoul definitely still in the server. TSM Entity definitely in a very good position. Seoul have all 4 players alive as well. They just have 2 kills, but right now, they would definitely be licking their chops, waiting for the chicken dinner.
You know, as far as cover goes, Megastars and getting knocked out. Oh my goodness, guys, have a look at that zone. This is TSM's zone right now. TSM Entity has everything going for it. And, you know, this is going to be interesting. But we do have a lot of hills all around. It is basically going to be a valley of death situation in some time. I mean, if opponents can get onto those hills. And look at that. Mortal with a headshot, knocking down Kratos from Team IND. I told you my boys got some skills, but let's see if they follow up. Clutch God wiping out Venom. We just saw that explosion take place to the left of our screen. Some nades flying today.
I'm going to call this out right now. I'm going to call it right now. It's going to come down to Entity, TSM, and Team Seoul. It's going to be them. They're looking so good. Obviously, TSM in such good position. They've been smack in the center of the circle, I think like 4 circles in a row right now. Their positioning has been phenomenal. Obviously, a little bit of luck going their way as well. But they are making life miserable for a lot of these teams. They're like rattling off bullets left, right, and center.
Hype is loading off on IND, but they do get eliminated. 6 kills.
Not
That is
bad.
impressive.
Better than Fnatic.
I think that is a wonderful start to their tournament. And if I'm not wrong, Mortal is knocked out without a chance of survival. Someone coming in, he gets knocked out. See, that is the thing I was talking about. When do you make the move into the zone? And I think they came in just a little bit too late. And Clutch God living up to his name, making sure that no one enters his territory. And just like that, Seoul is toppling like dominoes right now, falling one after the other.
I think I jinxed them real bad.
I mean, you do not know when to keep your mouth shut. But talking about that, Aman is the last guy remaining. He is under heavy fire. I really don't see anything happening. He doesn't have any first aid kits.
He's done for. He's done for.
He might get it. He might get those kills. Did he get the kills though?
Oh, I don't know if I don't think he got the kills. The nade takes him down. TSM, the god. 5 kills for the man. He is on a rampage at the moment, all by his lonesome, and that's got to be Team Seoul knocked out, if I'm not mistaken.
Team Seoul is out of this game, and the boys from TSM Entity are looking super strong with IND Snacks kind of hiding in a corner of a room. Perhaps he is going to try and stay as silent as possible.
He can even get the drop on one of these plays. They're completely unaware.
I think they don't know.
They don't know, and he's playing it smart. However, he's been spotted out. They're going to take him down, and he's done for. That's it. He's the last player alive, if I'm not mistaken. 4 teams remain. 4 teams remain. I do at least 5 kills. The teams are getting knocked out. Some of the big names, they're going out, but they're going out with at least like 4 or 5 kills, so to speak. But most of the underdogs, they've been struggling so far. They haven't got that many kills.
I mean, well, you know, I wouldn't really call them underdogs because let's be honest. All these guys have something to offer. All of them have different gameplay styles. I mean, come on, they have wiped out hundreds and thousands of other teams to get to where they're at. And have a look at this over here. Boy from Team Tamil is the last guy remaining. His
He can't
teammate
get
is
a
brought down.
res. Can he? How far
But
is
the thing is, they know where they are.
Oh, he's done. One bullet. One bullet in that smoke. That's all he needs. But he will, however, res, but he's outside the circle. He's got to make a move, and out in the open he runs. He's trying to use a distraction. That team number 15, that is John Mara. They're still in the server, but he gets taken down. It's down to 8 players now.
Would you look at that TSM Entity, guys? 15 kills to their names.
Man,
Oh my goodness.
They've come to play. They've
Oh my
come to
goodness.
play. They are the Grim Reaper at the moment in the server, taking no prisoners, not taking names, taking no prisoners, taking everyone down. But hold on to the thought. Team Tamilos, they
Final
still
3.
have the one player there, just waiting around. He's healed up. He's managed to make his way to safety. Has been spotted out is the question. He's got some time to work with. All he's got to do is make TSM and Team John Mara just duke it out, and he could potentially even clinch a chicken dinner if he plays this right.
Well, if you have a look at the way TSM is split up right now, this is what I was talking about earlier, that they had a control of this compound, but you know, we make the mistake of being unidirectional. These guys are making sure it's an ENAC situation basically. Every nook and cranny in three.
Most teams got like 6 or 5 kills. Top 3 placing.
There you go.
Easily, that's a great placing already for these guys. And now,
We are down to the
4v3.
last 2 teams.
Entity TSM. You know when the news came in, the Team Solo mid had picked up an Indian lineup after, Fnatic obviously coming in earlier. I was like, wait, what? TSM is an Indian scene? And by the looks of it, I think the players are proving it right. They're like, this is why I've been picked up. They've come not just to, scope stuff out, figure out how teams are playing. They're here to kill. Like you said, so many frags for them, and now a guaranteed second or maybe a potential first place. I say that, though, and a player gets knocked out for TSM.
See, now the only thing is they are split up, so that can be a bit of an issue as far as revives go. But I'm pretty sure Jonathan and Neo need to act and help their teammates come to the edge. The zone is moving in. People are on the move. Neo does get the knock on Gunner. Gunner has been finished. Jonathan making sure that his teammate work does not go in vain. And we are down to a 4v2 situation. The boys from TSM are full up. Extreme unloading on the enemy. Clutch God trying to get that thing. Both of them jumping over. Wait a second. Is that going to be a problem?
Oh, I loved it. That was a bait. That was a
actually
bait play.
good.
That was a bait play. He jumps up, his teammate peeks out through the broken wall, and he gets the kill, and it's all down to the last player alive. It's going to be mistaken from John Mara. He's on the first floor, but they know where he is, and there's no time remaining. I don't think he's even in the circle.
Oof.
They can just wait this out, or they just go in for the kill. Nade's going to be raining
I
in.
think they're smoking and they're going to go in for the push because they need to get this guy out. They know it's a 1v4 situation.
They can't lose.
They know
you
they can't
literally
lose.
can't lose.
I am just flabbergasted right now by the kills. They are going to make it a 9th.
Is he going in for the pan kill?
Oh!
He went in for the pan kill.
Well,
he tried to go for. I love it.
All right, so we know confidence is running high with the boys from DSM.
19 kills.
Entity.
19 kills.
Winner, chicken dinner, and it goes right to
Dude,
the oh my goodness.
This is 39 points in one game. All right, look.
Wow.
We were talking about this earlier, right? We spoke about, all right, who do you think is going to perform? These guys just come and slap everyone out of the server.
Go, and this time around as well, they showed us why.
I think the game plans that they have worked
Yeah.
on will come in effect in the following games. But TSM Entity, they just wiped out the entire server.
It's
basically.
like
19 kills.
Vegeta and Goku. They teamed up together and now it's TSM Entity, and they just smacked them. They went Super Saiyan
Yeah.
4.
It was indeed a little bit more than a normal Super Saiyan because 19 kill, 39 points just in the first game.
Jesus.
That's going to be a massive lead. And we have to see where or how many points did Janmara actually get in total. I don't think it's going to be anywhere close.
I think it's going to be 15 points because second place does get 14,
Yeah.
and they did have one kill to their name. So I mean, this is what it is. I mean,
It's going to be a
I don't
massive
think that
difference, yeah.
I really feel a third place team might potentially get the second place, like the team who came third.
Team
Because they had
Tamilas.
Tamilas, I think they had 5 or 6 kills.
5 or 6 kills.
I
Absolutely.
think they might actually be tied or be
Yeah.
right above team number John Mara.
Well, if they have the same, if the points come down to the same number of points for both these teams, then the team with most number of kills will be on top. But with that, let's just have a look at the MVP from this game. I mean, we know TSM had an amazing performance, but who was that one individual player
Jonathan?
who stood out? Let's see if you're correct. It is going to be
Zigard.
Zigard,
Yeah.
yeah.
Look,
7
listen,
kills.
till the very end, I think that's 7, 5, 5, and 3 or 4 or something. It was very close, but yeah, Zigard just popped off, man. Look at that. 7 kills and 725 damage. What does that tell you?
He basically got every single guy he knocked out.
Yeah.
That's basically it. And you know what's interesting is because people will say, oh, maybe they got lucky. If you had a look at the distance traveled, 11.24 kilometers, they moved around the map. It's not like they got a compound, they housed up, they hold themselves up in it, and that's it. The zone was favoring them. They moved around. They made some good tactical
Absolutely.
decisions.
Like some people might say, like you said, the zone favored them, but they made luck go their way, right? You have to take that opportunity, and if you never click, you got to take every shot, or else you're never going to hit anything, right? And I think they played it right. Luck did favor them a little bit, but they took advantage of that, and that gave them not just a win, but a very dominant win.
And I have to say this about Zigard. It's not just this game. The man has been on fire since PMCO Fall the last year. And with that, let's also have a look at the top 5 players. And it is going to be 3 players from TSM being in the top 3.
I was expecting it to be TSM all along. I thought maybe they might put their substitute up there as well. That is the amazing performance that they had. But yeah, Z-God, Jonathan, and Clutch God, of course, we expected them to be up there. But let's not rule out Ninja. He
Ninja
did
was
get
great.
his team where it is.
Yeah, Fnatic, I felt like there was a little bit of I don't know if like they overthought things, but it felt like they were too committed to that fight with Marcos Gaming towards on the military island while the circle's already moving. They could have just potentially kept one player there just to delay any potential push, and they could just gone in faster. Instead, they came in so very late that they were not in a good position or a good place to take a fight, because most of the teams are already fighting. They had some very good, well-entrenched compounds, and they kind of walked into a fight where they weren't ready for. So I'm sure they'll learn from it, and hopefully we see a better performance from them in the next game.
Yeah, it is. The teams do get punished for those late rotations as well, but it is always going to be a trade-off, because when you're out in the open, you have the potential to make the rotations and go for basically playmaking, a lot of playmaking potential. But once you're in a compound, getting out is going to be the hard part. And if the circle, we had this conversation yesterday, if the circle makes a drastic shift, you're going to be in trouble, because players outside, they know where you are, they're just going to be waiting for you.
Absolutely. You know, the funny thing is this old conundrum, the question, zone prediction, guys. Is it real?
It's not real. It's not real.
Come on,
let's not put on tinfoil hats right now. It's not real. It's random. Anyone who says otherwise is lying.
I'm gonna have to ask. I'm gonna have to do a little interview with the boys from TSM, because I think they have got it down to a dot.
Yeah, their rotations were pretty good. I mean, they were not trying to predict it. They were just adapting to wherever it was.
I felt like they were playing the odds, right? You play the center of the map most of the times. 70% of the time, you're going to get the circle, right?
Wow.
And here we go, the standings. 39
Wow.
points. What is this?
Wow. This
John
is
Mara,
amazing.
though. John Mara. They came third in the server, but those frags... I'm sorry, actually, yeah. So Team Tumblers, they just 1 point separating them from John Mara, despite the fact that they had 4 kills and they came third, right? It's still very closely contested if you look at the second to the 6th to 7th position, but 39 points. What are they having for breakfast? What is this?
This is clearly evident that this system works. The point system right now, I think, is the best that we've seen all through last year. It just makes it so competitive. Now I think the guys are going to realize, you know what, we have to go for kills. We can't just, you know, hide in a corner and just get those position points. As you know, I've probably done that in the past as well. You know, I mean, that basically they're taking the passive gameplay aspect out of this tournament.
And
but
yeah, that I think I totally agree with you on that. But another interesting thing, if Entity actually keeps up this performance throughout the day, there's going to be a big vacuum of points for them at least. And the situation for the teams at the bottom, it's just going to get a lot more interesting, I think.
It's still, look, I'll be very honest. It's still very early days.
Yeah.
It's still very early days. We have, I think, close to 60 to 70 games remaining before we even like finalize on the top 3 teams, right? So if you look at this, yeah, it's looking pretty rough right now. I'll be very honest. I'm not too worried about any of the other the 15 teams who played here. They still have a lot of opportunities, a lot of games. Even today, we have 4 more games for them to catch up. But for Entity, this lead, bear in mind, you get a top 3 position in the 3 weeks, you get a guaranteed slot, and then in the final 2 days, you just play for money if you want to, right? This is a statement. This is a statement of purpose. They're here not just to play, they're here to just destroy everyone.
you know, I've got to ask you a question. Obviously, we know that the mental aspect of the game, you know, your mental, you know, how well connected you are, that obviously makes an impact. But for teams like Fnatic and Soul, do you think there's a little bit of undue pressure on them? Because, A, yes, they are big teams. A lot of the public expects them to basically walk away with everything. But is that going to be an issue that we don't want to disappoint our fans? Is that going to be on their shoulders?
I'm actually going to add on to that, right? I think the most interesting thing happening right now is, and I've seen this in the past 1 year, you have certain teams who perform phenomenally well online. They come on LAN and they crap the bed. They just don't have the nerves to stand it, and even if there's a crowd or no crowd, they're like, all right, we're all sitting on the same, you know, we're sitting together, same ping, whatnot, and they always struggle. Here, some of these teams are way more comfortable playing from their rooms and their boot camps and their homes, and that might give them the edge. That might be nerves. That might be the nerves actually going against the more tenured teams. I say that though, and then TSM Entity like, we don't care if you're playing from home or you know on the stage. We're still going to destroy everyone. That final attempt by Clutch God to go for the pan kill. Just try to understand what he's thinking. He doesn't give a damn. He knows he's the best. I love that attitude. I love that mentality. That's a winner's mentality.
Yeah, that was a winner's mentality indeed, and the level of performance, like at any given point in the game, you saw the kill feed, a person from TSM was there, involved in it, either just taking the fight, getting knocked down, or just making sure that the kills were being confirmed for them. But this time around, as you said, Blair, this was just the first game. Yeah. We still have 4 more to go just for today, and then there's like 3 more days in this week, then we have 3 more weeks in total. So there's a lot more action coming in, but this game, it was a statement. You do not have 30+ point games that often.
It's just almost 40 points
Yeah,
in
it's
one
almost
game.
40 points. So the lead that they have in this one, they actually have the potential to carry this one forward for the long run as well.
Yeah, I
because every single point is going to matter.
Absolutely, and the way they were playing, that's going to give them so much confidence because now they know we're actually better than almost everyone here. And with this initial lead, they could end week 1 almost guaranteeing a slot. I'm excited about it, and you asked me earlier on, I couldn't answer. Who am I rooting for? There you go, TSM Entity, baby. Like, let's go. Let's go.
All right. So basically, you saw something happen, and then you put bet. That's not how it works. You're supposed to do it beforehand.
Listen, man, shut up. All right, just let me have this, okay? Let me have this.
But talking about TSM, look at your screens right now, ladies and gentlemen. They absolutely dominated from that position, and they were there for at least 2 circles. But mind you, they were obviously rotating around 11 kilometers an average distance traveled. Tells you that they weren't just stuck in one place. But what I like the best is, so you have the compound, you have 4 buildings. They were split up in 2 of each because obviously if one gets knocked, you need to be able to revive and smoke right there and then. But they controlled everything.
Yeah.
And the thing is, that particular compound has high hills on one side and high hills on the other. So it's kind of difficult. You have to keep moving around because it's easier shooting down than up. But they just
it's basically very good comms. When you have those comms down, but communication is key. I know it's a very oft-stated cliche, so to speak, when it comes to comms. But if you really read into it, not panicking, having clear, concise communication, not over-communicating, just giving what's required for your teammates to know and whatnot. That is what separates what I've noticed, at least, the elite teams to the pretty good teams, and that might be the edge that a team like Entity or Fnatic need to get those coveted 5 slots.
Yeah, communication is always going to be a key in a team game as well, especially when this level of action is going on. As you said, Experiment, when you are deciding to fight in all 4 directions at the same time and teams are coming, because Soul charged in on them. IND tried to do that, but they failed just because they did not expect a person from Soul. It was Aman who was the last man alive. And when you make small little mistakes like that, teams like Entity who have everything down to the precise second that they're talking on point, they are just going to exploit that. Gianmar had this amazing opportunity in the last few moments when they brought the 4v3 down to a 3v3, but trying to rush and just trying to be a little bit too aggressive, that's not their playstyle.
That is absolutely right. That is the one thing that, as players and consumers of all this content over the last couple of years, basically, PUBG has been around for 2 years. The funniest thing is, we see a lot of the same tactics going on still. The classic, you see a compound, rush, blam the cars into the wall, get out. You got to realize that that will not always work because it's been done so many times that, people catch on.
Yeah, people catch on, you get used to the stuff that's been happening, and that's how everyone grows. But that was just game number 1. Are the players going to adapt to the situations for game number 2, which is going to happen after we come back from a short break. So you guys stay tuned and keep watching. We'll be right back. Hello, hello everyone, and welcome back to PMPL South Asia. It's gonna be time for match number 2 now, which is gonna be played on Sanhok. The first game on Erangel. It was pretty impressive. The performance from TSM Entity, it was on a totally different level. But anyways, my name is Warren Super Johnny John, being joined on the desk by your casters. It's gonna be Blair and Experiment. So after that first game, we talked about TSM Entity already. We talked about how amazing they were, but the underdogs, let's talk about them. Mara finishing on the second. Tamilas had an amazing performance in that one as well.
Yeah, I mean, these are the two teams where you'd be like, all right, you know, you have all the other big names like your TSMs, your Fanatics, and all these guys. You're like, maybe it'd be good for them to make a top 10, but top 2, top 3 finish, not a bad showing at all. The only worrying factor for me, again, we said this in the pre-game, in the pre-tournament setup, that kills are gonna matter. They're not going to get as many points for replacements, and that's exactly what happened. Yes, they came second and third, but I think 1 kill and 2 kills or 0 kills, that's not nowhere close to being good enough. I think Tomlas had 4 frags, if I'm not mistaken, 4 kills, but that's not going to be good enough. You need to have way more many kills, because that's what's going to kind of, you're not going to keep getting consistent top 5 positions or top 3 placements, right? But the kills, that's going to give you the consistency. I need to see a little bit more aggression coming out from these teams.
You know, he did mention that kills matter, but when TSM Entity is taking them all, I mean, it's going to be a little bit
if
of
everyone's
an issue.
dead, who do you kill, right?
Absolutely. No, he's absolutely right. This is what's, you know, exciting about this whole format. Kills do matter, but we saw a little bit of a couple of hiccups here and there, a couple of things that, you know, we would have wanted the teams to have done differently. But I guess, you know, we're just starting right now. It's just game 1. The second game is going to be underway in some time, and
It's on Sanhok, yeah, baby.
that's your. What about you, Johnny? What's your go-to map in all of PUBG Mobile?
I mean, the one map that I love to play, it's always going to be Erangel. I mean, that's where we all started. That's the one map that's the #1 position is there in the map selection menu. And I just love playing that one. But I agree with Blair. If you want to watch a lot of action, if you want to cast action, Sanhok is a little bit more interesting just because how close everything is on that. Every single gunshot is heard perfectly. And especially with the new teams coming in from South Asia, because I remember casting that tournament. It was always 2 or 3 teams that were landing at the hot drops, boot camps, Paradise Resort. It was always going to be crowded, and you saw teams being eliminated within like 3 minutes of the game starting. So, with the teams joining the already known teams from India region, I think that's just going to make a situation a lot more interesting. Because if now you land there, it's going to be a heavy fight that's going to be coming your way. Fighting in the early game, I would never advise doing that.
And that's the thing. That's what I want to see on Sanhok, is because some of these teams I felt they were a little complacent with, all right, it's Erangel, we can land somewhere else, the circle's not going to do too much damage, yada, yada, yada. They played too passively. Most of them did. Sanhok's not going to give you the luxury. Here, it's like, from the get-go, the moment you land, you've got to start thinking, got to be on your toes, you got to start moving, got to start getting those frags right, you got to get those kills, you got to be ready to frag the moment you land it. And that's what I want to see on this map. I want that fire lit underneath their butts.
Are we going to have any melee kills in this game? I want to see that. I want to see a pan knockout or a sword cut or something.
Listen, if he got that kill,
see pistols.
If he got that kill, that would have been my play of the tournament by far. Not even close.
I mean, I agree with you, man. Getting the final kill in the first game with a pan, that has to be an impressive one. They did try to go for it, did get knocked down, but it was a 4v1.
Points for effort.
Points for effort.
Yeah.
Points for effort. How many, though?
I've got
1
a question, though. Again.
69.
Oh,
well,
okay.
well, yeah.
We're just making up numbers at this point, right?
That's the
Yeah.
best number
I
there
mean,
is.
you don't actually get points for effort in the tournament, so...
Yeah, at least you get a grade. A
42.
for effort.
A for effort. There we go.
It's all in my
I
heart.
mean, if we have a poll for the most stylish play,
You guys at home can poll right now?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I mean,
just tell us.
everything counts. Everything counts. Who do you think got it? But I've got a question, and maybe you guys can tell me as well, the viewers at home. So Fnatic and Soul, I know I'm bringing these guys up, and I'm going to include Orange Rock as well.
Okay.
What is going to be different? What do you think we are going to see that is going to set them apart from the last game? Because of course, not what they wanted. Yes, they did get caught up in a couple of situations when, you know, they were being bombarded from all directions. But how do they change that?
It's a wake-up call.
Yeah.
It's a wake-up call. Now, all the 3 teams, Orange Rock especially had the worst placement amongst these amongst these 3 teams, right? Fnatic and Soul pretty close by. I think they had 5 or 6 kills, the 10th, 11th position, thereabouts. But it's a wake-up call that, you know what, you might be coming in as favorites with the name brand and all the following, the social media channels and all of that, but in the server, none of that matters. It's how you perform, it's your placements, how you kill. And let's be honest, the players on Fnatic, on Orange Rock, on TSM Entity, obviously, and of course in Team Soul, these are players who can outfrag most of the other players. They are highly individually gifted. On a map like Sanhok, it's made for them. They can intimidate and bully some of these teams, and I want to see that coming out from these guys.
Okay, I want to add one thing to that. Soul, I did not see them playing their style. They were being too aggressive. They did not look like Soul this time.
You normally don't see them out in the open.
Exactly. It's Soul is one of the teams that is really consistent with their high placement positions, and that's the kind of style they play. They will get like 4 or 5 kills in every single game, but it's the placement points that make them who they are. Because the last time during fall, they had no chicken dinners at all, but still were second in the overall standings by the time the tournament ended. So that is what makes this team who they are. And this time, I think they tried something different in the first game. So as soon as they are able to get back to their older positions or older style of play, I think we're just going to see them climb back in it. And Orange Rock, once again, an amazing team, a really big name, are always the favorites in the tournament. But they do take their time to sort of start getting into it.
Kind of the opposite of what happened in the last time we saw them on the big stage, because they came out guns blazing and kind of just trickled down. I don't want to say fizzled out because they still ended up in second position, but kind of trickled down.
That's a mentality thing, right? Sometimes when you have the lead, some teams, they stop playing to win and they start playing not to lose. That's what happened to Orange Rock. When you play not to lose, the other teams are going to take advantage of. Some of these other teams are pretty good as well. Don't forget that. So I feel it's about not putting a foot off the pedal just because you're close by. Go beyond the finish line. That's when you stop. If it's working, why do you want to stop, right?
Yeah, and with that, it is going to be time for game number 2. So I'm just going to throw it over to the casters. Take us through what's happening right now.
If you just saw the plane path, we have already, all the teammates already jumping out of the plane. People are falling to the ground at a high velocity, shoots opening up all over the place, a splash of color, if you will, on your screens. But again...
Did you celebrate Holi this time?
No, I did not actually.
Smart man, stay at home, wash your hands. Okay, all right.
And right off the... wait a second, 2 members of Team IND are already down.
Well...
See, that's what you just said. I mean, people are going to be up in each other's faces right at the get-go.
What? Like, how... And Snacks is far away from any help. Trans and Slayer. And they know where they dropped him. He's crawling around on his knees, the poor soul, and he's going to get taken down, man. Oh, that's a rough start.
You know what's a little bit of a thing, like, I don't want to really say it, but it is ex-teammates who are knocking each other out. It's going to just sting a little bit more, you know, when, of course, all of these guys are good friends in real life, as most of us are. You know, it's just, when we get competitive, hey man, us Indians, we're a competitive bunch.
I mean, we got 1.4 billion people. We have to be competitive.
We have to be competitive. There's a lot of us out there. But when it's a competition...
They can't find him. They can't find him. He's literally beneath them and they can't spot him out.
Imagine if his teammates could actually do something about it.
No, he's done for.
He's done for? That's it.
Yeah, there we go.
Snacks can actually go and snack a bit now. I mean, he has that option because you got to remember that a lot of these teams are playing from their respective boot camps and, like you said, in the comfort of their homes. So I'm pretty sure they have a well-stocked fridge, and he's going to be heading there right now. Not much he can do for his remaining teammates, but let's have a look at the boys from, well, IND over here, of course, Slayer and Trance are the last guys remaining. We'll have a little bit of a recap for you as to what happened, because I want to see how they actually got gunned down.
I want to, yeah, probably you can see in the replay later on. I want to actually see the minimap if production could hopefully bring it up for us in the next few seconds. Almost all the teams are looking pretty good. We can see the minimap. I'm just going to give you like just an overview, even though you guys at home can't really see it at the moment. Just use imagination, right? Almost everyone is in a circle. The circle is towards the eastern side of the map. Almost everyone's looking good right now. And if you look at Seoul, they are pretty comfortable. There's no one around in the vicinity. They're looking good. I'm looking obviously for Team Entity TSM. They're right at the edge of the circle. On the left-hand side, but on the western side of the map, but they're looking pretty solid as well. So all the usual suspects, you know, the teams you're looking, you know, who has a major fan following, who everyone are favoring as a favorites in this tournament, they're looking pretty good so far. Apart from the initial skirmish where Team IMD lost a couple of players, there hasn't been much action yet so far.
Are you surprised that, of course, the viewers at home are going to see this in some time, that nobody really is giving any opposition at the two most famous places in Sanhok, that is Bootcamp and Paradise Resort over here? But I think Fnatic
It's paranoia, right? You're just paranoid. You're like, oh, someone's over there. I don't want to go there because so much at stake. But here's the thing: the m- as the days progress, as the week progresses, once you get to week number 2, week number 3, your chances of coming back into the tournament reduces. The pressure is going to mount more. So right now, this is your opportunity to really kind of like push your luck and try to go for this high placings, try to go for a little bit more riskier place because it is much more forgiving. In the meantime, we have a 1v1 here between Chari from Team Hype and Badreve from a Team INES, and INES, he's just going to leg it. Fair
Is he
enough.
going out? Ooh,
Ooh, lucky that.
they're in the nick of time over there.
Yeah,
A fun fact about INES, of course, they're the only team that qualified from Bangladesh, and they have a massive organization backing them. So, you know, a lot rides on this tournament as to their future. But again, it's a good job when anyone gets to this level and, you know, they make it to this big stage. It's an achievement in its own. But again, they were another fun fact. They were actually almost out of the PMPL due to visa issues. Of course, we've had a lot of that in the last month with the borders closing up. But almost, I think it was literally down to a few hours that they made it, and they are here with us in this tournament. Otherwise, it would have been a big disappointment to not have them with us.
speaking about big disappointments, Team Megastars did have a rough game. Oh, arm drop early on. We didn't see anyone pick
I
up
mean,
the arm in the previous
I mean,
map.
what's
did we?
happening? What's happening? I mean, normally you don't see a norm for days on end.
You have an arm with
This
a
is the
suppressor.
third.
With a suppressor
That's
as well.
it. I'm done. Thank you very
You want to
much.
jump in the server?
I'm going for the game right now. I'm going to go and borrow somebody's phone. Let's see if I can still play. I haven't played in a long while, but we will get back to that. But yeah, that's the third arm in 2 games, bro.
That is the third arm. Yeah, it is. We
It
did see
is.
2 on Erangel. We saw 1 right now, and TSM are taking a sweet time just looting stuff up. You can see them, they're outside the circle towards ruins. However, they have a lot of time. IND shouldn't be in any danger. They don't have anyone
What's
on
happening up top with Karaoke? Is he on a nice scenic boat drive?
Fair enough. I mean, it is a pretty island.
It is actually.
Yeah, you're just enjoying the sights and sounds. The blue zone hasn't really come in yet.
I would love to visit, minus all the bullets flying everywhere. Except that I think you know, it's a good holiday destination.
Yeah, what the Sanhok?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, okay, let's assume there's no battle royale actually happening in any of these maps.
Okay.
Erangel, Miramar, Vikendi, and Sanhok. Vacation spot, right? It looks great. Like, you
I
know,
mean, you get a room in Paradise Resort, and
yeah,
you know, yeah.
and it's so many, archaeological digs and, the ruins around. You have the beaches, you have the docks, you have some nice places, a couple of shacks, a couple of bars open up there. This could be a good place. I don't know why people are killing each other over here.
I don't know. That's what the world has come to. But you know, jokes aside, if you have a look, FNC, the boys from Fnatic, again, you know, their fans. You know, us Indians, we're a fickle bunch. I mean, we are the best fans in the world because obviously when we are behind a team and when we root for our boys, we will lay everything down on the line. But also, we are very critical of our teams as well because it's almost as if we are invested on a personal level because we do have those family values growing up, and you know, I think all of that does, you know, add to the fact it's a two-way street.
It is a two-way street. I personally, whichever esports I've casted and whichever tournaments I've been a part of, obviously, as someone invested in the game and the scene, there are a few teams or players that you're a big fan of, right? Eternally, and I try to be as unbiased as possible, with the teams and the games and all of that. But deep down inside, you see an underdog team, somehow managing to get a chicken dinner against a bunch of very well-known teams. You kind of feel like supporting them, right? You're like, come on,
Absolutely.
you guys can do it. You guys can actually take down your team Souls or Fanatics and all of that. At the same time, with the weight of expectations on some of the other teams, like the Fanatics, like the entities and whatnot, when they make, like you said, weird mistakes or weird plays, like you yourself mentioned how Seoul was playing very uncharacteristically. They were playing hyper aggressively without really having a good lay of the land. That's when I do believe like criticism is very valid. It's not unfair criticism. It's just, but you're not criticizing the players or the
Right.
teams. You're criticizing the play, and I think that's game for anyone to really pick on.
Absolutely, and we do see a knock over here in the distance. A member from Team Tamilas is down under fire from the boys from Synergy. We haven't really seen Synergy synchronize, in the last game and actually do something over here. But we have a 3 split over here. Spray is kind of alone. I don't see his teammates in the vicinity. And the boys from Hype now have the sights trained on the boys from Synergy. But we'll come to this in just a second. You were talking about. Wait a second. Is he actually going to? Does he know he's behind the rock? Because if you have a look, Servi is on the right, and I think he does not know. Oh my goodness!
It's a bait.
Oh, he should not have shot.
I think he almost timed it. Venom, he could have been just like dinked in the head there immediately. Second drop coming in. The
And
DBS.
it is the new gun.
Nice.
The 12 gauge. Boom, 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 boom. Annihilator.
I love the sound.
Right.
Nothing like a chunky shotgun sound coming in, but for the time, that's actually very good imitation. I won't lie.
Thank you.
A man of many talents, XP.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, try to be a doctor. You can also like make sounds with your mouth.
And that's about it. Basically, I'm a loud talker. That's what he's saying. You might think that he's being nice, but trust me, he's not being nice to me at all. But anyway, I just want to get a few points off. We do see
It's
Mr.
a
Spray
standoff.
is down.
It's a standoff in Hype and Synergy right now. The thing is, Synergy, they're spread far apart. They have more real estate control. But the thing is, for Team Hype, they're all kind of clustered together in the compound. They don't really need to move right now. If you guys look at the minimap on the top right-hand corner, the circle's pretty good for most of these teams. We do see team number 19, that is Deadeye's Guys, and Orange Rock, who will have to move a little bit.
Is it a Kobe? Nope. That is just a bit too
This
short.
got to be standoff. I don't see anyone really pushing in here unless Team Synergy opt to really go in for the kill.
Oh, they
okay.
did get that nade.
Ouch.
Now, here's the thing. The thing about Synergy is they are well spread out. I think Servi needs to start pushing in from the left, and they need to literally surround the enemy and gun them down. It is a 4v3. I think they are going to make the move. Ted is just making sure that the boys from Team Hype, Captain and 49, that they are just at bay. They want to, see, right now, they want to make sure that the teammates are separate. And I think the Molotov just came in, and that does finish the thing. Charlie goes down.
He was not expecting both of them to be there.
But he did get that first knock. Is it going to be good enough, though? Now, Servi needs to go in right now. He is holding himself back for some reason, giving Hype a lot of chance to recuperate. I think that is going to be an issue. He should have moved in right there and then. Because, look, Captain is oblivious to the fact that there's an enemy behind him. This is where they could have actually done a lot of damage. They are biding their time for some reason.
I still feel like they're not out of the frying pan yet. Captain is trying to push in to try and bolster his teammates, but Synergy have them trapped. And the 3 players right next to the house, and Servi's far away, but he's keeping an eye on where the player might be coming out from. And Synergy's opting to just leave. They still have a player inside.
They should rotate right now. If he gets another knock, this is when everyone should be pushing in. Austin does get the knock with the help of Ted, and there are bullets flying all over the place.
Oh, I love this 1-2 combo. He gets the first knock, his teammates come in, they go in for the kill, he's going to get the kill. There was a player right around the corner, he's managed to make his escape. And that is going to be SK49. He gets taken down. That's it.
That's brilliant. Wonderful job from the team captain Servi over there.
Beautifully handled there.
Yep.
There was a 4v4, even though the opponents had Team Hype, I do believe it was, had the compound advantage. The way they clinically took them apart, that was fun to watch. And Synergy, one of the top teams coming into this tournament, showing that they are definitely not a force to be trifled with. 5 kills already early in the game, and they would be looking to do a much better job than they did on map number 1. Airdrop number 3 coming in with an AUG this time.
How do you like the AUG, the AUG? You ever use it? I've never really used it much.
I really, like, I've seen players do a lot of crazy things with it, and every time I pick it up, I just die with only 1 shot from a Kar 98 without even rattling off a single bullet. But I like it. I like the feel of the gun.
Oh, yeah.
Does that make sense?
It
feels good.
It looks good too. But I think it's just that, we're creatures of habit. Or maybe I think, Blay, I think you and I may just be a bit too old for this.
We are old.
Is that a thing?
We are old, but, let's not talk about that.
Alrighty. I've made him embarrassed enough. His cheeks are going red. I wish we had a camera over here right now, but we do not. But coming back into the game, we have the boys from JM. That's John Mara. These guys haven't got things off to a flying start as of now. Again, see, the thing is, yes, Sanhok is one of those maps where the action is pretty much non-stop once it gets underway. But as you can see right now, we have a little bit of a lull, and that is... well, of course, the stakes are through the roof in this tournament right now, and everybody wants to do their best to get that $200,000 cash prize. But does that increase the passive aspect of the game over here? Because we should see a lot more movement.
I think that completely, 100% depends on the teams, right? You're going to have some teams who shine by being safe, by being passive. You're going to find teams who just thrive in aggression and playing, a very in your face style of PUBG. So we're going to find a different approaches to the game, I feel personally, and I think that's okay. I think that's good. I don't believe personally that there is just one style of playing the game. There's one approach or one tactic. I think there are multiple facets to how you approach the game, and I think it's a combination of all these elements that's gonna help you win. It's gonna make you stand out. If you look at Team Entity, yeah, they're mad fraggers, but it's not like they just rely purely on fragging. It's
Right.
great communication, great rotations, great placement, and great teamwork overall. It's a lot of things put together. They don't aggressive. They don't have to. They don't play very passive if they don't have to. It's all dependent on the situation they find themselves in. And what we find ourselves in right now is kind of a lull in the action. I say that, however, and I do believe that's Marcos Gaming.
They
Rascal
are
have a few
going up
bullets.
against Megastars.
Nice, and they have got a couple of knocks. Hopefully, they do have a better game than they did in the previous one. Erangel, and here we go. Bullets flying thick and fast as the action will finally start to heat up.
And the thing is, with all this thicket, with all these bushes, oh my goodness, just as I said that was like a shot to my face. I saw that coming in. Paradox with the knock. Now, the boys from Marcos Gaming are in trouble. I think they both have traded one member each. They both lost one. And look at this. Synergy Gaming has got another 3 kills to their names, and they are lying right on the tippity top with 8 kills. That is really, really impressive.
That's pretty impressive. That's a huge buffer already for the players. Hold on. Orange Rock finally joining the party. It's going to be Marvi getting the... I do believe that it's his first kill so far in the tournament and for his team as well. 52 alive. 15 teams still in the running. I do believe it was IND who got knocked out earlier. No, it wasn't IND. It was...
No, they lost 2 members.
They lost 2 members, but Team Hype who got knocked out earlier. And here we go. Orange Rock just circling around the edge of the blue zone.
They're like sharks right now. Just look at the move. They know the enemy's there. They did get a couple of kills. Now, one thing I disagree with in the gameplay right now is, when you wait too long in Sanhok, like most of the players are, or you wait at the edge, as and when you come closer to each other in the last few circles, you suddenly have an eruption of violence, basically, from all directions. Now, I feel that can be countered. Look, if you go out on the offensive, right, of course, you are telling the enemy where you are, but you're controlling it as well because they have to retaliate. So you kind of get an idea. When you're quiet and suddenly you shoot and you realize that, oh my God, there was a guy hiding behind me all this while, that is when trouble literally hits the fan. That's what I believe. You need to be spatially aware of what's around you, but you can't really do that if no one is making a peek.
100%, I agree. And, we've been talking about his teams for quite a while. I think everyone's been talking about his 2 teams for quite a while. Fnatic and Soul. And there is... Are Fnatic in the blue zone? Maybe not. Maybe I'm just blind. But, yeah, just a hill separating these 2 teams. I'm taking a look at the minimap. My eyes squinting.
Oh, yeah.
No, Fnatic's
Dead
smack
center.
center. Soul and Fnatic, dead center of the map, just waiting for the circle to shrink in. And we're going to know what the new circle is going to be in the next maybe 5 seconds or so. TSM towards Kampong, they're down south, right next to the drop, and I do believe they picked up the drop. The circle is still going to favor Fnatic and Soul as well, so TSM have to move. The problem is they're going to be moving in towards INES, who are lying in wait.
There's going to be a medley of bullets right around Team 10 over there, 13 and 12. That's the boys from VSG Crawlers and Synergy, all ganging up on Team Tabalas. And just as I say that, the Celts have come into action over here, under fire, right offset the quarry. They do have a lot of cover, but they are going to have to move into the zone. And I think that is what the boys from Crawlers are going to do. They are going to thwart that effort and make sure they get the kills.
Indeed. Oh, Soul.
This is it, guys.
All right, Fnatic's got new neighbors. It's Soul coming in.
I'm going to have to sit down for this, I'm sorry.
And they're ready. They're like, oh, hi, neighbors. We're not going to give you any cookies to welcome you. We're just going to start throwing nades. Let's see what happens here. A lot of bullets being exchanged in the meantime all over the map, because now the circle's doing a bit of damage. They need to get to these good areas early on.
This is exciting. I mean, I am holding my tongue right now because the two big guys, Soul and Fnatic, are up against each other. But we'll get to that in a minute. I'm pretty sure they're gonna, just see what to do over there. Because wait a second, is he gonna get it? I thought he did. Oh my goodness, he survived that jump. Did you realize he got a revive on Ultron? Movement space to get into the zone because the quarry is going to provide you with some cover, but this is the fight to look out for right now.
Yes, just to like deviate from this very obvious fight that's brewing at the moment is the fact that Celts have been very, I don't want to say timid, but they haven't really been in the midst of the action the past two games. They've just been getting farmed, I feel like, by most of the other teams. But hold on, let's see what's happening here. We have Fnatic and Soul, next door neighbors, in this little compound, and this battle is going to get a little tricky indeed. Fnatic have split in two pairs.
The scout trolling them.
Good.
He's making sure that they hear the pin being pulled out. I think he's just having a little bit of fun.
It's too far away for them to hear. But yeah, you can see Soul, they have 3 cluster turrets in that house. They have Mortal all by lonesome in the other one.
Look who's coming.
And now Orange Rock comes in. These are the big three apart from Entity, right? And this is a trifecta of doom, so to speak, as they come charging into the safety of the circle. Orange Rock.
Talking about these big teams, I'm pretty sure a lot of the viewers at home are going to be confused by a little bit of the roster shift, which I'm sure I can touch upon right now in case no action breaks out. Maybe I should hold on because this is a nade that has been lobbed by Aman. He does not get a knock, but FNC now has to go up against OR. Are they going to be trapped? Do you think that's going to happen?
Well, it depends on how they play. The good thing for Fnatic are they are split in 2 pairs, right? So there's no danger of getting wiped out at one go. However, as this circle shrinks down...
HP.
Did he survive? Yeah, he did.
Ooh. 1 HP.
A sliver of health. Oh, look at that circle. It's still favoring Soul, but Fnatic have to move now. And that's the problem. Fnatic have to move. They are outside the circle, and they need to make a decision real quickly. They know exactly where Soul is as well, so either they take the fight right now, or they fall on back. Megastar is going to be team number 14 to get knocked out. They just get 1 kill as well. That's a rough way to get knocked out of the server of this particular game. But with 13 teams and 47 players alive, and the circle shrinking down by the second, it's going to get pretty wild in here.
Soul and Fnatic still sharing that compound. No one willing to let go just yet, but this is interesting. Now, again, the zone is still out of reach for most players because they do have to go through big teams who are basically just, waiting for the enemy to come towards them, running towards them, and, getting shot at. But wait a second. OR Mavi, I think they've moved out. They've moved out. They have... I think that's the right choice over there. And John Mar, without any kills to their name, definitely going to be a big blow to the boys. But see, again, everybody is trying to be as quiet as they can. I get it. Okay, snaking is part of the game, but look at this. Look at this. Now, Synergy is going to get jacked from behind.
They're going to get jacked from behind. Are they going to jack from behind? I don't know, but it's going to be Yubumba. They had a rough game in the first one. Marcus Kemming going to get knocked out at the 12th position with 3 kills. Ash is out in the open. How is he still alive? He's finally going to get knocked out. Oasis down as well. Fnatic are in a rough spot indeed. Celts, no kill to the name. They will be kicked out of the server as well, and it is looking pretty rough here. 10 from Synergy. He is dominating. 3 kills for the man. Austin joins the party as well. Fnatic Ash, he's going to be knocked out again, I do believe.
Out. Fnatic is out of the game right now.
Well, that's... you hate to see it, but now Soul. They have control of that corner. Always getting knocked out. I think that's the last player, if I'm not mistaken, for Fnatic. Or do they have anyone still alive?
Fnatic's done.
TSM Entity, though. Look at the circle. Look at the map. Look at the map up north. Just look at the map on your right-hand corner. Top right-hand corner. All 4 players still alive. They're in that compound. The circle's right in front of them, and there's no one nearby. In the meantime, everyone else are just slaughtering each other. It's chaos.
Team Tamalas is going on the offensive. Striker living up to his name. He needs to get in there and do some damage to get his team's hopes up. And Orange Rock is eliminated from this game as well, out in the 7th position. They did manage to get 4 kills, so a lot better than what they did in the last game. And what's happening over here? Is he trying to get a little bit of a thing? Is he going to get it? Ooh, nobody over there. He should have gone for the revive maybe if his player would have crawled back a bit. I don't know. That's always speculation. What if and all that, but VSG Crawlers now in the offensive. Again, Tamilas is having a bit of an issue. They need to get out of the situation because, again, a lot easier shooting down on the hill.
IND actually staying alive for quite a bit, considering they had only 2 players for the duration of the game, for almost the entire game. They will go out in the 5th position. Viper strikes. Venomous strikes indeed, as he picks up a frag for himself. I say that though, the player gets knocked out. It's going to be TSM Entity finally making the presence felt. They do get a knock in as Viper replies back, taking a Neo. That's a huge kill indeed. Viper on 3. And now it is a standoff. 4 teams and 10 players left alive. Synergy in the running still. We have Soul as well. TSM Entity down to 2 players, and this is getting quite murky indeed.
I think that should be the end of TSM. Nope, they still have Jonathan up and about, but he is losing a lot of health through the blue zone. He needs to make it in, which I think is going to be a little bit of an issue. I do not see him surviving this unless he tries to go for a heal battle. He is coming in, biding his time.
There's no one looking at him. He can make it.
I think Mortal is going to have his eyes on Jonathan.
No, he made it.
Oh my god, he sees them. Oh, he might actually get in big upset over here. He does take out Sangwan. That's 1 knock. Is he going to get that? Viper is in his thing. Oh, I called it. Mortal. I called it.
Immediate trade. Great work from Soul. And with that, TSM get knocked into 4th position. They do pick up quite a number of kills. So they're going to be happy with that, especially with 39 points they got from game 1. They're sitting pretty here. Top 4 placing with a number of kills is pretty solid in any way you look at it. Soul, though.
Down
there are
to the
4
last 3.
Souls alive.
Okay, last 2.
And now 2 teams,
There you go, it's a 4v3. Now, again, I'm pretty sure there are going to be a lot of cheers at home. Soul doing a wonderful job. Look at that, 12 kills to their name. One Mortal, whoa!
Okay, he peeked right into it. He peeked right into that.
But then you got to not take it away from Mortal. I mean, that is reaction time.
No, that was a great shot.
That was a great shot.
Not taking anything away from it.
Yeah, but it was kind of,
No,
like,
that crosshair placement was just perfection. And now Soul's shrinking in further. Both the teams have some place. They have some room to navigate. But another hit comes in. Viper, actually it's going to be Sangwon who drops another player from Synergy. They're going in for the kill. They're going in to end this one. And Strider, he spots him out. He spots the silhouette. He's rattling off a number of bullets. He finds Viper, looking for more, spraying wild, and it's going to be the players jumping up, and they're going to take him down.
Wow.
Sangwon on a rampage. 5 kills, and Team Soul, they're back.
Rampage. Winner, chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, you are going to be excited. It does go to Soul. The boys getting the job done. They're like, you know what? We didn't, Angad, you said that, not playing our game. Here you go, buddy.
15 kills.
15 kills. Now, that is amazing.
I think they just made me eat my words, the ones that I said that they need to go back to the passive playstyle.
We're going to have a talk later on.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
So this wasn't a passive game at all. 15 kills coming in, plus the chicken dinner. On the other hand, Synergy, by the time they took the exit, they already had the 15 kills as them. So that's going to help them close the gap for the top positions as well. So that was another amazing performance coming in from their side. But this time, as Blair was saying during the match, as it was going on towards the final stages, TSM, once again, a pretty consistent performance coming in. And I think the lead from the first game is going to help them this time.
Absolutely. And bear in mind, if you look at the top 5 teams who came in from the fall split 2019, it was TSM, or NDT as we recall earlier, it was Team Soul, and it was Synergy. The top 3 teams, and they're shown why the top 3. Synergy played phenomenally well. In the end, one had to get the chicken dinner, but even then it was very close. A couple of kills not going their way, it could have been Synergy taking that win, right? But like I said, high fragging games coming up from some of the favorite teams we've seen so far. I think it's going to potentially go according to plan.
I think this is about sending a message in the first day itself. Because first you have TSM step up amazingly. In the second game, it was Synergy and Soul at the same time. And with that, the MVP for the game is on our screens. It's going to be Sangwon. 6 kills,
My boy
5
Sangwon
kilometers traveled,
looking
630
good.
damage. Yeah.
He's looking good. He's looking beefy, and he was beefy in the server. And here's the thing, even though he stood out from the rest, if you look at Mortal 3 kills, but 3 crucial kills, that dropped with the Car 98 late in the game. I do believe it's a Car 98, if I'm not mistaken. Crucial drops coming out. Let's not take it away from Viper as well, and of course Aman with a couple of crucial kills. So it was kind of a team effort. Obviously Sangwon doing the brunt of the cleaning up. Great job from him, but overall, like Soul and Synergy, they just dominated that server.
Absolutely, and the funny thing is, I want to rub your face in it a bit, Blair. You were so happy after the first game.
Go on, rub it in.
When you basically said, yeah, I think my team is going to be TSM Entity. I think the two of us, Super Johnny, we're in the right
We're
position
in the
right
right
now.
boat.
We
and-
told you so.
Yeah, we told you so. And I have an interesting fact as well.
No bias.
Sangwan was part of the Brawlers lineup during fall. Brawlers dominated during the group stages of PMCO fall, but they sort of fell really short of making it in towards the global stage this time around. After that, he was sub in for Fnatic at one point. Fnatic won the tournament that he was subbed in. Comes into Seoul, Swole switches their playstyle, go on to dominate the second game. Can they carry it forward?
I'm
though?
kind of seeing a pattern form
Yeah.
over here. Is Sangwon the answer to everything?
I guess so. He's 42.
There you go. But here we have the top 5 players for you, ladies and gentlemen. Austin X, of course, we expected Synergy to be up there because, you know, they did a wonderful
Yeah, yeah.
job at the beginning.
Austin was just popping off, right? Just dropping stunners left, right, and center. Sangwon coming in second. Obviously, MVP will be given to the winning team by default. Viper in the top 3. Ted as well. He had a lot of knocks, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, looking at the damage, only 3 kills with 650 damage, 648 to be precise. That means he got a lot of knocks. Unfortunately, not able to close it out. And of course, to close it out, it is going to be Sirvi from Synergy. So pretty much Soul and Synergy, all getting the brunt of the kills.
Is that a hard and fast rule, though? I know I'm not trying to contradict you, but MVP is not just the first place. I mean, of course, usually that is the case. But what about...
okay, so from the various games I've done, it's always been the case that MVP is usually 99% of the time given to the winning team's best player,
Right.
unless there was one player in the tournament who had a very deep run and who was just like indomitable. Like I'm talking about like if the MVP of the winning team had like let's say 100 kills for the duration of the tournament, then the losing team, if they had a player who had like 300 kills, like something ludicrous, then you have to give it to him.
Yeah, you have to earn that title for yourself. But one more interesting thing. Viper was subbed into this game, comes in, gets into the top 5 players. Austin X, 1100 plus damage over there.
That is
Wow.
How is that
mean,
even possible?
That's unfathomable because, no, but, we did see them that they had an amazing tactical setup over here, the way they spread up and took on Team Hype, if I'm not wrong, in that compound. It takes patience. It was a very patient move. But talking about that, we'll just come to that in a second. Look at the standings over here. 35 points for Soulblade.
That is them bouncing back. And you know what? They had a better placing in the first game than Entity had in this game, if I'm not mistaken. 11 points here. I think Soul had like
39.
12. Sorry, Entity had 39 earlier.
Yep.
Now they have a total of 50. And Soul, even though they have 35,
Oh, okay.
I think they were like 10 points or something. So they're just very narrowly trailing Entity TSM at the moment. But Synergy, great comeback from them as well. A much more closer affair compared to the first game, if you ask me. Obviously, Synergy and Soul are way ahead of everyone else. But Tamilas, credit to them. Consistency. Again, they're not getting all the cool kills or the big numbers, but top 3 placing 2
Right.
games in a row. Kudos to them.
It is going to be kudos to them, but following up, it's going to be Orange Rock on the 6th. IND is going to be on the 7th. Deadeye guys on the 8th position in the top 8. Somehow still managing to earn those few crucial points that they need to move on. And as we have been talking about for the last 2 games that have happened, it is going to be a long journey. It is going to be
Absolutely.
60 games that you have to play. And you have to be consistent for all the 60 games. Otherwise, you might lose one early on and you are going to lose the opportunity. Moving on to the next set of 8. Mumba RXN on the 9th, Marcos Gaming on the 10th position, Jan Mara this time finishing on the 11th one, Megastars on the 12th, Fnatic, they fall short yet again of the level that we expect from them. On the 13th position in this game, Cells on the 14th, INES on the 15th, and Team Hype on the 16th.
Yeah, we do see Fnatic in 13th over here. 2 points, that is basically nothing to write home about. But maybe they might pick up the slack and do some damage in the coming games. I want to talk about Marcos Gaming for 1 second with you, John, because I do believe you do have a couple of friends who do play in that team. And they're relatively new in the sense that they had a little bit of an organization shift.
Yeah.
Does that impact the mindset at bootcamp and how the players strategize and go forward?
It was an organization shift, it was a player change as
Right.
well, wherein they were a really aggressive team during fall. I mean, they just blew everyone's mind. And yes, they were a fresh team. Like, no one in the entire scene knew what these guys were made of. But they come in, they just start racking up kills like it was nothing for them. This time around, it was a totally different playstyle as well.
Right, I
So
mean-
there has to be some sort of a thing that's going on in the back of the mind. Like, let's just wait it out. Let's just see what is happening, and then maybe we'll try and step it up. But there is a risk factor there as well. at one point it is just going to be a little bit too late. You're going to be too far behind from everyone else. You're going to be too far back in the run to actually make it, and you will have to pull off a miracle. Talking about miracles, let us have a look at the overall standings as well and see where the teams are after 2 games have been played, because it is going to be interesting. TSM, an amazing performance, then second game, not so much. Seoul, first game made a bad rush, got punished for that, but in the second one had an amazing clear out. Synergy, are they being consistent as well? This is what is going to tell us.
Yeah,
Here we are.
That's compared very close, considering it's still very early days in the tournament. Just 2 games played, right? 50 points for Entity TSM. That is massive. Seoul just grinding it back. 43 points in the Synergy, a little behind, but still, it's very, very achievable. Tumblers, though, right? They don't have that many kills. Look at that. Just 7 kills for them in total after 2 games. But the consistent placings means they're just 3 points behind Synergy and just like 15 or 16 points behind Seoul. The problem here I see for a couple of teams is going to be Orange, Rock, and Fnatic.
Yep.
Look at that. 2 games down. 2 of the other favorites, 10 points and 9 points combined like after 2 games. That is got to be slightly disappointing. Not too worrying yet, but if there was a time for them to wake up and start getting some kills, start getting some good placements, now is the time. We still have a lot of days remaining, we have a lot of games, but as a favorite, like you mentioned yourself, Johnny, they need to have a good start, because as time progresses, the pressure is going to mount. You're going to have lesser opportunities to get back into the game. As a favorite, you want to have a good start so that you give a little bit of room for you to fail. And you will fail it here and there. That's just human nature, right? And you're going to fail here and there, but at least you have a little bit of like breathing space to work with. So that is a big surprise for me so far. Orange Rock and Fnatic struggling a little bit.
You know, we're talking about favorites. We've mentioned obviously a few favorites for you. We've spun the word underdogs around a bit. We've thrown that around, you know. But the thing is, again, all these guys, I would dare I say, veterans of the game now, because they've been in these high-stakes situations before. Obviously, they all have some experience either on an online tournament level or the LAN level itself. So, you know, they are no strangers to high stakes. Fnatic and Orange Rock, we'll come to that in a second. Let's quickly have a look at the overall standings from 11th to 17th. I beg your pardon, 16th. A little bit of typo over there. Let's start from the bottom. The Celts or the Celts. Not a very good start from them. INES, the boys from Bangladesh, trying to struggle a bit, finding their footing. Megastars and Markov's Gaming. We did mention these guys earlier. What needs to change? Now, I know it's a hypothetical question if you think about it, because, you know, nobody has the right answer. But how do we go about this now, if you were in their position?
I think they are trying to fight the age-old question. What do you go for? Do you go for the information on how the other teams are trying to play the tournament, or do you go for the momentum that you have from the early victories itself? And it is sort of always going to be a tricky one, because having a good start is going to mean that you get the morale boost, you get the confidence boost, plus having the lead for your end is going to mean that you have the opportunity to mess up later on. You can mess up in 1 game, you can mess up in 2 games, and you're still going to be pretty comfortable with your standings. But if you are going for information, if you're trying to figure out what the others, what style of play the other teams are going to be bringing, how they want to play this tournament, how they want to play the maps, which positions the players are going to use to rotate in every single map, you sort of try and hamper yourself, because you are not going to be performing well in the early stages. In the end, you will have to make a massive push. I would like to know, what do you guys think about this?
I feel a map like Miramar, I do believe that's what's coming up next, followed by Vikendi. Like a map like Miramar, obviously it is, by the design of the map, going to be a slower paced map, right? So the one thing I noticed, at least from Marcos Gaming, I didn't see much of Megastars, but at least from Marcos, it was very, very passive. They were looking lost in map number 1. They were too paranoid. Like, remember the bridge, near the bridge fight was a military island, what happened there. And then in this game, they just, the thing with Sanhok, it's very hard to gauge what's really happening because of how fast and thick the action is. Miramar is where I'm going to start to form an opinion around Marcos Gaming, because now you have the space, now you have the time to work with. I want to see how they played. So what I've seen so far, they are very content letting the blue zone pass them and going in very late, and by the time they get into the safety of the circle of the zone, the safe zone, there's already 4 or 5 teams waiting for them, and they just get dismantled. They're too scared to take fights. They're too paranoid at times. Sometimes just gotta grab the bull by the horns and go for it, right? And if they can change that, this is the map to change. But if they don't do it, I'm afraid that that's a playstyle that's not going to win you anything.
Absolutely. You know, I'm just going to come on the game for 1 second, because I did mention, especially when we saw the boys from Synergy getting knocked out of the game, I think moments before that I just said that, you know, they are not careful about the backsides. because it was fully exposed. I know it's the blue zone, doesn't matter. A, the blue zone moves a lot slower in Sanhok as compared to other maps, as I'm sure you guys know. That is a major factor to consider. B, you know, when you are so quiet and when you're trying to outflank each other, you know, silently or whatever, it doesn't always work out. It's a good tactic, mind you. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I think if you can do it to perfection, like we saw Orange Rock, the way they circled around, got Fnatic without messing with Soul, they did get shot later on. I get it. But I think the most important thing right now is spatial awareness, especially in such close proximity.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it is just these strategies that are going to come in, but that was a talk about Sanhok. What is going to change on Miramar? A map that is really slow-paced, a map that is made for the snipers, made for the DMRs, users of the team. But it is going to happen after we come back from a short break, so you guys stay tuned and keep watching. We'll be right back. Hello everyone and welcome back to the PMPL South Asia League Day 1, and it is going to be time for game number 3, which is going to be played on Miramar. My name is Varun Super Johnny John, being joined on the desk by Blair and Experiment. So first 2 games, amazing, but the style of play on the 2 maps, Erangel and Sanhok, towards the end, it is a lot of action. Miramar, on the other hand, it's a big map, lots of open areas, the snipers and the DMRs coming into play. The pace is totally going to change.
It is going to change, but the one thing I've noticed, at least from Miramar, is the starts can be boring, can be a little slow, can be, teams figuring it out, they're just trying to find the right compounds and everything, and obviously circle's slow as well, it's massive. However, I've seen some of the most exciting ends to games on Miramar, surprisingly enough. The vehicles come into play and it gets pretty interesting, actually.
Remember one time it was actually straight out of a movie.
Yeah, it was. The
we had
vehicle going overhead. It was some wild stuff.
It was 8-bit, I remember. That was amazing. But yes, Miramar, like you said, one of those maps for snipers and DMRs, and I love me some sniping. I'm sure. I think we're going to see the ARM in action this time.
Yeah.
3 ARMs in 2 games. I'm calling it right now. There's going to be no ARM in Miramar.
Okay.
I'm calling it. Guys, I'm sorry. I know you want to see that. You'll have to be content with the
He's a ballsy man, I
M24
like
and the
it.
Car
Yeah.
98.
I mean, I'd love to see the AWM in this game as well. And with that, let us also have an interesting head-to-head between the 2 teams that had an amazing performance. It's going to be Soul versus Entity.
Ooh, look at the damage. I know, obviously 5 more kills for Entity so far, but 4,000 damage in 2 games, that is a ludicrous number. Also, even the heals as well, they've been down quite a bit, but if you look at the total points, it kind of balances it out, right? Miramar, what's going to happen? I'm just going to ask a question to you guys here. What's going to happen? Do you think Seoul and or Entity, TSM Entity are going to probably take the lead over here in this particular map? Or do you think Orange Rock and Fnatic are finally going to wake up?
Actually, I think I'll come back to that one. Orange Rock and Fnatic, they have 2 of the best snipers in the country.
Oh, yeah.
So that, I think, is going to be a big sort of advantage in their favor. But nothing to take away from the players on the 2 teams that were right there as well, and the other teams that are playing as well. Because as Experiment has been saying, these players, the level of skill that they have, it's on a totally different level. They fought through, I think it was 10,000 plus team, 11,000 plus teams. They fought through those, made it to the group stages of the PMCO, then came back into the semifinals, the finals, and now they are here. That just has a lot to say for them.
You can't really take away anything from the teams, but if I just go back to the graphic that everyone saw on their screens, the difference between Soul and TSM Entity, if you had a look at the healing that was done, Soul had something like 563, they had over 1,000, 1,100 something. That tells me that these guys were in the thick and thin of the action, surviving, killing, and just pulling through. Now that takes grit. Mentally as well as skill wise, I think they are firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, and I think Miramar is going to be a little bit of a good change of pace for them, because when you're constantly fighting, when you're constantly on your toes in the action, as you said, it takes grit. It is a lot more stressful because you can't afford to make a single mistake. That's going to mean you lose a player, you lose the man advantage that you have, and then you're going to fighting on the down low. You go into a passive mode if you lose enough players. So Miramar, the way it starts out, the level of pace this map provides, that I think is going to be a good reset for the side of MTT. But overall damage dealers on our screens right now.
I find this interesting, right? Like, you're talking about the damage being dealt out, but if you look at the teams that these players belong to, okay, that was a quick switch right there. The overall damage dealers. Now this makes much more sense. Obviously Synergy and of course TSM being right. The TSM, all 4 players, in fact, the top 5 damage dealers, and that makes sense. Like, you do enough damage, you get enough kills, you're gonna be up top right there. Nice to see Austin there, but it just goes to show how dominant Game 1 was. Because Game 2, yes, we had Soul winning it, and we had Synergy coming second, but it was still split between those 2 teams.
Okay, Austin, he has 1,141 damage overall in the 2 games. He had 1,100, I think, 20 something just in the last game.
Yep. They really shot up in the last game. The boys from Synergy, of course. TSM being consistent. Consistency is the name of the game.
Let's not forget Tamilas, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We talk about the big names. Tamilas really impressed me. Yeah, they're not a really high fragging team, but getting these high placements, and now they know that, all right, guys, we can kind of hang with the big boys, so to speak. Now, if they start to get a little bit of confidence, they start to get a few more kills here and there, they could be a surprise package, so to speak. They could potentially just sneak into the top 5.
Yeah,
Could happen.
That could actually happen, and that is going to be interesting as well, because right now the position can actually make it work for them, but for that 2 things need to happen. the top two teams, they need to fluster up as well. They need to fall down for Tamilas to actually rise up. But on the other side, as we've been talking about, it is going to be Miramar, it's going to be Map of the Snipers, Fnatic and Orange Rock. I think they are going to be waiting for this map to actually start, for this match to begin, so that they can step it up. Because right now, the first two games were not theirs at all.
I can bet my firstborn child on the fact that I don't have a child yet, just saying. I'm not married yet. But the thing is, I can bet a lot of whatever on the line that before the day is done, we're going to have both Orange Rock and Fnatic have a good game. It's going to happen. It's just the odds, because we have 3 more maps remaining. They've looked kind of shaky so far. At one point in the remaining 3 maps that we have remaining, which is going to be Vikendi, Miramar, and I do believe it's Sanhok, the final map, we're going to have one of these two teams, or maybe both these two teams, really step it up and start to play like the way they're meant to play.
Absolutely. And see, like we've said this time and time again, they're just opening up. It takes time, so sometimes it's just a little slower out of the gate. But I think they will get there. Fnatic needs to do something drastic. I'm using that word over here, but they do need a couple of drastic changes in their game plan, because see, we know they have the skills, we know they have the technical know-how, but something is not working out, which they need to figure out ASAP. And again, we've talked about communication, we've talked about the mental aspect of it. What about we've talked about pressure on the shoulders because they are big names, but do you think losing the first 2 games, not losing, I mean, is that going to be a factor? Is the morale down?
I was just about to say that. I was just going to talk about tilt.
I grabbed it from his mouth right now.
Being initiated in the player's mind. Because if you tilt in the middle of the tournament, in the middle of the matches, that means your entire day is gone. You can't perform after that.
Listen, today, day 1, 2 games in, if this entire tournament was held in one day, this is 4 a.m. in the morning. If you tilt and you lose your crap at 4 a.m. in the morning, you're going to have a bad day overall. It's still early in the morning. You haven't had your breakfast. You haven't brushed your teeth. You haven't gone taken a shower yet. You still have time. If you cannot afford to tilt right now, if you're going to tilt right now, you're not going to win. Simple as that. It's too early. You can start tilting later on in week 2 or 3. Maybe then I'll be like, all right, makes sense. But now, come on, take it easy. It's fine. It's okay.
On the other hand, I would disagree with that. I think if you want to tilt, the first day is going to be the time to get it out of your system, get all the anger, every single thing you want to piss off about yourself, about your playstyle. The first day is going to be the day to do it. From second day onwards, you need to start getting serious.
I have a counter argument there. I have a counter argument right there.
Go for it.
Most of the players in PUBG Mobile in India are younger players. They are like sub 20 years of age. They really haven't been in social environments. Many, I'm not saying all of them, but many of them, most of them, right? I know when I was a kid. I know when I was younger. I know when I tilt, I'm like, you know what? I'm never speaking to you again, ever again. A team could break up. I'm not saying it's going to happen.
I wish I was like a fly on the wall right now in the Fnatic boot camp, because I just want to see. I'm pretty sure Scout, we all know Scout. I'm pretty sure a couple of chairs have gone flying. I'm just speculating over here.
That's content right there.
But yeah, I think we should look into this. I'm pretty sure a couple of things have been said, but then again, they need to buckle down and just,
believe in yourself.
Drag through.
Believe
I mean, they are basically trudging through the mud right now. They just need to, get their footing, and I think once that happens, we'll see a lot more from them.
I personally feel you guys are being, a little bit too much of naysayers right now. We still have a lot of games remaining. And I think that's one thing every team, and I mean every team playing in this tournament needs to remember. You have a lot of time. Day 1 goes bad, it's okay. Day 4 goes bad, that's fine as well. You still have 2 more weeks. So just compose yourself, play your game, figure out what you're supposed to do, and play to your best of your ability.
Yeah, it is 58 games that are still left. We're just done with 2. So a lot of games are still remaining. You still have time to mess up. You still have time to figure out and find your footing, as Experiment said. And it is going to be a while before you actually get into really serious trouble. I think it is going to be after we're done with like 50% of the matches when you start to be like, all right, it is high time. It is time we start actually racking up the points for ourselves, because now it is starting to get a bit too late. But before that, you can try out different things. You can try out different strategies. If it works, it works. Why not just keep going with it until the other teams start to figure out what we are up to? If it does not work, you can try out something different.
Okay, so we're talking about strategies, we're talking about tactics. We've seen, again, now I know that we're only taking a few names right now. TSM, I want to focus on them right now. So what do you think, let me put this question to Blay first. Blay, so we've seen them come out guns blazing, right? We've seen that. Is that difficult to maintain throughout the day, that high level of performance is, are they going to tire themselves out mentally?
Listen,
Or
I've been a gamer for a long time. 5 games, which combined total along with the breaks and everything's about 5 hours of gaming. Come on, these are young kids. Come on, man. 5 hours of gaming? You're going to get tired after 5 hours? Give me a break. I've had like 16-hour days of playing non-stop, just like downing energy drinks and just like going at it.
But $200,000 is not on the line.
I completely agree with you on that. But that's why you're talking about teams like Entity. They placed 5th in the World Finals. Give me a break. They are a team to be reckoned. They know what pressure is.
I retract my statement.
They know what pressure is. This is nothing for them. Even your Fanatics, even his Souls, they played at a with much higher stake on the line. So for teams like them, I don't really fear for them. It's some of the more lesser known teams who might have been having good performances in India, but when it comes to so much on the line, can they handle the pressure?
Yeah, TSM Entity, as the lineup is called, they have been on the international stage again and again, and they have had pretty consistent performances. And it's not just the players, because TSM, like, they have the best assaulters in the country on their side, Jonathan and Z-God. And apart from that, it is that one man that is not playing, the man that stepped down from the lineup. I'm talking about Ghatak. We were having this conversation earlier in the day. That man has the potential to be the best coach, the best IGL in the country. He is considered the best IGL in the country by a lot of people. And having someone of that caliber on your team, just supporting you from the back line, just telling you after every single game, all right, this is what we're going to change, this is what's going down, this is what we did right, this is what we did wrong. And if you have that happening after every single game, I think the team is going to go at a whole different level by the time the tournament comes to an end. But with that, the third game is going to be live at any given moment. And it is going to be an interesting set of ones. So you have all the teams on your screens right now, and I guess the Fnatic is right there.
I've just realized something. My wishes are being granted. I've got to be careful with this.
Yeah. What is going to be your wish in the next game, though?
I just want to point out like how Deadeye guys, I don't know if you guys saw that, but they're sitting on the beds.
Just chilling.
That's fun, but here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Johnny. It is going to be on the deserted wastelands of Miramar. The plane flying overhead. We should be seeing what the path should be very, very soon. I do believe it's down from south all the way straight up north, unless I'm very much mistaken.
And it's pretty much down the center, if you think about it, because we know we have a little bit of a water thing on the right over there. This is going to be splitting up the playing field pretty much. Yes, there we go. We have a little bit of a southwest into a northeastern direction over here, and teams, as you can see, are already dropping off, and we actually have a few players going down to the prison, which is something that, you know, you don't really see that often on such a big stage. But again, I'm pretty sure the famous, well, not just the famous, the most popular places like Picado, Hacienda del Patron, and El Pozo are going to be occupied by multiple teams over here. What do you think?
No, I completely agree with you. I think they're just going to go for most of the safe place, so to speak. Don't see anyone dropping to Los Leones quite yet. Picado, I do believe, is going to be Soul's playground. That's a map. That's a spot in the map. That's the school of Miramar, but I say that, and now with a circle towards the eastern side of the map, towards El Azahar, Tierra Bronco, and all these places, we shall be seeing a shift taking place pretty soon. For the time being, the Fnatic right there on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Ninja, just loading up a bit. The UMPs picked up.
You know, one thing that actually confused me a couple of times is, of course, we talk about certain teams like Fnatic or Soul, and we usually associate 4 names with that team. But the thing is, what's happening now is, since we are we're getting more streamlined. I'll come to that point in just a second. Have a look at the zone they're playing.
Yeah, I mean, it's way on the east. You even have the 2 islands on the eastern side. I don't know what you even call them, but Impala.
Have you ever been there?
That's where I always drop. I like dropping those islands because there's no one there. I loot to my heart's content and then I die. The thing is, look at the number of players down south, like towards Los Higos and towards the South Island. There's so many teams right there. Fnatic actually might have to duke it out with Team Celt, so we've been having a rough time so far. But I want to see who is going to be the team to go towards Impala, because Impala is ready and ripe for the picking. And I'm quite sure all these teams realize no one really gravitated towards the easternmost part. If I'm any one of these teams right now, this is when I pick up a few vehicles and just leg it to Impala, make it a fortification, because it's still in the circle and you have a lot of room to move around. You can move towards the edge, towards the beaches, and towards the cliff area. So
Right, right.
it provides you a lot of maneuverability, and depending on where the circle goes, you still have a lot of pathways to go towards, unless the circle completely screws you and goes all the way up north towards El Azhar. But sometimes you just have to hedge your bets, right?
Yep, and the graphic on your screen right now, which is something that is new, gives you an idea of exactly where everyone is, and I'm sure a lot of people at home are going to be speculating as to what is going to happen and what they would have done in the same situation. Which obviously, I mean, we all wish we were up there playing with and against all these big boys. But wait a second, INES has already lost a member. Evil Eye has succumbed to his injuries. Ooh. It's already started. Sniper action has already started.
Missed by a whisker. That's a lovely sniper rifle to have
M24.
early in the game. Yeah, one smack in
With
the
an
head.
8x.
Love to see it. But they have lost a player. INES have been having... they are the Bangladeshi team, if I'm not mistaken. And they've been having a rough time so far, man. They're already one Bangladeshi team who've made their way through the South Asia qualifiers alongside the 5 teams from Nepal. And now, of course, once again switching over to the winners.
I like this over here right now. Aman has been subbed out by Regeltos in this game. It's going to be Mortal, Viper, Sangwan, and Regeltos leading the charge, so to speak, for Team Seoul, which is exactly the point I wanted to make earlier. But, I mean, the thing is that we're used to, associating Team Seoul with 4 players. Regeltos, Viper, Mortal, and, a couple of others. We've got Sangwan, we've got Aman. Interesting fact, of course, we all know Mortal. He's one of the biggest influences in the country, but Aman actually joined Seoul after the PMCO 2019 Fall Split Global Finals, where he was actually playing against the other big boys, Entity Gaming, which is, I mean, talking about doing your homework and getting in the heads of your opponents, is that like, I mean, when you're trained from one team's point of view, and you shift and you suddenly are, you find yourselves on the opposing side. Does all the knowledge that you've learned with your previous team or whatever, does that come into play?
Well, yes and no. If it's a very recent thing, obviously there will be. If there's a very recent thing, obviously there will be the fact that you will have an understanding of how your previous team worked. But after a little bit of time has elapsed, as long as your older team is not stagnant with the way they approach the game, it can actually be counterintuitive, and it can actually work against your favor. You might be expecting your older team to play the way you expect them to, and then suddenly they throw you a curveball and you get screwed. But for right now, though, still very, very, very early days. We do have Jonathan, the man himself. I love watching Jonathan play, dude. I think he's one of the... You have all these big names, and Jonathan just somehow, right? He quietly is just this beast who just dismantles every single one. And of course,
and you know one thing I like about Jonathan? His humility.
Yeah, he's a really nice guy. And
Yep.
don't get me wrong, I like trash talkers. I love trash talkers. I like people who are just willing to, you know what, we're just going to school you with the server, boy. I like that. At the same time, you also like some of those quiet guys who just don't say anything and instead they just dismantle you in the server. That being said, hold on. Circle is finally moving in, and we can see an exodus of people all the way from the western side of the map. I say that, but Synergy, they're still on Minas Del's...
Wait, there's somebody at prison still? Oh,
They're
yeah.
still in prison, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
It's not going to take too much damage, but they are quite a distance away.
Maybe they didn't find what they were looking for. I mean, it is a prison. You don't really have a lot of, things just lying around because they want to control that and keep that in check, especially weapons. I'm sure you'll find a lot of health meds and all those kind of items in the prison, but weapons, I'm pretty sure, the whole point is to get those guys away from those weapons. I don't know, I'm just trying to make a lame joke, and while I'm doing that, oh my goodness, he does go down. Roach goes down. He thought that he was just chilling in the desert, he dried his bike.
You know what?
Take it easy.
You know what? I'm going to be a little biased here. I'm going to start cheering for Celts.
All right, let's do this.
They've had such a bad time.
Well, it's changing now for them. These guys are going on the offensive. They do get a kill to their names, and Roach, unfortunately, is the first member to fall from VSG Crawlers. An interesting story about Crawlers? We were talking about Seoul Sangwan earlier. So now we all know the Crawlers and the Brawlers, they're sister clans, right? And all of soul crawlers, brawlers, everyone is basically one big family.
Absolutely.
So we've got representation on multiple fronts over here.
I actually have a question for you. And meanwhile, by the way, if you look at the minimap, Sirvi from Synergy is still towards prison. Something is wrong there. Has he died or something? Anyway, hold on to a thought. There's a little bit of a fight, a little bit of a skirmish taking place here in the moment. Ooh.
Is he trapped? Is this going to be a good one? Just a little too
But
short.
now he knows where it is. And now he's got to make a move because the next one is not going to miss its mark, right? Question for you, quick one, XP. This new thing I've noticed right now of teams having... Oh, he's done for. He's done for. He's done for. But his teams having the 5-man rosters, you know, you see a lot of the top teams especially having this, right? Do you think it's a new meta? Do you think this is how it's going to be for the rest, you know, for... In the near future at the very least? Or do you think it's just kind of like a trend that's not going to last?
I think I would have to go with your new meta analysis over here because, see, the thing is, you got to be versatile. You can't always show up with the same game set, the same... wait a second. I just thought I'm going to see a little bit more action. I think we have the boys from Marcus Gaming. These guys are going to get trapped. Max Kosh is going to get trapped between the boys from... Team 10, that is Team Tamilas, and guess what? He did make it out. Hype losing a member. Charlie has gone down. He is out of this game, and Max Kosh, like I said, does get taken out by the boys from Team Tamilas. Team Tamilas a bit on the offensive over here.
You'd love to see it.
Oh, yeah.
They haven't been offensive so far, but they've got those consistent placements, and now is the time for them to start taking the fight to their opponents. They start racking up those kills, because now we know they know how to play the zone properly. They know how to time the rotations and play the circle and whatnot. They've impressed me with the way how consistent they are, and those are some beautiful shots coming out from the dude, the big Lebowski himself. But he doesn't quite get the kill, the drop yet. And the problem is, there is another player in the vicinity who is hearing all these shots. That is a player from team number 10. I do believe they need to make a move here. Schreider needs to heal up. The circle is starting to do quite a bit of damage now as it does continue to shrink further and further. Still, not many casualties.
Check it out. A member of Synergy is really close to Hype. What's happening over there? I told you there's no AWM. So guys, if you're expecting an AWM, I'm telling you, you are not going to see it in this game.
Yeah. Well, that M24 is doing a lot of damage, though.
Yeah, I mean the M24 is always has been one of those golden guns. I mean, it sounds. I mean, a suppressed M24. I don't think anything gets better than that. But we have the boys from Team 6. That's Marcos Gaming under fire, and you can have a look at the players down there. Everyone is concentrating hard on their devices. Everyone's ooh, that was a good shot.
Get wrecked.
That was a headshot, if I'm not wrong, with the M24.
That was beautiful. That was just pristine on the dome. Boom, headshot. Thank you very much. And we can see the players playing right there. It's a little blurry, obviously, because connectivity differs from place to place. I like this. I like the team cams coming in. That's Team Synergy at the bottom left.
That's a nice setup over there.
That's a pretty cool setup. Cozy, nice. You know, gaming chairs and nice mouse mats and all of that.
I think
Good
the
stuff.
lighting kind of adds to the ambience, and it kind of gets you into the
Yeah,
groove.
it's red like the blood of their enemies.
There you go. That's what they see. They see it won't be black or anything because that means you're dead. But I like that. That's actually a good way to think about it. But we were talking about the boys from Marcos Gaming earlier. An interesting fact from you. Formerly, these guys were known as Z Gaming, and they've been one of the most dominant teams out in the region. And boy, oh boy, did they mass up a lot of kills. I think 29 kills in one game in the fall split.
That's ludicrous.
That is insane.
They haven't really lived up to it so far. Oh, MK14.
I told
So
you.
we'll find it. Yeah, no arm so far. You are a crystal ball in human form.
There is some
XP.
voodoo going on over here.
After we're done with the day, can we talk stuff about?
I think we need to discuss a few
some
things,
things. Yeah.
Yes,
All right.
sure.
So Soul will of course pick up this. Gonna be song one with the drop, and that is a gun. I love the sound of that gun. I know it's not everyone's favorite gun compared to, let's say, the ARM or the M24, but I do really
Let me
enjoy
give
watching
you
it.
a couple of facts about Sangwon. So Sangwon has been one of the pioneers, so to speak, for the brawlers and the crawlers. I mean, he's been one of the oldest members.
Yeah, I've heard his name forever.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
from right from the beginning, from the PMIS last year, he has been a part and parcel of that team.
Hold on to that
And-
thought.
okay.
I'm so sorry to stop you right there. Look at the circle. We should be showing the circle very quickly for you guys, hopefully. TSM are again in the center of the circle. They
Are you serious?
I don't know how to do it. Like, yeah, you can see the circle.
Zone
Again,
prediction.
smack center. They're cheating.
I'm telling you.
I'm telling you, they're cheating. They're so cheating right now.
Shh.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
They're just the way they play the odds. They're always they're not in the periphery. They always play towards the central
Right.
part of the circle, and also they find the compounds in right time. Hold on to the thought. A lot of damage being dealt out, and it is of course going to be team number 18, Orange Rock.
This is the point I was going to bring up right now. Orange Rock, up on an Orange Rock, so to speak, right now. The highest point in the game at this very moment. Very advantageous unless the zone plays spoil sport, and then, when you have to come down, it's going to be a very tricky situation. But the boys from TSM under heavy fire.
They're good though. They don't need to budge. And the thing is, for Orange Rock to go in for the kill, they have to go down that cliff face, and that's going to make them sitting ducks. So right now, it is a stalemate, but TSM don't have to do anything.
Ducks are kind of oranges too, right? They do have orange builds. I don't know, I'm just seeing a lot of...
Do they?
Yeah. It's not yellow, I know you're thinking
It's
yellow.
yellowish.
It's orange. All right, we're going to have to know
don't know,
that
man.
in the chat section right now. Guys, can you please let us know what's the color of a duck's bill? The correct answer
It's
will
yellow.
have amazing satisfaction.
It's yellow.
I think it is yellow. Okay,
yeah.
I messed up. I'm trying to
Are you
make
alright,
it sound
man?
for me right now, but hey man, it's Orange Rock I'm talking about, so Anyway, Orange Rock sitting high and mighty up there, raining down death, but TSM, they still have a lot of cover. Let's not take that away. Their vehicles are pretty much done for.
That mesa where Orange Rock is sitting on, that's such a good spot. They have complete 360 view, and because it's a mesa, it's kind of like a plateau where it's got like a flat top over there. That means that there are certain places on that spot that they won't really get, where they can take cover basically.
One thing I like about PUBG Mobile,
Go on.
it's teaching me a lot more than just the game. I'm learning about geography. I mean, I never knew that that's what you call it. What's a plateau? Please tell me that later. I'm not sure, but
A
anyway.
plateau, a mesa. Yeah, that's the thing.
And-
Video games teach you things.
Oh my goodness, Viper taking down a few shots over here. He does manage to knock a member of Synergy. Synergy realizes that the enemy is right at their heels, returning fire.
Well, we have the split screen Sirvi now. He's managed to make his way all the way from the blue. He's got a knockdown, and this is a brutal battle indeed. Soul and Synergy, the top two teams from the previous game, and Synergy's looking to get their vengeance on Soul. This is complete utter chaos right now. Knocks happening left, right, and center. Mortal using the tree, trying to cover his teammates. He gets another knockdown, but it's now Strider. Is he going to be pushing him into question? Strider far away from where the action's happening. He's trying to get a drop onto Mortal. Spots him
all
out.
over.
Mortal's taken out. That's it. Is that it?
Is that
Soul
it?
have
Yep.
been wiped out of the server. They are going to be team number 15, and Synergy keep all four alive as well. That is such a statement by Synergy.
goodness.
But I hold on to that. In all that action, a lot of noise being made, and INS are aware that they know that someone has taken a lot of damage, and INS coming in for the kill like vultures in the African savannah.
Well, that is an amazing analogy. That is exactly what's happening. One good grenade could have ended it all for Synergy, but I think what Strider is doing right now, he's doing the right thing. He's getting a different angle on the opponents, because I think the boys from INES, I beg your pardon, they are going to be focused on the smoke screen. Of course, they don't want the opponents to revive themselves and, get out on the offensive. But with 3 men, they are still taking the fight to the enemy, laying down a lot of fire. There goes the vehicle. And SG is still in it. They do have this range. See, that's the thing about Miramar. You have a... Wait a second, that's a good molly. Is that going to do any damage? Ooh. That was very close. From this angle, it almost looks like the boys from INES are going to burn to bits. But Blair, now this is interesting. Look, oh my goodness, Servi is going down in the vehicles. They just have one vehicle left. Is he going to make it? Is he going to make it?
There's a lot of bullets. I think they made it.
Yeah,
they
but
made it.
these guys are firing. Oh, they do have the Jeep. That's it. Okay, that's what I was worried about. I'm like, are they wasting time right now? But
Listen, man. Like, okay, map, please. Oh, please, observer, show us
Okay.
a map right now. How do TSM do it? The circle's moved again.
okay.
They're again in the middle of the circle. It's like they literally somehow like transport themselves. Are they like 4 night crawlers or something from the X-Men, universe? Like, what is going on? Their positioning and their rotation is just the best I've seen so far in this tournament.
I guess we can just rule one thing out. Zone prediction is not a myth, because they're doing something right. They have some formula written down in one of their secret diaries, which I think we need to get a hold on. And right over here, Hype 49 gets knocked out by Kratos. Team IND finally rising up to the occasion, and they do manage to get a couple of kills, if I'm not wrong. And we join Fnatic over here, and as soon as we join them, we see OS is already knocked down, and the boys from Synergy are pushing up on their spot. They want that compound. Now this is going to be a bit of a skirmish. Servi taking some damage. Strider is helping his teammate get back up, and during that time, Ash actually finishes 2 members of PSG. That is going to be a catastrophic blow to these guys. And over here, Ash does do that, and that is it, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, Synergy, I beg your pardon. Yes, Synergy is out of this game right now. They've been knocked out.
They have been knocked out indeed, and that is pretty rough.
That is rough, and yeah, everybody's still spread out quite a bit. I'm pretty sure as soon as this zone changes, we will have the map coming up, which is going to be interesting. Like you mentioned that, you know, TSM still has a good command of the zone, so to speak. That's what it's all about. I mean, you know, you've got to be able to adapt to all the situations. And talking about that, let's have a look at the map, ladies and gentlemen. The boys from TSM pretty much still very well set up. And Z-God on the way to the side, separated by quite a distance. I wonder how he's going to make it back to his teammates, because he has VSG crawlers, and oh my goodness, play. Z-God is separated by his teammates by about 500-600 meters. He is still picking a fight with his entire team.
Because there's a god in his name.
Oh,
He is the god of death, he is the god of war, and he is on a war path right now, just taking people left, right, and center. Yumumba joins the party, but Ninja, the Car 98, he knocks on Mavi from Orange Rock, so far away, but that's not with an 8x is going to be a problem. Indeed, Ninja is definitely being a thorn, a massive thorn in the side of Orange Rock. They are forced to take cover. They do have the cover. They do have the cover of that cliff, of that you know, little bit of a hill over there. As I say that, meanwhile, Celt's getting pushed up by John Mara. John Mara, who had a pretty high placing in the first game. They didn't have a great second game, though. This could be the opportunity to knock out a team. Celts have been having a rough time. This is the best showing so far, as they do have a little bit of, you know, what's happening right now.
Right.
Fnatic, all 4 alive. IND, all 4 alive. Megastars as well. But here comes a push coming in from John Mara. One player on the ground crawling around, and he is done for and dusted. Team IND's Kratos now joining the party.
Team IND,
They've been very quiet
surprised
so
to
far.
see them right now that they're still a 4-man squad, because I'm pretty sure in the last few games, especially in Sanhok, they lost 2 members. The moment their feet touch the ground, and right over here, we have a battle happening in the blue. Everyone is still pretty much... now this is interesting. See, now the zone is such that you literally have a giant gaping valley, and just people are going to fall like dominoes right now. Everyone is going to get knocked from every single direction. It's pure pandemonium.
It is pure pandemonium, and Orange Rock getting knocked out, as we say it, man. Kratos, the god of war, on a rampage. 3 kills for him. Ninja is dominating as well. And yeah, finally, Fnatic. They're looking pretty solid at the moment. They have 7 points, by the way. They have 7 kills and 7 points, and they're looking very solid at the moment. All four players alive and very healthy indeed. And what was that shot? Where did that even come from?
Deadeye guys, not bad. They have 5 kills to their names. Remember,
What
they
the
are
heck?
part of Group D, the group of death,
Yes, that is a
as
group of
we've been calling them. And I think they've had a very nice show up until this point. VSG Crawl, Evo, wanted to take a little bit of a... Wait a second. Is he going to make it? I think he is going to make it. He just ran over the other side of the mountain. He will survive. And you were talking about this earlier, Blade. Team Tamilas, these guys are really rising up to the occasion. They're
tied.
have 2
They're
members.
tied with yeah, they do have 2 members. That is the only, like, you know,
Right.
the caveat to their rise here. But yeah, they've impressed me. They've just been quietly so very consistent. And this is an opportunity for Entity to solidify the lead here. They have, I think, at least 3 players alive, or maybe all 4. I'm not too sure about that at the moment. Hold on, let me check that for you.
And just as I said that, they have been eliminated. We are down to the last 5 teams, ladies and gentlemen, and have a look at that. Fnatic is still a 4-man squad. That is going to be, well, very important, you know, going into the last couple of circles, because I'm pretty sure these guys are riding high on confidence right now.
And the high ground advantage that
There you
Oasis
go.
and Ash have, the 2 guys way on top. They have cover as well. Even if the 2 players are down over there, it's okay. They're split equally, and they can... They're in such a good spot to win this entire thing. But I will not count out TSM Entity. They still are smack in the center of the circle. Fnatic have to move. They are not in safety yet.
They are in the center, but I don't really see a lot happening from them right now because, again, they have a lot of fronts to basically take care of. They are getting shot at from each and every single direction. I want to talk about one thing, tactically speaking, about Fnatic. The way they've been spread out over that compound warehouse. And oh my goodness, Scout just messed up a little bit and just knocked his own teammate out. I wonder if that is going to come and bite them in the backside later on. But I'm pretty sure they should get that revive. And Clutch God making cover for themselves right now.
And Snacks just joined the party. He's like, yummy, yum, yum. I'm going to eat these, gobble these people up. Fnatic, Clutch God. He is living up to his name. He's being so clutch at the moment. And I say that though, and Scout has taken him down, and TSM Entity will have to bid goodbye to this match. They will go on in 5th place after getting just 2 kills. Fnatic definitely in the running. But let's not forget one thing. Mumba, who have had a terrible couple of games, have now risen to the top. They are still on the top yet. They have 3 players alive, and they have 5 points. Fnatic looking strong. If they get the res on one of their teammates, that could be it. So lucky to stay alive.
How is he alive? That's a good name. That's a very good grenade. And oh, just a little bit too long. Ultron might survive that, but there's something different. A UMP is being used right now.
That's it.
We don't really see that in the last few circles, and we are down to the last 3 teams.
It's a 3v3v2 if I'm not very much mistaken here. Mumba have 3 players left. There's a player knocked on. Fnatic 2, IND on 2 players as well. Fnatic, can they get their first win here? They have been struggling the first 2 games, but this could be their opportunity. And we said it as well. Fnatic or Orange Rock, one of them is going to have a good map here. And it looks like Fnatic are looking good. However, man advantage still with Mumba. They have the one player who has yet to be rezzed.
He's back up.
He's back up. So 3v2v2 has to favor Mumba at the moment.
Right now, Mumba is in the best position because they just have one direction to look at. The boys from IND and Fnatic have to be, constantly keeping a check on both fronts. And while I talk about both fronts, they have gone up against each other, and Fnatic comes out on top. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. We are down to a 3v2 situation. 2 teams remaining. Scout and his teammate Ninja, against all odds, have made it to the last 2 with an impressive 10 kills. And Mumba as well. I'm so sorry I've butchered the name right now, but these guys, I think if they just hold their heads, they hold their cool, they might just pull off a major upset.
I'm not very sure why Mumba is pushing them out of here. Maybe they're out of the circle. Yeah, they're out of the circle. They got to push in here. And it's going to be a player getting spotted out. Scout just healing, using a first aid kit. He's got a few seconds to work with here. 2 more seconds. He's got to heal right now. He needs teammate, needs help.
Oh my
goodness.
goodness.
It's all on Scout right now. 1v3 teammate down. And he gets knocked out.
Wow.
Mumba, I'm sorry, are going to take their first win. They do it with a pretty impressive 10 kills as well. 10 kills of Fnatic too. Fnatic unfortunately not getting the first place for their fans, but Mumba, what a meteoric rise considering they had a very rough couple of games earlier.
I mean, not just a rough couple of games. They were pretty much non-existent. I mean, I don't want to use that word, but they weren't really, splashing in the mud, in the water, so to speak. But they have made a major splash now.
10 kills as well.
10 kills, away from them. The chicken dinner. Johnny, you were watching this match from the sidelines. Fnatic rising to the occasion. The underdog, so to speak. Mumba and all of them coming up. What's happening here?
I said this one. Fnatic, this was going to be their game because, as I said, Fnatic, Orange Rock, 2 of the best snipers in the country are present on these 2 lineups. One of these teams had to perform, and I guess this one, it was Fnatic's. But yeah, Mumba, what you were talking about, they had an amazing performance, and both these teams in the top 2. They weren't having a good day so far in the first 2 games, but in the third one is where they step up. Mumba getting a win on that one. A slight misplay, a 2v2 situation that could have gone either way, but the positioning and the rotation working out in Mumba's favor. And it was those double peaks, those 2-on-1 engagements, because when you'd never want to give isolated fights to anyone. In a 1v1 situation, anyone can come out on top, but with that, let's have a look at the MVP as well.
It's going to be Bhishma. I mean, living up to the name.
The most valuable player.
Ancient, legendary, mythical Indian warrior is his name, and he lives up to it. 5 kills, 62 damage, 8 kilometers covered. Not too much of distance being covered, actually. Mumba didn't look like they had to really budge much. And I just want to touch upon one thing, a little bit of a turn from this was TSM Entity. Again, yeah, they came in 5th. They only had a couple of kills. Not the best of games from them, but their rotation and their sense of somehow figuring out where the circle is going to be every single time. At this point, I'm like, do they have Professor X sitting behind them or something? Because this is ludicrous at this point.
You know, when we were touching on that point, when you said that you won't believe it, I hope the producers bring up the map, that TSM is in the middle. What I saw was what they're doing is, John, these guys, the moment the zone changes, and in fact, even before that, they are ready to move out. Because I just had a look, the zone changed, and I'm like, all right, so they should be over here. But no, they were already somewhere else within like a few seconds. So that's, see, you gotta, there's one of two ways to play this, right? Either as soon as the zone changes, you skedaddle out of there, right? That is one thing. So you want the best position. You want to be the first ones to, you know, get to the best spots. Or you bide your time, let others make their mistakes, and then you go in behind them.
Yeah.
That is a nice play, but it has a higher risk to it.
It is a higher risk, and that strategy was basically it was used a lot in the early stages of the professional scene. I remember, because earlier time gatekeeping was a really big thing, but now it is the control for the center, control for the compounds inside the circle that the teams prioritize. But with that, we had a look at the MVP. Let us also have a look at the top 5 players from this game as well. Bhishma is going to be sitting on the first position.
Yeah, I do believe, I mean, he is the winning team as well, but then of course we do have Striker, we have Scout OP, 3 kills, comparatively a very equal frag distribution for both Fnatic and for Umumba. We had 3 kills for Kiki from Umumba, we had Bhishma with 5, we had 420 OP with 2 kills, and for Fnatic it was 3-3-2-2, so very equal distribution, not like one player just popping off and having like 8 or 9 kills. So that's good to see. I always like seeing teams with an equal distribution of frags rather than one guy just outgunning everyone, because if he has a bad day, then the team's going to have a bad day. But here, the good thing for Fnatic and even for Umumba, it's making things very interesting for me personally. The fact that teams like Team Tamilas, the fact that teams like Umumba are making some of these top teams really fight for these wins means that it's going to be a much more competitive affair rather than having, you know, the usual top 4, top 5 team just winning everything easily.
Absolutely. Let's just talk about the disappointments in this team. We did see Team Soul getting wiped out a little early on, followed by Team Mayhem.
Yeah.
Sorry, not Team, basically Entity followed them, you know, a little while later. I think at that spot, which of course will come up in the highlights, there was a bit, everybody was behind each other. So a lot of random bullets that were being fired, I mean, in no particular direction, they connected, and, you know, basically that led to an elimination. And talking about that elimination, let's have a look at the standings, and wow, what is this? We have Umumba right on top with 30 points.
Tamilas,
they are going to be...
this is the one team I'm going to keep my eyes on.
All
Tamilas,
right.
consist third or second? Or
Third,
and fourth.
Yep.
3 games back to back. That is the most consistent team we've seen so far in the tournament. Yeah, they're not a high fragging team, but this time they got 7 kills. Pretty impressive. Umumba Fnatic up there, 30 and 24 points. Pretty impressive. Team IND as well, one of the better known names, coming in 3rd. Celts finally having something going their way. They get to that 5th position. Not high fragging, just 2 kills, but hey, at this point they're going to take it, right?
Absolutely. Johnny, can we have your views on the point that we were making earlier, that you said that, you know, Fnatic has woken up and they've come to the thing. But let's not take away from Umumba right now and perhaps Team Tamilas, because Team Tamilas, yes, they did get the position points, but they didn't have kills.
Yeah.
And now, look at that, 7 kills.
That has been the case with Team Tamilas, and remember what I said. The only way Tamilas are going to contest for the top spot if Soul and TSM actually fluster up a little bit. They did that in this game. But moving on to the next set of standings, it's going to be VSG Crawlers on the 9th, Synergy on the 10th, Megastars on the 11th, Orange Rock on the 12th this time around, Marcos Gaming on the 13th, INES 14th, Hype on the 15th, and Soul, as you said, was the upset in this game. It was the first team being eliminated on the 16th position, and Soul not performing in this one, Entity not performing really well in this one. I think that has to be the opportunity for Tamilas to actually climb if this keeps happening in the next 2 games as well.
I don't think Entity's going to be too worried. I think they give it 5th or 6th, not that many points. But because of that insane game 1 they had, that's the thing. They give them the buffer, a little bit of room to breathe and work with. For Solo, this is a problem, right? The highest of highs, the lowest of lows, and that is not going to be a winning combination, in my opinion. I don't want to see you getting like 2 or 3 chicken dinners and then coming in dead last with like 1 or 2 kills for like 3 games in a row, right? You want to see the consistency, and Team Tamilas, once again, like that's a team. You talk about Entity with their crazy games and Soul with their dominant second map and whatnot. For me, the team who's impressed me the most is Team Tamilas. The rotations are really good. They know when to pick fights, they know when not to pick fights, they know when to rotate, at what time, where to go about things, and they seem to have a better awareness overall, and I guarantee you that's going to be a big factor later on.
Yeah, that's going to be a big factor. But after the game standings, let us also have a look at the overall standings and see where this game from Miramar is going to bring the teams. Is Seoul going to drop down just because the performance in this game was not good enough? Or the points that they earned on Sanhok, were they enough to keep them in the second position? Are Entity going to go anywhere? Is Umumba going to climb into the top 5? Is Fnatic going to be in there? Or where is Orange Rock going to go? I think these are all going to be
Orange
the
Rock's
questions.
going to be at the bottom.
I'm going to shuffle cards because I think that's what's going to happen. Is that how you shuffle cards?
That's
I
not
don't
how
know,
you
I
shuffle
think-
No,
cards.
that's not how you do it.
Because that's what's going to happen. I don't know. You cut the card and then you do that.
You
or
don't
something
cut like that as well. You,
Alright,
you
I
split the
should
deck into
not
it.
have done that. I did that.
Please
I
tell
kind of
me you
made a
don't
fool
play
of myself.
poker
It's
or
all
you
good.
play cards with other people because you're going to get destroyed by most
There
people.
you go.
Anyway, no gambling here. Entity still retain a top spot thanks to one simple thing. They had a monstrous first game. Seoul, because they came in last, it's not going to be much of a shift. Now, though, this is what I find very interesting. 59 for Entity, fair enough. They're still way ahead of everyone else. Seoul on 44, Tamilas on 40. 4
Wow.
points separating them from Seoul, despite having such few kills. Team IND consistency, 38 points, 36, 36, 33, 29. The top 7 place teams, the top 7 place teams, the difference between Team Seoul and Team Fnatic, the 2nd and 7th team, are 11 points only. That goes to show how close it is right now. And then, of course, John Mara down there. VSG Crawler's not having a great couple of games. But, man, oh man, this is the thing. Like, Synergy, IND, Seoul, and Entity. These are the names we had on the tip of our tongues. And they have shown that they are here to play Fnatic. Struggling a little bit. They finally woke up, so that's a good sign. Umumba, though, out of nowhere. A good win there, and there they are in the top 6.
Yeah, it was an amazing performance from that last game, and I actually agree with what you said, Blair. The difference not being there between the 2nd and the 7th place team, that is going to create a lot of chaos just for the fight for the top. But on the other side, Entity, the first game they played 39 points. 3 games later, just sitting at 59 now, and the gap is closing, like it's being reduced with every single game that passes by.
Yep.
So Entity, the safety cushions I think are just going to be gone away if they mess up in the next game.
But all they need is another really good game to,
Yeah,
further give that
yeah.
cushion, right? So yes, they've only had 20 points in the past 2 games, but that's okay. They haven't really bottomed out the way Seoul did, for example. And going to the second half of this, what are your thoughts on this, XP?
I think, if we just have a look at the second half, in 11th we have the Celts, Orange Rock following them in 12th. Orange Rock, they need to do something. They need a big revival to get out of this rut. But again, it is day 1. It is just the 3rd game. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a lot from them. In 13th, we have Team Hype, followed by Megastars, Marcus Gaming, and INES right there in
Marcus
16th.
is the one team who have disappointed me, is mainly because, like, look, for INES, they got into fights, unfortunately they couldn't win them, right? Whatever happens. For Marcus, it's like, they just seem like they're getting farmed.
They're not really putting in that effort, which we think, not just effort. You think it's it's nerves?
Nerves.
I think
They
it's
seem
nerves.
nervous. They seem a little lost. Like there's some decisions which just defy logic. And if you've qualified for the PMPL South Asia, like the LAN finals over here, well, at least online finals right now, you expect a certain caliber of play and understanding of the game. Marcus just seem paranoid, scared, nervous. Maybe things are going to change tomorrow, but so far for me, they have been a disappointment of the tournament so far, and same goes for INES. But obviously, the biggest disappointment, the rock that's sinking to the bottom of the pond, has to be Orange Rock. I mean, come on, guys. Come on, wake up.
When we last saw Orange Rock picking a fight almost with the boys from Entity, they had that high position.
Yes.
Again, you called it. They had to go down because the zone shifted. Now that is where the boys from TSM thrived. They had their vehicles. They lost a couple of vehicles. They had their vehicles, hidden away, tucked away. As soon as the zone changed, boom, they're out, leaving Orange Rock exposed. And now all eyes are going to be up there because he's like, we know you're there. Come down. Come to us. That's what happened.
And I actually agree with Blair. It is going to be Orange Rock. And with this sort of tournament, like you have all these strong teams. No matter who goes up, who goes down, it is always going to be heartbreaking to see the teams at the bottom. Because the level of play you have seen from these lineups, from these names at one point, this sort of a performance is not what you expect. You expect them to step up. If they lose one game, you expect them to get the chicken dinner in the next one. But that is just not happening with the teams like Orange Rock, with teams like Marcos Gaming, with teams like INES as well. Because I was casting South Asia. This lineup had an amazing performance, and they made a point to make sure that they were being aggressive in every single game. But this time around, it's not working out for them, and they have to switch things up. But now the highlights for the match.
See,
on
right
Miramar.
over here, I'm sorry to cut you off right there, but over here, this is where it was just chaos. Because both teams are basically in front of each other, but why are we following each other behind, a line? I mean, spread out a bit. They had so many options. This is what I think got it sold right now.
Yeah.
I think that is the mistake that was made.
Mistake, at the same time taking nothing away from Synergy. They played it perfectly. They were so the way to approach this fight, right? And bear in mind, they took on Seoul and they had all 4 players survive at the very end. That is a win in anyone's books, right? So I think Synergy just played better overall. And yeah, this coming to your point, I still feel like, by the end of today, we still have 2 more games remaining. I kind of want to have like the winners and losers of the day, right? And I feel as the days progress, as the weeks progress, we're going to be seeing things change. I don't think it's too less information to really work with. We still don't have enough information about how the certain teams play. Maybe tomorrow Marcus Gaming going to wake up on the right side of the bed and go, listen man, we're going to smash everyone. They could do it. You remember it right now. Anything could happen.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like a Cinderella story, basically.
yeah, every team is going to be looking for their Cinderella story for now, that is. Because, as we said, it is just the beginning. It's just the beginning of the days of the tournament. It's just the first day, just 3 games down, 2 more to go. So there is going to be a lot of time. And for teams, once again, it's going to be the conversation of the topic for the conversation. I'm sorry about that. That what do you go for? Do you go for the early momentum? Do you go for the early leads? Or do you go for the new strats? Because I believe Orange Rock and Marcos Gaming, the situation they are in, it is not something that's happening just by chance.
I totally agree with you. I mean, see, again, I can agree with you. I might have a counterpoint, but then again, we are speculating at this point, right? I mean, it is basically, if we could look into the mindsets of what's happening, we'll have a better, idea. Or if we could have a talk with them, we'd have a better idea of what they are thinking. But totally off topic, I just want to say one thing. The music score this time is amazing. I mean, you guys haven't been seeing
like
us.
the violence and stuff?
I've been just like popping. I mean, we'll do that later, probably off camera or something. But I mean, again, it's speculation at this point.
Okay, and another lineup that has been sort of not having flashy plays but have had a consistent performance, it's going to be Team IND.
Okay, IND have been, that's the thing. When you see all the action taking place, you rarely see them. You don't see the kill feed with IND's players filling up like you mentioned right now. But again, the same with Team Tamilas, right?
Yeah.
Quiet killers. They don't have to do anything flashy or get into crazy team fights. Just play your game, play the map, play the situation. Sure, you might not get the chicken dinners, but as long as you maintain a consistency, going into the final couple of weeks, you're going to be in a very good place.
Yeah, you have to think about the long run. It does not have to be the chicken dinners on one particular day in every single game. You have to think about the entire stretch of the tournament. Getting those points, it's going to be crucial. And getting those points consistently, that is something that almost every one of the teams, every single player has to focus on. But once again, just the 3rd game. Next, it's going to be Vikendi, where weird things happen. It is those water circles and those slow-paced
It's pretty
starts.
common.
Yeah, it is pretty common. I mean, we were talking about this earlier as well, but before that, let's have a look at the head-to-head as well between 2 players that had amazing performances. It's going to be Z-God and Austin X, TSM versus Synergy.
That's a lot of healing for someone who's done so much damage as well, right? When you have someone with so much of ADR, so much of damage, at the same time he's also like healing a lot of his teammates, that's a good team player.
I just almost got confused between distance travel. I thought that was time survive, but these guys have actually gone all out. They've been traveling all over the map, and it shows for it. But I do believe Synergy went down. I think they made top 5, if I'm not wrong. I mean, I'm sure we'll have that up on your screens in no time. But yeah, 8 kills to both of them. Damage difference of about 300. Healing, that is off the charts. 600 more than that.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's crazy. That just goes to show he kills, but he heals. He protect, but he attack.
Yeah, okay.
So I want to talk about this damage being given out compared to the damage being taken.
Yep.
That the ratio from the side of Z-God, I think that has to show how efficient, how effective he is with the way he takes his fights. Because if you're giving out 1,000 damage and only taking 400 return, that's the trade I would take in any day compared to 1,300 being given out and 1,000 being taken.
Right. We all have good days and bad
Yeah.
days. But you got to remember one thing. All these guys are super skilled. I mean,
Yes.
that's why they're here, right? Z-God, since we have him up on our screens right now, I did mention I saw a little bit of an anomaly. He was separated by his teammates by more than half a kilometer. And, in that stage, what you want to do is you basically try and weave your way through the enemy to your teammates. Not Z-God, because
He's a god.
because he's a god. He picked a fight knocked 2 members out of the opposing team. Teammates came to back up and they got the job done. That is confidence in your own skills, which, does come with time, but also when you are one tight unit,
Yeah.
it's just you basically bring your teammates up, right?
And sometimes, you know what, you got to balance it out. You got to be all right. If I die here, but at least my team survives, it doesn't increase our placement points. If the answer is yes, you got to sacrifice yourself. And sometimes sacrificing is what you need to give your team the win.
So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
not personal glory.
Yeah. It's
Right.
not for the personal glory, it is a team game. And how are the teams going to play on the icy lands of Vikendi? We'll find that out once we come back from the short break. So you guys just stay tuned and keep watching. We'll be right back. everyone, and welcome back to PMPL South Asia Week 1, Day number 1. My name is Varun Super Johnny John, being joined on the desk by Play and Experiment, and now it's going to be time for game number 4, which is going to be played on Vikendi.
The snow-capped
Frozen
mountains.
tundra of Vikendi.
You love saying that, don't
I
you?
love saying that. I like using the word tundra.
Tundra.
The tundra.
The
And,
tundra.
you know what? I like the map. I feel like it's a smaller, cleaner version of Erangel to a certain degree. You know, it's not as crazy. The same protocols that you follow in a map like Erangel is very applicable here. Although I've heard some horror stories about water-based circles and whatnot. But hey, I want to see something crazy, man.
You want to see people swimming around
But
in the last circle?
Screw
just,
it.
you know,
Like, we just lay some
be like,
bets down
what's up?
right
What's
now.
up? Just the enemies, right? We're just facing each other. Be like, what's up, bro?
What's up, bro? Sometimes, yeah, that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Hey,
Yep.
if that's the way it goes, I think it's going to be interesting to just see that in the first day itself. But Blaze said he likes Vikendi. I hate the map.
You hate it.
Yeah,
Wow.
like it's so
Why?
much chaos in there. Like Sanhok, I can deal with. Miramar, it's a slow game. I love to play it sometimes when I just want to
You
chill.
know one reason why I love Vikendi?
Why?
The G36C and the
Oh, yeah.
sound.
Yeah.
Sounds good, right?
Oh man, I mean,
And
come
look,
on.
for me personally, like it's always been like this kid fantasy, right? But I'm a special operations like operator with my white camouflage, hiding in the snow, just waiting, peeing into a bottle like for like 1 day straight with a sniper scope. Of course, it doesn't really play out that way in the game, but I still want to fantasize here and there. You know, it's kind of like my childhood nostalgia.
And of course, there's that story about that famous sniper.
Simohaya,
There you go.
the White Death.
The White Death.
Read it
Anyway.
up, boys.
Yeah.
Girls.
Yeah, Google that.
Kids.
That's what it's for. You guys are at home. You have all the time in the world right now. I think you should, brush up on your history.
The
a
guy
bit.
literally 1v 10,000 the Soviet army. He literally has, I do believe, the highest recorded number of military sniper kills alone. The man was a badass.
That is interesting, and I think that has to be an inspiration for anyone who's playing Vikendi this time, especially with the snipers coming in as well. But Experiment, yeah,
Yes, sir.
G36C. I
Yep.
love that gun as well. It is a pretty good weapon, works in long, mid-ranges. The rate of fire is pretty incredible. The damage being dealt out is a
The
really
recoil
good one.
control is amazing.
Yeah, the recoil is like pretty easy to come up with, and you don't have trouble when you're picking it up. But
So you guys like noob guns? Okay, I see.
I just like the sound. Let me just put that out there. I love the
You
sound.
like easy guns.
I
You don't
will
want the
never-
hard
Hey,
guns.
I'm the sort of man who is going to run in face first and try and
Hey,
kill
man,
you with just the hip
I
fire.
respect that.
We're not the guys who, on Miramar, as you said, lands on those two small islands at the side. So I don't really think you're in a position.
Okay,
to make
fine, fine, all right.
A fun fact, did you guys notice there was this location on Miramar on the top left-hand corner called Ruins?
Uh-huh.
It's like the most ignored location on any single map. No one goes there. It just has one building in there. Have any one of you ever gone there?
I
I'm
have.
definitely going there tonight after
I
this.
have.
is
You
done.
have
I
actually.
have. I
Oh,
have
he-
got ruins.
Any
I go
anything
to
on the-
places with no one around because I enjoy looting. Wait, that doesn't sound right. But anyway, it is going to be Vikendi, and this is cool. We're finally going to see all the 4 maps played out right now,
Yeah.
and I want to see how some of these teams are going to stand out. And maybe some teams are map specialists. And don't
Yeah.
forget that, right? Some teams are obviously Erangel's the most common option. Miramar, of course, one of the most played maps as well. Vikendi's the latest addition, right? If I'm one of the newer teams, I would want to specialize on a map which is not as popular or as played, and maybe where some of the favorite teams don't really have the right protocols or are not very used to the map. I would be surprised to see some bigger upsets coming out here on this map, like Umumba and maybe like Team Tumulus.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting because I actually agree with that. If you're specializing on one particular map, you can basically exploit every single team that is not prepared for that one. They are not going to be prepared for your prowess on this one. But once again, this is a game that has some RNG involved as well. Some randomness is going to be there, especially with the circle, especially with the loot that you're going to find as soon as you land. So imagine you're landing in, let's say, Cosmodrome. You land at Cosmodrome, you have another team in there, and you are the guy who does not find a good weapon on yourself. You do not have any armor on you. All you are finding is bandages. What are you going to do with that?
Throw the bandages in faces. Like, hey, people are like
Try and-
stealing toilet rolls right now.
Try
or,
and
like,
blind them?
You know, just hoard them. So yeah, just throw the bandages and pray to
Right.
God and hope it works. But seriously though, I do agree, and I think that is the X factor about a battle royale game is the fact that you might be the best team in the server, you might blah blah blah, all the jazz, but sometimes luck just might screw you over. The question is, how do you counter that?
Now, I mean, of course, that is a wonderful point you made. I'm going to just circle back to one thing you said earlier, Johnny, and Play, in fact. The fact that you're saying that, we should specialize on a map. This is a battle royale. This is not a small stake event. This is a big stake event. I mean, it goes without saying that everyone is obviously going to be, pushing their will, so to speak, on every single map. But you got to be a jack of all trades in this situation, don't you think?
Yeah, you gotta be doing that at a certain extent, but Erangel is played by everyone. Miramar is played, I think the second most played map. After that, it is going to be those Sanhoks and those Vikendi games that you have to make sure turn out in your favor.
Aha.
And if you can make that happen every single time, I think you are going to have a lot of points.
Who's the most comfortable here?
Everybody actually looks pretty chilled out right now. INES is just chilling on the bed. IND is sitting separate. They're like, you know what, we'll use the in-game comms.
Synergy have a rave going for themselves, I think.
That's perfect.
I like how Orange Rock have 4 separate couches for each of those players. But here we have it. It is gonna be on in the frozen wastelands over here. It's gonna be a different plane path compared to what we've seen so far.
Yeah, this time we are heading east to west. India's the best. We are heading in that direction. Splitting the map on the southern side, we are going to have a lot more action. I'm pretty sure towards the Winery and the Abbey, of course, two really popular places over here. Dino Park, we might have a little bit of action. The Villa, we might have a few takers, and you know, it's going to be interesting. And let's just shuffle things up a little bit, because I want to actually have a talk with Johnny over here. Johnny, would you mind stepping in with me and going over a couple of things?
Yeah.
First of all,
see,
come on, Johnny, look at the circle.
This is something.
Look at the
we
circle.
have talked about this again and again. It is the map of chaos. It is the map of water.
You called it.
50% water in there. And this
Wow.
is going to make the first circle feel like the third one already, because the rotations are going to be insane in this one. You only have Krichas, Dobro, Mesto, Goroka. Coal mines rotation is going to be a tricky one, because you always have a lot of teams in northeastern part of the map as well. But this time around, a lot of things are changing. Synergy, they are quite spread up, as we can see on the minimap that we have. But 0 degree already heading to the circle.
You know, really amazing point right now. As we had the camera panned on the boys from Marcus Gaming, they were in a straight dive, but this is the presence of mind. They saw the zone, shoots come back up, and they try to go as far as they can. I think they might just make it to Krichas.
They might just make it, but on our screens right now is going to be another interesting situation. It's going to be Yumumba against Janmara in the early stages. And we were talking about this on the desk as well. If you do not find the weapons, how are you supposed to take the fight? That is going to be quite tricky. Plus, all the players are split up, especially the side of Yumumba, because we have 2 lads in one direction and one boy is split up right behind the players from Janmara. So isolated fights, they are quite risky. You do not have an advantage. If the 2 players decide to peek you at the same time, you
Right.
are dead.
And it's always you know, it's that old conundrum that who throws the first rock? Should I be the one to make the first move? But there is a risk factor involved, of course. But, you know, I mean, you've got to be totally reliant on your skills. But have a look at the map, ladies and gentlemen, and look at how all the teams are pretty much spread out towards the south. You have the big boys from Seoul chilling around the Abbey and the Winery, split up in 2, in fact. And let's have a look and see where Fnatic is. Fnatic right in the thick of the situation, basically around the Villa, which is, of course, one of their more favorite places to visit. But talking about presence of mind, the boys from Marcus Gaming seem to be dead smack center of the zone.
Yeah, and it is exactly as you said. They were able to make their way to a Krichas, but yeah, most of the cluster of the teams is quite close towards Volnova and Winery. Talking about Seoul, as you said, we noticed this during the fall as well. This was one of the strategies that they had for themselves during the fall PMCO, wherein Seoul would go for those 2-2 splits. So if one set of 2 players died, the other one would just hide from everyone, make it somehow into the top 3, and that's how they got all the points that they had. This time around, if they go for that one again, I think that is just going to make sure that Seoul is sitting on the 2nd position in the overall standings even after this game. But on the other side, INES, look at this, even they go for the early northern rotation, already heading towards port.
Yeah, I mean, so basically what you're saying is Seoul kind of has like a plan B in place at all times.
Yeah.
But also, it could be that, you know, since, yes, they are separated. Okay, we do have 2 members going in one direction, 2 going in another. See, that's the thing. I mean, they can also be, it can be a surprise factor, because look, if I'm engaging with you, say in the north direction, you are to my north, you are Seoul. I'm shooting at you. I'm like, yo, dude, oi, Seoul is right over there. But suddenly I get shot from the back and you're like, wait a second, Seoul's over there? How, what? You know, that's, I think, what they try to play with the minds of the opponents. Because you got to remember, mind games are
Yeah.
just as important over here.
Mind games are just as important as the firefights as you take, and this is a cold war right now, a Mexican standoff, if you will, between the players from Mumba and Gianmara. So they are trying to look for each other, but are not able to find their opponents. So there is no engagement right now, and this is sort of tricky. Okay, Mortal already goes in and gets a knock as
Wow.
DE Shifusir is going to be blown up, and this is exactly what we were talking about. Because if we have the look at the minimap, so Soul on DE, they have to be careful about Tamilas as well. But Soul, it was the split that can come in right now, because the two players, Mortal and it is Aman, Mortal and
Right.
Aman. If they come in from the north, the teams Tamilas and DE, they can be engaged from the eastern side
There
by
you
Viper
go.
and Regaltos.
I think that is what, yeah, that's a wonderful point that you just brought up. And, you know, again, it comes down to communication, right?
Yeah.
So this time, I think Regaltos is still in. He is still stubbing for Aman, which again, Blay was bringing this point up earlier that, you know, how the substitutes work. I think it's an amazing implementation to the game because, you know, sometimes, like I said, it's your day. Sometimes it isn't. Sometimes, you know, things are not just working. Maybe you're a bit too tired. Maybe you've got other things on your mind. I think it always works out. And back in the action, the boys from Mumba are finally picking a fight with Janmara. Something that we haven't really seen because, whoa. And talking about that, Gunna is down. And an interesting fact about the boys from Janmara, Gunna, I think, is actually substituting instead of Genghis Khan.
Yeah.
So Gunna is, well, officially he is a substitute of the game, but I think Genghis Khan had a couple of issues
Yeah.
and he could not be here.
Yeah, he was part of the main. He was supposed to be part of the main lineup, but during the PMCO before started, I think something went wrong, and they had to bring in this new player who played the most games during the finals, during the group stage, during the semi-finals. You hardly saw him here and there, but it was during the finals that he was pretty visible and became one of the highest performing players for his team. But on the other side, Dead Eyes, they are going to be caught off guard, and VSG Crawlers, they dish out the damage, but the knock just not going to be there. Deadeye guys, they are just going to escape from that one. But on the other side, Ines Badri, the PP Bison is going to be pointed towards Cells. They need to be careful. They need to be careful, Cells, on this one, because now they need to start building momentum, start to climb up little by little.
What are your thoughts on the Bison? I never liked the gun. Maybe because I just don't like the way it looks. Is that weird?
That's not weird at all. We all have our preferences. I mean, I love the M24.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Suppressed M24. There's
no, not the
sound.
suppressed one. See,
No
you
sound.
love the G3060 for the sound. I love the M24
There
for
you
the
go.
sound.
All right, all right. To each his own, I believe.
Yeah, and on the other side, Rox once
This is
again.
interesting.
Yeah, he is in the water, but he is gonna be in trouble because, as we saw, INES was just there. They know where he is. They are just waiting for him
Oh
to
my
pop his
God.
head up, and he is gonna be taken down. But if he stays in too long, he's just gonna drown in there. What do you choose? Do you choose to die, or do you choose to just not give the kill to everyone? He's coming up to breathe, but is he going to be able to do that safely as INES?
Oh my goodness, he
try
is
and step
leaving
away?
it down right till the end. Is he going to get knocked out? Oh,
No.
he just survives. Imagine if he had a blue zone, he'd be done because there was no way to heal up. Now, okay, yes, INES does know he's there. If he applies a bandage, which he can't, of course, since he's floating in water. Yeah, Rox is pretty much in a bit of a pickle, but one question I have is, how did he get separated by his teammates by such a massive distance?
Yeah.
Where are his teammates?
Even I'm wondering that, because they have moved to the southern side of the entire fight already, and I think that is a really good question. How did that happen?
I mean, there was that boat in play, but it
Yeah.
pretty much looks like nobody touched it yet.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess we'll have to get a different angle on it. We'll have to go back and see what happened.
Yeah, but now since you see the minimap on your screens, you can see that most of the teams have already made their way in towards the circle. The blue zone, the first blue zone, is closing in slowly and steadily, but this is just going to be the little bit of the chip damage that basically everyone ignores right now. And players, team like IND, they are going for a late rotation, still sticking to the southern extreme of the map right now. On the other side, Gianmara Yumuma, the standoff is still there.
It's still going on?
Yeah, it's still going on. They're
It's
trying to
still
get some
going on.
distance amongst themselves, but
You know, you were talking about IND right now,
Yeah.
and you did mention earlier that you think I don't think they've been super consistent.
Yeah.
I think we really saw them shine the brightest in the last game. But I think they're standing somewhere in 5th or 6th
Yeah.
position overall. But IND, of course, they are a powerhouse of the Indian gaming community. And just as I said that, wait a second, somebody just got knocked with the G36C.
Yeah, Vexy was caught off guard, and it was Synergy who saw him at the distance. And now Paradox, he's going to be paranoid now as Vexy is going to be finished off by the players from the side of Synergy. This is being called tunnel vision. You're so focused on
That's
one
it.
direction that you ignore that this is a battle royale.
You know, you couldn't have said it better, because I think that is the biggest problem with
Yeah.
not just the professional gameplay right now, even as amateurs playing at home just for fun. That's what the biggest mistake we made, the tunnel vision. We just get so focused on one aspect or one person that we forget about everything else. I think it's like we have horse blinders on or something. That's
Yeah.
basically it.
That happens a lot, and it's not just being focused in one direction on the map. You ignore the most common mistakes I see. People ignoring how much armor, how much damage their armor and helmet has taken, how many
yeah.
bandages, how many healing utilities that they have, how many throwables that they have left in the later stages of the game. That these are the most common mistakes. Apart from that, during clutch situations, you always want to be aware of your surroundings.
True that, like, but spatial awareness is important. You mentioned throwables.
Yeah.
So I'm a guy who usually does not like carrying a lot of grenades. I like my bullets doing all the talking for me. Good idea, bad idea.
I mean that depends on your playstyle. If you're playing an assaulter,
Right.
that is
You
a
need
the
your
bullets.
throwables,
You-
right?
No,
Not the bullets.
supports
So I
are
like
the ones
sniping.
who like the throwables.
Okay,
Yeah.
as far as smoke goes, I can agree with you on
Yeah.
that. I'm really bad with grenades because I've blown myself up a couple of times. We'll come to that later. There
Yeah.
was a little bit of a mishap. That does happen. Technical issues obviously a part of the thing, but this is the amazing thing of how awesome we are over here. We are back within seconds.
All right. So the second circle was water as well, but it's like I would say 30% water. Right now, where is the next circle going to be? Is it
actually
going to be
pretty
more
accurate.
water or more
I'm going to
land
say
this time?
33.3%. That's pretty much one
Yeah.
third. I think my maths teacher is going to be happy with that.
Ooh, but that was a risky play from OP, from the players from the side of Tamilas, because the spotting was done by the player from the side of Synergy, but Team IND, they are coming in from the back. This could be a lot of trouble, and Ted is going to
goes
make
down.
sure that the punish is going to be there.
He goes down. That is the sniper extraordinaire from Team IND. My boy Slayer. He was on a little bit of a joyride, but that does end in tragedy from him. He is not going to make it out of this alive. Maybe he might. Yep. I think he's letting all his stuff out. He's like, you know what? I'm done for. I know I'm not going to make it. And that is the end of his game. But again, you know, these names, Slayer, one of the hallmark players of our community, you know, been there right from the beginning. And if you have a look at your screen right now, we are kind of focused on Team IND as far as the stats go up top.
Yeah.
They did lose a member. Of course, we just saw Slayer going down. But interesting fact about Team IND, these guys are one of the oldest teams
Yeah.
in the Indian scene. And, you know, one of the most famous players today, Scout,
Yeah.
was actually the founder of the original, well, famous lineup consisting of Scout, Naruto, Assassin, Nova, and Smokey.
Yeah, it was one of the old, sort of the old gods of the
Oh, yeah.
PUBG scene. Scout was one of the founding players of that lineup. And from there on out, the team did qualify for Berlin, but they were unable to go. That's the sort of the
Right.
story that everyone knows. But they had an amazing performance over there as well. From there on out, Scout leaving the team, trying to see his other options, and then landing in Team X Park, that is now called Fnatic. The kind of storyline, not just him, the
Right.
other players as well. The team being remade around new players, Kratos coming in, Trance coming in,
Yep.
Slayer coming
Check
in
that
as well.
card out.
So, yeah.
Oh, check that card out. Yes, check out how it's just lodged
Oh.
in the snow. How do you do
get
that?
it? Yeah.
How do you do that? We need to know. I mean, that is embedded in the snow. But yeah, sorry to cut you off over there. Yes, you're absolutely right. Whoa. And wait a second, Kratos under heavy fire. Paradox. Being a bit of a paradox right now for Kratos. He's like, you know what? You do not pay attention and you are going to suffer. By the way, since we are on a drop right now, and
Yeah.
of course there is a Groza in it, can we just take a second and acknowledge the fact that I was right about the last game? There was not a single LOM.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And it is. So my theory is it's the game just trolling you,
There it
because
is.
you get the Groza with the suppressor for the snipers.
Oh.
You get the snipers with stuff for the assault rifles. We're
Right,
talking about
they'll give you a shotgun.
yeah. Oh, Machine from INES is going to be taken down as TSM. They charge in on him, and the finish is going to come in as well. So INES, they are going to be in a bit of a pickle here. But TSM, so we thought that machine actually caught them off guard. The
Right.
AK shots were coming and he did dish out a lot of damage, but the players being split apart, that sort of gave them the advantage as the flank did come in and the knock was there. But now Clutch God, the revive needs to come in, and it needs to come in now from Neo, because INES now they will be charging in on these lads.
Good smoke up. Oh, that was the nick of time.
Yeah.
Dude, 1 second apart, because that would have spelled trouble. But again, good smoke cover from the teammates. TSM, of course, we expected from them. And have a look at the map. The map is still, the zone is still pretty much centered around Krichas. We have a little bit of the port in between. Zabava on the top right of your screens. And oh my goodness, TSM is now in heavy trouble. INES there, literally trying to tear them apart. But what is happening with the sprays today, dude?
Okay, so INES goes in on TSM from one
then-
side over Daljit with the
Wow,
K98.
It's over. It's all over.
Oh,
No, but
man.
I have a complaint today.
Yeah.
I am not impressed with the sprays today, because I know these boys.
Yeah.
They can do immaculate stuff with that M4. Somehow it's not connecting today.
Yeah, it's not connecting, it's not on point, but I think it is still going to be some time before people actually get used to it, some time before people actually get warmed up, basically. But Mortal on the other side, from the side of Soul, is going to get a knock against the players from Tamilas. Viper, we did see him get knocked down, so the revive needs to come in on him as well, otherwise they're going to be in trouble. And this fight between these two teams, it's happening outside the circle right now, so they
That's
need to keep an eye on the clock as well. Have 38 seconds right now. Do not delay this too much.
How important are vehicles in Vikendi? Specifically, because you know you have a lot of cover.
Yeah.
The white kind of hides you from, you know. I think if you are in a vehicle, let's have a look. Wait, is Mortal going to make the shot? Random fires in the smoke. Manti coming on the other side, laying down heavy fire on Regeltos. Regeltos making it out in the nick of time. But that was awesome. Oh, he does get knocked out.
Yeah, not for long, man.
Not so
He is
lucky.
going to make sure that the barrel in his hand is going to be the death of Regaldos. Viper and Mortal are still
that's
standing.
poetic.
Sangwon is split up from his team. But now, okay, Tamilas, they are being really smart about this one. They laid out the distraction for the players from the side of Soul, and
saw
the
him.
flank from Manti is actually what is causing all the trouble now.
Check out how they split up around Soul. Viper is
Yeah.
in the thick of all of it. Carry and Spray are off to the left of your screens. I think this is going to be a little bit of a tricky situation. Viper is trying to get out. I don't think he's going to make it, and he does get knocked out. Manti OP coming in with that M762 firepower, and now they're just trading knocks back and forth.
Yeah, and now Sangwon is still left standing,
They're
and
in
now
trouble.
he's trying to take this fight. He did get one knock, so in a 1v3 situation, but I think Tamilas, they are just going to go for the finish on
That's
these
it.
players so that they can confirm the kills, and it is already going to happen. The call was given out to Sangwon quite a while earlier that you need to rotate, you need to get into a better position.
Right.
Is he going to be able to take this one? Because Viper is still alive.
I
don't think
Viper's
the-
done for.
Yeah, the probability is just not there. Sangwon needs to run away to try and secure a better position for his team.
See, the blue zone carry is going in for the revive on the lower half
Yeah.
of your screens right now. I think he might just get it. The zone not doing a lot of damage. But yeah, Soul has been reduced to a one-man squad, and there you have it, just as we talk about them. Sangwon is chilling. He is the last guy remaining. And as far as firepower, he does have that M762 and an Uzi. Maybe he's going to be like a little snake, you know, really silent, get up close and personal to the enemy, and then whoosh, strike.
Yeah, I think Uzi has to be the perfect weapon to do that, because close range rate of fire,
That rate of fire.
that is just incredible, especially with the new update that came in, since where you can have a red dot on the Uzi as well.
Is that right?
Yeah, it just allows you to aim even better.
Wow.
Because earlier that used to be a problem. Iron sight, I'm not really a fan of that. With the Uzi, you always go for the hip fire, just spray and pray inside the houses. But this time around, you can go for the outside battles as well.
I you know, you don't like iron sights, but I love me some iron sights.
Oh man,
I
you look
love
cool,
the
right?
iron sights. It's not about cool. It's just, I don't know. Hey, don't take it away from me now. They'll know. Shush. It's not that, guys. It's not because I think it's cool. Maybe. But no, I mean, I just love the iron sights. But yeah, I mean, the red dot on the Uzi, you're just adding to that shredding power close range, like you said, with that high rate of fire. But Sangwon, the last guy remaining. You know what I like about PUBG right now?
Yeah.
The skins that they're coming up with are so innovative. Look at that.
Oh, yes.
That is perfect for Vikendi. You have the shovel up top,
Yeah.
strapped down, of course, because you know you don't want it going flying around, and that is just brilliant.
Yeah, it is brilliant, and this vehicle, it is interesting as well, because this one has the lowest health amongst all of them. It's going to be pretty easy
Is
to
that
blow it
right?
up. Yeah.
I was not aware of that.
it is something really, really interesting. But
Alright.
on the other side, it is pretty fast.
So this is the PSA of sorts for the people
Yeah.
watching right now, guys. Different vehicles have different health points, different speeds.
Yeah.
Use it to your advantage. We'll definitely bring it up with Super Johnny again. You know.
Yeah, but that is all some things that, okay, these players already have it in the back of the minds as to how they are
Right.
approaching it. If you hear the gunshots in a particular direction, you do not want to go there in a buggy. You always want to take the UAZ or vehicle with a high health. Oh, talking about high health.
He's gone.
That was such a fast knock coming in. Like DE not going to be happy about that one. And HB from VSG Crawlers, that is going to be an easy fight. But the kills can be stolen as well. As we saw, one of the players from the side of DE was taken down by Synergy and Deadeye, guys. The elimination is going to come in. VSG Crawlers just securing one kill from that fight, and they were collapsed upon, but what, 3 teams there?
Three, 3.5, because I did see two guys. Okay, there you go. There's that low HP. Oh my goodness, get out of the vehicle. I think he's made it, because I'm keeping an eye on the kill feed. I don't see anything. He made it. Oh my goodness, I'm not touching that car. I'm sorry, I am not touching that car. But I do have to ask you one question.
Yeah.
So you were talking about Soul earlier, right?
Yeah.
With their little bit of a strategy. Did they change vehicles the same? How do they have so many of these green little cars? Anyway.
They had 2 already, I think, VSG.
Okay, and no, there you go. Sangwan is out, and with that, Soul is eliminated.
Crawlers are going to be caught out of position by the team Tamilas, and man, TOP, he is keeping an eye on them. His players are going to blow up the vehicle. That is going to be some damage being given away, but they are still hiding behind that rock. I don't think they make it out alive of this one unless they somehow pull off a miracle, or Tamilas actually mess up this fight. Because look at this. All open areas all around them. There is no position to run away. This can be the saving grace that the squad of Mega is passing by in the rear, but on the other hand, Orange Rock Mavi is going to make sure that Hype Chari is not going to be part of the game anymore. And no.
Wait a second.
They mess up that one.
That was a nade knock on VSG Evo. I did think he moved out too quick. I am sorry to say this right now. That was not a good play by VSG Crawlers. If you realize they were lining up the smokes, Evo moved out maybe 2 or 3 seconds a bit too quick. All the attention came right on them over there, and they paid the price. But that is how it is. This is the Battle Royale after all. Anything can happen. And talking about that, we are joining the action between Synergy and Team Tamilas, who are really coming up. And wait a second. What's happening right now? Random fire?
They made it into the same compound.
Oh my god. Wait, let's just see how this plays out. Let's just see how this plays out. They're on domination right now. I'm just going to keep quiet. Let's see what happens. Everyone, they know where the enemy is.
They know where they are.
Look behind you. Oh my goodness.
No.
I think that is it. I think Team Tamilas are in big trouble right now.
Yeah, I actually agree with you on that one. And what surprises me is the fact, once again, being tunnel vision. Oh, Spray actually gets a knock, but can he get another one? Can he pull off a miracle for his team? But that is not going to happen. Tamilas taking an exit on the 14th position. What I was saying, what surprises me is, once again, it is being tunnel vision that sort of gets the team eliminated. They were so focused on VSG Crawlers, did not check their backs, and Synergy just charged right into a compound that Tamilas had so much control over. It was open areas. Synergy came in through an open area.
Absolutely. I mean, yep, we are definitely going to have to take notes from this game, ladies and gentlemen. Got to keep an eye out everywhere, but we'll come to that in a second. Now, Clutch God is going up against Fnatic and the boys from Team 8, that is the Cells. This is going to be interesting. Ultron lays down heavy fire, gets Z-God. Z-God is knocked out, and Clutch God coming in. Is he going to get it? Is he going to live up to the name, or is Ultron going to be the ultimate resistance right now? Shots fired all over the place. But oh my goodness, Neo's HP, TSM survives this little onslaught right now. Wow. Check out the health. They're going to make it. They made it. TSM have made it. How are they still alive? 7 kills, which is what I wanted to bring up. So we did see Team Tamilas getting knocked out just a little while ago. But again, consistency, they're getting kills. I think they had, if I'm not wrong, on the right we just saw 7 kills.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
That is
They're doing
awesome.
something right now.
They are doing something right, and 7 kills, all 4 players still alive in this one. I think that is gonna put them in such a big advantage in the future situations, because 23 minutes in, it is the 6th zone coming in about 20 seconds right now. You are gonna turn out. So this is also another interesting, as you can see,
I like that.
winner winner chicken dinner forecast. Entity sitting on the top, 13.33%. Synergy is gonna be joining them, and I think Fnatic is also gonna be there, since they also have all of their players, and they are in the circle already, which is out in the open.
I love it when we engage the audience, and
Yeah.
we are because everybody wants to voice their opinions and shout out to the world that we want our team to win, and how it goes. But yeah, I like that. So basically 4 teams split up right now, and it can go either way.
Yeah, it can still go either way.
I mean, we
but
do have 10 teams left, 3 guys to a team on average. So, you still have to be, I think we're on a 6th circle, a couple of circles left. Ooh,
out in the open, Synergy
He survives.
Strider. He survives with a magic pixel. Oh, I think he's gonna be happy about that.
see, that is the thing I was talking about.
Yeah.
So, in Vikendi, right, since the INES gets eliminated. Alright, we come to this point. OR is under heavy fire right now. They just lost 2 members. I think they are knocked out. The Jeet is knocked, but not out. And is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Alright.
Fnatic comes through. All
Fnatic
right.
comes through, or takes an exit.
Now that is, maybe we should not talk about these teams as soon as they come up on the screen, because I think there's a
Yeah.
little bit of a jinx situation going on right now
Stop taking names.
altogether.
being
Let's
too
just,
specific.
we're just going to call them team numbers now. Okay,
In the
I'm going
meanwhile-
out. Bye bye. Team IND's out now.
IND is out. Marcos is still in this one. They have 1 kill. They have 2 people alive. So it is going to be tricky, but not all hope is lost. But look at this minimap. There is 1 player from Synergy that you do not see. It is going to be Servi, who is way out into the blue zone. And that is going to be so much trouble, because he can die just from the damage from the blue zone as
Is
well.
he the last guy remaining though?
I think so. He has to be the last guy remaining for his team.
Yep.
But what is going on? He is
is.
still stuck on the minimap. But look at this. So look at this. Yeah, he is taking damage from the blue zone. He is still there. His team has 7 kills. But how far can they go? On the other side, TSM and Fnatic are in a perfect position to take the chicken dinner for this one. Fnatic in particular, because they are already in the blue zone, in
Absolutely.
the circle, and they can gatekeep everyone from every single direction.
But you gotta give it up to TSM Entity. Just have a look. 8 kills already. These guys are right up there. And talking about TSM, Clutch God goes down to Ash. Ash with that explosion thought he'd do a little bit more damage. However, I'm pretty sure the boys from TSM Entity will regroup from there, be whole again, and fight to live another day. But yeah, Fnatic of course doing what they do best, and TSM Entity is just they're just being all right boss right now.
Yeah.
From the start, from the get-go till this point, these guys have, I don't want to throw the word around domination, because we've had a few mishaps here and there, but the consistent level of gameplay is just amazing.
Yeah, it is pretty amazing. And one thing I've noticed is, as soon as one of the guys from the squad gets knocked down, all of them back off. Their priority is just to make sure that they have the numbers advantage for themselves.
They're playing as a tightly knit unit right now.
Yeah.
That's what's happening. And yeah, you were mentioning that Fnatic is in a good position. Wait a second, they both are exchanging shots. Paradox goes down. Z-God with that spray. See, that's what I'm talking about. This is the kind of spray that we expect from people at this on this grand stage, basically. And that is entertainment. I mean, come on. You wanna control that recoil with a 4x or a 6x on an M4. I know it looks super easy, but it is an Bhishma raining down death on Sonam.
Yeah,
Or is
and
that Sony M?
it's Sonin.
It's Sony.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sonin from Genmara is going to be knocked down, and Bhishma with that nade is going to look to catch T'Challa off guard. But meanwhile, Synergy is going to take an exit. Sonim is going to be finished off. And now, once again, we are down to the top 16. Marcos still alive in this game with 1 player. Megastars are going to be there with 2, one of which is knocked down. And Fnatic, Human Sen, and Entity are going to be there with all 4 players. But as I say that, 2 knocks come in from 2 different teams. T'Challa is going to be taken down by the Blue Zone, and TSM, they're going to be in trouble as they are going to be stuck between Fnatic and Yumumba. And those are the teams that can actually give them a fight. In the meanwhile, Megastars are going to decide to take
Look
an
at this
exit.
huddle. They all huddled behind one rock. One grenade can do it all. And they have 3 people still live and kicking. And there you go. That's just what I thought. John Mara is out. We are down to the last three teams. Wait a second. TSM Entity are down to one man standing. They have three people knocked out. It's going to be the end for Neo and his boys. I think he did take off because... Wait a second. We are down to the last two. I'm sorry. I just got lost a little bit because, I was throwing everything towards these boys. And, wow. So we're down to... I'm going to throw this question to Blay now. Blay, we are down to the last two teams. We have Fnatic, 4 members still standing. Your thoughts, good sir?
Well, it looks like they're back, aren't they? They are definitely back right now. They won the chicken dinner desperately.
Check
but
out the
who are-
opponents.
Yeah, who are the opponents? Of course, it is gonna be Mumba. I mean, these guys out of nowhere, right? The first two games, we were like, hey, these guys haven't done much. They're looking rough right now. But Ash with a perfectly timed Kobe. He's looking for more. And it's going to be Oasis going to get the knockdown. One more knock remaining, if I'm not mistaken. It is all on Kiki. OP. Is he OP enough? Is the question. Is far away a rock the only place, the only thing separating him from certain death? The circle has pushed in. He needs to make a move right now. He's taking a lot of damage. He's going to heal up a little bit, and it's going to be going in for the run. But there are 4 players ready and waiting. They're on the rooftops, guns ready to go, locked and loaded, and they know where he is. They know where he is. Ash, he has no chill left. He's going in for the kill, and that is going to be it. Fnatic are going to take the chicken dinner finally. But Mumba, man, 2 back-to-back top 2 places.
Yeah. And I think they did have, 6 or 7 kills, if I am not mistaken. So I think we finally see one thing. People are rising to the occasion. Fnatic is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. They're here. You called it.
The
They
black
are
and
here.
orange. The black and orange are back. However, I was watching the game all this while you guys were casting, and Soul.
Yeah.
Rough the latter half of the day here.
Now, as soon as Sangwon went down, this is the question I was posing to you. So you said that Seoul has a little bit of a strategy. So we have a 2-man split, right? Now it can work in 2 ways.
Yeah.
Either if one group is demolished or whatever, the other can take off or, provide assistance. Now, in that last situation, when Sangwon was the last guy remaining, we saw he had that vehicle with him, and he was hiding behind a rock.
Yeah.
Should he have probably gone a bit more out of the ordinary and, tried to get out of people's way at that time?
I think hindsight is 2020. Though,
Yeah,
right?
it is pretty close, and anything can go wrong. And it did go wrong because Sangwon did try to go for the outwards rotation. But
Was he trying to do that?
he did try to do that, and that is exactly the point at which Synergy actually engaged in.
Oh my goodness, and look at this, the MVP after a long time.
I think that's the first MVP we've seen with that least number of kills
Yeah.
and damage.
Oh yeah, just 2 kills, 440 damage, 28 minutes of survival, 6.7 kilometers traveled in this game. Not a lot on average, but I'm pretty sure all the fanatics out there, is that what they're called? I don't know. All the fanatics
I
out
like
there
it.
who
I
are
like
who are
it.
rooting.
If they're not called that, they should be called themselves.
They
right
should
now.
be called that. All the fanatics
it's
are going
right there.
fanatic right now, basically.
It's right there.
It's right there.
It's right there. I
It's
mean,
in the name.
we're not even trying right now. We're not even trying right now.
This camera's scaring me. Just
Anyway,
zooming
is
into
it? It is actually a little scary.
But
It's a little
yeah,
intimidating.
that was a fun game to watch. But
It
what
was.
impressed me a lot, obviously, is being that again TSM entity. They came in 3rd, but you know how many kills they had? 11 frags in total. I think they had the most number of kills amongst anyone else. Again, top 3 placing with 11 kills. Again, a great showing from them. Mumba, take a bow. They've really come to play. They're looking solid right now. A pretty well-known org as well, Mumba, right? You want a known org to really perform. But yeah, things are looking interesting right now.
Yeah, and after that, it is going to be time to look at the top 5 players as well from this game. The first spot being taken by TSM Neo, second Tamila's Manti OP, third, once again, it's going to be TSM Jonathan, fourth, VSG Crawlers HB is going to be there, fifth, it's going to be Dead from Synergy. So, the MVP from the game, or in fact, anyone from the winning team, not in there.
Yeah, but
Oh, yeah.
that's the thing, right? Top 5 players are different from the MVP. And honestly, if you have to give me the choice, do you want to be a top 5 player or do you want to be the MVP? I'm going to go for the MVP every
Yeah.
Come
single
on,
time.
most valuable player.
But Neo, nice to see him in the top 5. This is a man who I've been keeping my eye on for the past 1 year. He's always been a sheer force to be reckoned with. And again, coming out in top 5 kills, bear in mind that's 5 kills is close to 50% of the total number of kills that his team had. And that actually might, push them over Mumba despite coming in 3rd. number of kills they have point-wise, they might actually come in second when you look at the standings, which should be up in a few minutes.
Yeah, it is. The standings are going to be up on your screens in a few minutes as well, and it's once again going to be interesting because the big teams are not performing. Seoul, they had one good game, but after that, two bad games coming in for them. If the last one they do not turn it around, that means that the hard work they did on Sanhok, that is all going to fade away slowly and steadily. But on the other side, pretty consistent performance coming in from the side of Mumbai. As Blair pointed out, as soon as the game ended, two top two performances, one chicken dinner, one second
Oh, yeah,
place with a
did get
decent
that
number
chicken
of
dinner,
kills.
of course. And you just mentioned one thing that will all the hard work on Sanhok go away? But you know what's coming up next?
Yeah, it is going to be Sanhok once again, so that is going to be the last game for the day. But we have a lot to talk about before that, specifically the standings for this game and the overall standings
What do you think?
as well.
Like overall standings right now?
Who's up there? I think, well, we
Entity.
all know Entity is up
Entity,
there. Of
obviously,
course.
They are the one team who's going to stand way ahead, but for now, of course, we had the standings of this particular game, game number 4 of day 1 of week 1. Fnatic on top. Finally, the black and orange, they strike 27 points. Closely, again, like I said, Entity, despite coming in third, they got 10 placement points, but 11 total kills, meaning 21, and they're tied for second place with Mumbai. Mumbai, man, I mean, like, two back-to-back top 2, top 3 placings. Sorry, a chicken dinner and a top 3 placing. They're going to be very happy with that. Synergy though, man, these guys have been so good so far. They come in fourth. Points not that great, but if you look at overall standings, that's going to solidify the third position. The only disappointment here would be Team Timeless. They had a little bit of a rough game this time. Not too shabby though, still top 8, right?
However, I mean, yes, points-wise, standing-wise, yes, but their kills are getting better.
The kills are getting better, but here's an important thing here. Marcos and Megastars. Is this the moment that it started to turn things around? Finally getting a top 8 placing, 56 points. Not so great, but this could be the start of, the slow turnaround for these two teams.
I mean, by now, at this point, you have seen every single team play every single map, the 4 maps that are there, at least once. So you get used to how they are going to play it. But now, I think I'll agree with that one. Marcos, Megastars, they will be looking to turn things around. On the other side, Orange Rock still on the 9th position, just 6 points in total coming in from this game. IND on the 10th in this one, VSG Crawlers 11th, Hype on the 12th. Seoul, they had an unfortunate fight on the 13th position, INES on the 14th, Cells on the 15th, and Dead Eyes Guy on the 16th.
Not the best showing from them. I'm obviously super sure that that is not what they wanted, but you got to take you got to look at your mistakes, work on them. I mean, that's why we make mistakes, and the best out there, they basically learn from their mistakes, and they'll come back stronger and possibly just create a major upset. But Orange Rock, guys, Orange Rock standing
Rocky.
a little bit of a rocky start for them, but maybe it might be something that it's new territory for us, because we've always seen them
Start
come
strong,
out
yeah.
dominating.
Well, at the same time, I think they're a team. I've seen a couple of games, a couple of tournaments, at least one. I do believe it was PMAS, where it had a rough start indeed, but they were slowly able to grind back to the top placing. So it can go either way for them. For Team Seoul, they're 2 pretty horrible games, but then 2 great games initially. So that means they will still have a good standing. But Orange Rock, like I said, I mean, all eyes are going to be on them going to the final map here. I did say Seoul's going to have a great game. They did have it eventually, but there we go. Final standings, TSM ended 80 points, man. These guys are here to just wreck house. 80 points, followed by Fnatic. Big 20-point difference.
Look
right
who's
there.
in second place.
Third place, though.
Wow.
Mumbai. They've just snatched it away, haven't they? 2 great games, and that's all you need. 3 points separating them with Fnatic. And the synergy again. Consistency, consistency, consistency. 48 points for them. Timeless is what had kind of like a rough game there. They're on 47. And 1 point separating them from Team Seoul. Look at the spread of points from Synergy on the 4th position and IND in the 7th. 48, 47, 46, 43. That is so goddamn close.
It is pretty close between all these teams, but I think TSM, with the performances that they have so far, have pretty much secured the first position for themselves at the end of the day, number 1. On the other side, as we go down, the difference between Gianmara and Megastars, that's pretty big, and that is where the trouble actually begins, because any team below where Megastars are right now, they're going to have trouble climbing up slowly and steadily. Orange Rock on the 11th as well. Marcos, with that game, they climb up, like 1 or 2 positions, but is that going to be enough for the later ones? 12th for them right now. Deadeye Guys on 13th, Cells 14th, Team Hype on the 15th, INES on the 16th. So 9 points in total from 4 games. You still have no kills.
Yeah, that's just rough.
See, the thing is, I mean, we just saw Fnatic jump up to the second place, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is going to combine with this point that you were making. One good game. That's all it basically takes at this stage.
Absolutely.
With
Like,
kills, of course.
of course, like Orange Rock right now, yeah, they're in 19th, but let's say they have like a high fragging game and they get a chicken dinner. When I say high frag, I'm not expecting something ludicrous like 19 kills like these guys had earlier, like Entity had, but let's say they get like 12 kills, for example. Very reasonable for a team like this. 12 kills plus the 20 points, 32, 32 plus 19, that's like 50 something. They're already in the top 4 or top 5, so still very early days, a lot of things to do. It was a fun map though. This was actually way more exciting, one of the more exciting Vikendi maps I've seen.
You know, and talking about the vehicles, which we're going to see right now, we're going to see a lot of vehicles.
You like the
blowing up.
snowmobiles, didn't you?
I love the snowmobiles. But the thing is, you know, what I feel, since this map, the white is like a very good contrasting background, right? And to spot people, because there's so many bushes, which will probably, you know, look like a person, it's so much easier to sneak on foot. A vehicle on this map is a dead giveaway. That is what I wanted to, that's the point I was trying to, you know, push at that point. That, you know, I agree that they're important.
Yeah,
you know, but come on, man, you got to look at your surroundings.
You can hamper yourself, but what are you going to do if the circle is on the north extreme part of the circle? You land in Winery, the circle is in port. How do you tackle that?
Or you go back, look at what TSM did, see how they manipulated the zones, and learn from that. Because, you know, I mean, they're doing something right.
TSM this time, I guess.
I want to know what they're on.
We need to go and have a chat with them.
We need to have a chat with them. They just, it's insane. Like, I get it if you get like 2 or 3 times, but literally every 4 games, the circle has not just been in their favor, they've made the circle work in their favor. That is so impressive.
It was pretty impressive, but an unfortunate situation in this game as well, getting sandwiched between U Mumba and Fnatic. And that too out in the open. And as we were seeing that, 3 people being knocked down out in front of 1 rock, just taking cover all together. It was quite unfortunate. TSM, this could have been their game as well, but Fnatic's just showcasing us what they are made of this time around. And as you were saying, vehicles do actually attract a lot of attention just because moving things will grab attention of the people that are looking in any sort of general direction.
Because you got to realize one thing, the basic strategy of, you know, chilling out around the edge of the zone is that you have your back against a wall.
No one is coming from there.
No one's coming from there. I mean, that's what they're trying to do. But then when suddenly, you know, that's not happening, and suddenly you're like, oh my goodness, I take a shot and you get shot from that direction. You're like, wait, I just checked like 2 seconds ago. There was no one there.
But that is a trade-off, right? Like we said, even though TSM Entity do keep finding themselves in the center of the circle, that's the way they play. Like you said, sometimes they don't find the right compound. Sometimes the circle in such a way that you're just stuck with like a couple of rocks to cover. That's about it. And then you have all the players just wrapping around you. You might be the best team in the server, but when there are like 4 teams like shooting at you combined together, that's almost nigh impossible to get out of,
Okay,
right?
that makes sense.
It's kind of like a trade-off. But so far, it is going their way. You're going to win more than you lose when a circle is in your favor. So if that's your game plan, I think it's very sustainable. I think this could really work in your favor.
Yeah, that is actually a pretty good point. But once again, still 1 more game to go. It is going to be Sanhok in the next one. So a good point to reset everything, because you played that one before. You know where the teams are going to land by now, unless someone decides, all right, we're going to start the tournament with an off drop coming in from our side. So that is going to be a big surprise. But now you know where they are going to land. You can go in for the contest and you can sort of play and strategize around that. But you need to play around the circles as well. But what is going to happen on the next one?
You know, an interesting thing that we can see in the highlights right now, a lot of long-range fights with ARs.
Yeah.
Not a lot of sniping action. You know, people say that you can't really use snipers in tournaments, which I say is complete BS. I mean, you can use it,
You like
right?
your snipers, don't you?
No, I know I'm biased. I know I'm biased because I was actually complaining about the fact that I'm not seeing the AR sprays that we are used to from these guys who basically have godlike aim and recoil control. The bullets were all over the place. And at the end, what I was having a look at is that the long-range fights were basically with the ARs, especially TSM doing a wonderful job. And Fnatic, of course, rising to the occasion, but...
I think it's adaptability, right? You don't want to be a one-trick pony. You want to use everything possible. Like, if you look at Mortal, for example, everyone's like, yeah, he's one of the best snipers out there. He can pretty much wield any weapon, and I think that's a case with all the top players in all these top teams.
I mean, this brings us back to the point that Experiment had before the game started. You need to be a jack of all trades. You need to make sure that you know how to use those SMGs, those assault rifles, those snipers to your help as well. You need to be at least decent with the throwables as well. So if you have someone cornered in a shed, your teammates are getting knocked down, you can at least confirm 1 kill and create a good smoke cover for your teammates to actually go in for the revive. Otherwise, if you are really skilled in one aspect of the game and not that skilled in the others, that is at one point going to be the reason that you fall down. But as we're talking about this, we still have one more game to go. That's going to be the last game for the day. It's going to be played on Sanhok. But that is going to happen after we come back from a short break. So you guys just stay tuned and keep watching. We'll be right back. Hello everyone and welcome back to the PMPL South Asia Week 1, Day 1, and it's going to be time for the last game for the day to begin, which is going to be played on Sanhok game number 5. My name is Varun Super Johnny John, being joined on the desk by Blay and Experiment. So, before we jump into the last game, how has your experience been from the first 4?
It's been great. I think it has actually surpassed my expectations. I honestly expected like the usual suspects to shine, and I kind of expected the games to be a little bit more placid, a little bit more calmer because teams are figuring stuff out. But I loved how TSM Entity kind of laid the blueprint of how it's supposed to be played. The way they played that first game, I think it kind of shook everyone, and everyone's like, all right, guys, we can't play safe because this team's just slapping us around. We need to step it up. And so we saw that happen. Fnatic stepped up. Mumba really stepping up as well. Team Timeless, for example, surprising a lot of people. Consistency, right? And of course, we had Synergy as well. They've been looking good so far. Disappointments on the other side with Orange Rock. So we already have some storylines already in place, already in day one, without the day being done yet.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the case on this one, but on the other side, there are still a lot of games to go. And
Jonathan.
Yeah. So we have the damage dealers on our screens right now, the top 5 damage dealers for the overall, and it's like TSM. They are just making sure that if they fire a shot, it hits someone.
Yeah, it's almost like it's got bullets, magnets in his bullets, right? Let's not forget Austin, though. Even though it's Synergy right now not in the top 3, he has impressed me so far. He has been kind of like the tip of the bullet for his team, so to speak. Of course, we have Scout OP from Fnatic as well. Neo, living up to his name, a guy who's been sheer consistency personified. But look at it, 3 players from the 4 of TSM in the top 5. Just goes to show how day one has just been totally, utterly dominated by Team Solar Mid / NTT Gaming.
You know, I mean, you did mention just a few seconds ago that TSM obviously came out guns blazing.
Yeah.
Right, that's obvious. And the others were kind of a little bit not nervous, but they were testing the waters. That's what we've come out with. And they realized that, okay, guys, passive gameplay is not going to work. And, you know, you got to actually go out there and grab the kills. I think that's what happened with Mamba towards the third and the fourth game, I beg your pardon, where they were like, you know what, guys, I know the big dogs. It's not really working out for us. I think we need to, you know, just play a normal game. Because, look, we have classic modes, we have tournaments, we have a lot of scrimmages that take place. I'm sure all of you watching are aware of that. But, Blay, consistency, yes. Why do you think they were slacking earlier? Not slacking. That's not the word I want to use. There's a word that came to my mind that's gone now.
Started slow, so to speak?
Started slow, but why would you do that? I mean, I know you're trying to be a little bit careful. I get that. You want to be a little careful. You want to make sure you don't make any mistakes. But when you know that you have a system in play, that, you know, you go hard, you are going to get the job done. Not just the underdogs. I'm talking about the big guys. OR, Soul. We have the Crawlers. We have Fnatic. Why do we do that? I know it's a mental thing. I know you said it's a human thing that, you know, you want to take it easy,
well,
high stakes.
I mean, I don't think anyone has a real answer for that, but I do have a hypothesis, right? You know how pool sharks play. They're going to lose the first game.
Yeah.
They're going to lose the first game. They're going to figure out how your opponent plays. They know what their level is, and then they start really playing the game.
Yeah.
That could be the case. Some teams like to just not show their hand early on. They want to figure out how the other teams are playing. Sure, they might have a rough couple of games, but you have over 50, 60 maps to be played. You have a lot of ways to recuperate your losses, right? And I think that could be the play. I liked what I saw from them. I agree with you. I didn't see it from them earlier. And again, this is just, you know, just theories and just sprouting out in the air and into thin air, but that could be an idea. I'm sure a few teams have that mentality or have that particular strategy going into this tournament.
Yeah, I think I have another theory on this one. It's more about pacing yourself. Because earlier, okay, during the group stages of PMCO, you played like 16 games, you had a couple of days of rest, then you came into the semifinals. Right. Now, week after week, you're going to be grinding it out. There's money involved for every single week's performance. The team with the most points, they are getting $2,000 every week. The MVP for every week, $500 to them as well. So weekly prize pools, I think that also adds to, they add to the pressure as well. But with that, the game on Sanhok is going to be live right now, and we are going to be jumping right in the action.
Well, there you have it. It is going to be on Sanhok. The plane path, of course, coming all the way from Bantai to its Hatin. I do hope I pronounced it correctly. But the little bit of an update for you guys. This is the first game we're going to be seeing with the teams from Group E who are going to be playing this time around. I do believe it's going to be Group A, C, D, and E, unless I'm very much mistaken. It is going to be Sanhok. The first time we're going to be seeing a map getting played twice. Circle early on, you can clearly see on your screens. It is kind of centralized, but obviously gravitating towards the eastern side of the island. Distribution pretty equal for most of the teams. Still very early days, but we might be seeing early fights taking place. It's going to be Team 13, Team IND versus Team 6. Already players getting dropped here.
Yeah, and it is going to be the engagement in Camp Alpha. Trance quite low, sitting at around 5% health, and the knock is going to come in as Marcos Gaming. The dude just goes for the jump shot, and IND now, they are going to be in so much trouble as the UMPs come into play. IND, the two players, Kratos and Slayer, they are going to be forced out of this location. So, Camp Alpha, it's an interesting sort of situation because you do not really expect most of the teams to go in there. And this time around, there are like, what, 5 teams on the island already.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. I haven't seen that many teams land on that island early on, and considering the fact that the circle's not favoring them, we're going to be seeing a mass exodus taking place pretty quickly. Although, that being said, because the circle is going to be moving in very, very slowly, they do have a lot of time to work with. Also, for those of you probably wondering that there are a few new names here. First game we're going to be seeing of Team Powerhouse, Godlike, Team Extreme, and Elementrix, who are going to be having the debut in the PMPL South Asia Finals here.
Yeah.
And Godlike, of course, they have the lay of the land. They are pretty much isolated towards the eastern part of the island. Of course, everyone's eyes are going to be on the current king of the hill entity, TSM. They are being, they do have kind of have free reign. However, team number 5, that is of course them, and of course team number 20, Elementrix, are nearby, so they need to be wary of that fact.
Yeah, they need to be wary of it. And okay, so fun fact. During fall, if I remember correctly, it was during the finals as well, on Sanhok, this exact situation happened. Elementrix landed on the southwestern side of the map. TSM, they went to ruins, they tried to engage in on Elementrix, and Elementrix ended up wiping TSM out in that engagement.
Okay.
So that was an interesting thing, and if history were to repeat itself,
which it tends to,
this is going to be trouble for TSM entity.
Indeed, it could. We do have Slayer from IND, one of my favorite bands as well, so I'm of course going to be a big fan of him. IND, they haven't disappointed, obviously. They've been looking solid so far. Kind of like a dark horse. They don't really have the, some might say, the pedigree, or they don't have the experience, nor the you know, the highs that some of the other teams, like a Fnatic, like a Team Soul, have achieved. But what I do appreciate about this particular team is how throughout all the events I've casted for PUBG Mobile, from the PMCOs and PMIDs and PMASs, they're always a team who is nipping at the heels of the top dogs. They're a team who you can never count out of the action. On the other hand, Team Celts, they've looked rough, man. They had, I think, a top 8 placing once so far today amongst the 4 games, but apart from that, they have been comparatively very quiet.
Yeah, they have been quiet, but once again, it is going to come down to the conversation we were having earlier. Still the early stages, you do not want to gas yourself out, you want to pace yourself. If you start going in guns blazing from the early days onwards, you could be in trouble. But talking about trouble, Hype, they are going to be caught off guard by the players from the side of Cells, as Captain coming down on the bike from the hill is going to be stuck in Query, and the knock is going to come in at any given moment. The M4 is going to do wonders, but the nade is... Oh! What?
Okay, there's no need to panic. You haven't been down. There's no need to be so preemptive. And Celts, you know what surprises me? It's been 4 games and they still look so jumpy. They don't seem composed at all, and that is surprising for me.
Because already committing so much to a 1v3 basically. And that's just Captain that they call of God. They are so eager to confirm this kill for themselves that they are not even checking where other lads from the side of Hype are. You need to be careful about that as well.
Yeah, they haven't been down, and they are, yeah, I agree with you. They have them knocked down, and now what they could do is they could use Captain to bait out the remaining players. Now that's a plan. But the thing is, like you mentioned, they've announced their presence. So Hype, yeah, they might send a couple of players or maybe one player to res the Captain, but other 2 players, or at least one player, he's going to be going in with the flank. Hold on. Yogg getting dropped. I don't think anyone's going to be picking that up right now. But yeah, this is interesting. We have a player coming in to res the Captain, but where are the other 2 players? Are they going in for the flank?
Yeah, how are they going to approach this one as SK actually makes his way in towards the Captain, and the revive is going to come in at any given moment. But yes, Chari and Venom, they have gone for the flank this time around.
The high ground flank as well.
High ground flank as well. But okay, Cells, they realize where Chari is, and I want to see where the damage came in from. It was from Cell. That's SK49. They do knock down. SK49 is going to be knocked down. Captain is up on his feet, but the heal is going to come in. The nade being thrown is going to dish out damage. Oh, the magic pixel.
What? How is he still standing?
Oh, he was there with the magic pixel, but the knock is going to come in, and now the players are going to be taken down. Cells getting 2 kills confirmed for them, but 2 players from their side were knocked down. The flank is kicking in, and it wasn't the players from Hype who did it. It was Synergy. So once again, being tunnel vision, being focused on one fight so much that you ignore that you are in an open area of Query, and you can be engaged in from all the different directions.
Absolutely. Synergy just coming in and getting some free frags. This third teaming that fight, and completely agree with you. You hit the nail right on the head. You get 2 tunnel vision. You're just too, the bloodlust completely blinds you, and you have teams like Synergy and TSM just roaming around. They're gonna just see that opportunity and snatch it with both their hands. And with that, like I said, Synergy, 3 kills already. They're a team who have been, they haven't had a chicken dinner yet, but have been consistently getting top placements, have consistently been getting good number of kills, and this is a great start for these guys.
Cells left with 2 players in there. So, okay, Synergy, after this fight, they have to be careful as well, because Godlike is in the close proximity, as you can see on the minimap. And the circle, once again, this is going to be the first blue zone that's going to be closing in. Most of the teams have already made their way in towards the circle. It is still Powerhouse, the 2 players from IND, and Marcos Gaming who are out there. Just 3 teams. They are going to be making their way, and it's going to be an easy rotation as well, because most of the teams have abandoned those high priority locations. Pioneer is pretty much empty.
Pioneer is pretty much empty indeed, and right now just 2 teams who are, rather 3 teams who are not in the safety of the circle. Although, like I said, the circle's going to move it really, really slow, so they still have a little bit of time. The other team, IND, who is still on the western part of the map. We of course have team Megastars as well. So they're still biding their time. There's a little bit of skirmish happening over here. Megastars getting counted. They're out in the open. They should be very careful because their opponents have the cover of the tree. But Doc getting pinned down, and he's going to get knocked down. The dude will lay down the lob. The dude not really going for the kill yet. He's looking for more, but while he does that, Iconic with a very quick trade. Knocks happening left, right, and center, and a perfect nade coming in. Bomber gets bombed.
Yeah. Bomber is going to be taken down. Iconic just sitting there with 50% health, and he's going to be taken down by Surya and Marcos Gaming, 0 Degree. I always keep calling them 0 Degree for some reason. That's the old name for the team. Now it's called Marcos Gaming. So finally stepping up in an amazing team fight as well.
That's a rough start for Powerhouse. This was their first game of the day, and they go out last, and I do believe they didn't get a single kill, and that has got to sting absolutely. For those of you wondering, Powerhouse Gaming, who are these guys? These are the ex-Brawlers who took the INS slot. It's a little complicated, but these are the Brawlers guys.
They acquired INS.
And then they kicked the team and got Brawlers. But the thing with Brawlers are, they are a known entity, no pun intended. They are a known entity. These guys have been around for quite a while, and getting knocked out last, maybe the finger's a little too cold. It's the first game of the day. They aren't warmed up like the rest of this team, so rough luck for them. But still, first game of the day and the last game of the day for them as well, but they have the entirety of day 2 to really make up for it, so I wouldn't be too worried for them yet.
Actually, yes, this was just the first game, have a lot of more games remaining, but I think they weren't warmed up. That's what I'm going to say about this one. The other players have been playing for a while. These guys are just coming in fresh, pretty ice cold, so not being warmed up is going to be the reason that they are taken out.
Is Zigard going for that?
Yeah, I think he is going for that one because the drop is out in the open. It's quite close to them, TSM entity, and that's just going to be a free pickup for them. But on the other side, look at this, a standstill, just a road separating these 2 teams of Fnatic and Godlike. Godlike, they qualified on the first position from the PMCO.
Yep, I mean, they really do live up to the name. Of course, I do believe Yamraj is from Godlike, right? The God of Death. And I didn't see him around, though. It is Gil, of course, a veteran in the scene now. And a road separating them from the currently second place team in the standings, Fnatic. Meanwhile, TSM have decided to leave their hidey hole and push in a little bit further into the circle. They have I don't think they've looted the drop though, or have they? Fnatic, however, they picked up the first drop. There were 2 arms which have been dropped so far in the server, and Ninja, the man himself, scoped in. That gun is intimidating, and especially in a smaller map like Sanhok, it can make the hair rise in the back of your neck.
Yeah, you just hear the sound and you just hear, all right, we need to avoid that direction entirely. But AWM, it's not a gun, it's a responsibility if you have it in your hands.
I like that. I like that phrase. It's not a gun, it's a responsibility.
Yeah, because you get 20 bullets, you have to make sure that you're making each and every shot count.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you land one, it's going to be an instant knock on anyone. That's going to put the team at a disadvantage. And if they are in a close quarter situation, your team can actually charge in and finish them off.
Yeah, I mean, that is one gun, even when it's a, like a 2v4 or a 1v3 or a clutch situation where you don't see that one guy winning. 3 well-placed shots. That's
Yeah.
all you need to, dig yourself out of that hole. In the meantime, hold on. We do have Synergy. They did have, I think, 3 or 4 kills already in the kitty. All 4 players alive. There's no one in the vicinity as well. But in the distance, on the horizon, we see TSM just crossing the road, trying to find themselves in a good spot. Right now, Circle are slowly but surely starting to move in, and TSM are just trying to find a spot where they can just, hold fort for a while.
Yeah, but this is going to be an interesting situation as Janmara in those compounds, in those huts. I think they see the players from Dead Eye coming in towards them. Shifu Sir already finding the location, and yes, they did spot them out. Suneem did try to fire the shots, but the cover working out in Dead Eye's favor. So this is going to be a slow fight since DE were given away control of the hut. Had Janmara already engaged in mid-rotation, then things could have been a little different.
Indeed, it could have. Gunner. Not living up to his name, instead opting to toss in a few HEs, explosive grenades, frag grenades primed and ready. The second one, the second one could hurt. The second one could hurt. Can Shifu escape? Yes, he does. A little bit of health still remaining for him. Now he's going to heal again, but a lot of damage being dealt out by Gunner here. And now they need to kind of figure out their bearings, because bear in mind, other teams are going to be rotating to the circle right now, so they might be comfortable with the fact that they know where Deadeye's guys are. But very soon, they're going to be finding some company coming in from behind.
Yeah, a lot of company is going to be there, as this is the land of Sanhok. Everyone is going to be so close, so up next to each other that every single shot you fire, it's going to be information being given away to everyone around you. And the third airdrop is going to come in with the Groza, the 8X. So if you have the AWM in your hands, this is the scope you want on it.
Absolutely. And of course, the Groza, the RPM, the rate of fire on that gun is ridiculous at times, right? And of course, on a close quarter game, in a close quarter map like Sanhok, when it comes to the end game stages, the final circle, for example, that gun could be the difference maker. A knock coming in. Extreme has been knocked. Teammates are nearby to get the res, but we see Deadeye guys. They're going in for the kill here. They've had enough of this standoff. They're just going to be pushing in now.
Yeah, you need to end this one as fast as you can, because as we were talking about, the other teams are going to be closing in at any one point. And Shifu Sir, while crossing the road, he's going to take some damage, dropping down to around 50% health. But on the other side, Illusion is going to be backstabbed, and the knocks are going to come in. DE, a fight that looked like it was in their favor, is going to turn out for the other team. And Janmar T'Challa, he's going to confirm 1 kill. Extreme, he is in a good position. The knock has been made, but the revive is going to come in at any given point. Shifu Sir, he's going to be in a bit of trouble. The boost is running. He is healing slowly and steadily, but in the meanwhile, he sits at a health deficit. So if JM players decide to charge in at any given point, he's going to be in so much trouble.
Chella has a decision to make. Res or hold on, because it's all about timing. And Deadeyes are going to be going to the fight. Yashifu trying to push in, trying to get that kill while the other teammate of John Morris is getting revived, but it's complete utter chaos. Sonim from outside a window, he's providing cover. That's a great angle for him. And there's going to be his teammate just pushing in. He walks into a crossfire, and yet he gets a drop and makes his escape. And it looks like John Mara are going to be coming out on top here, but still one more player to find, and he is still holding on. It is lazy, sir. He is lazy, and he will be finally found out indeed. And it's going to be John Mara coming out on top. Deadeyes will go out, but at least they don't go out dead last.
Yeah, they do not go on dead last. It's second last for now, but on the other side, Orange Rock, they are going to be in trouble as they engage in a combat with Elementrix. Just one man. Vampire is going to be the only man left standing, and Elementrix, Shagar, he can spot him out. The shot's being fired. Shagar is going to be knocked down, but Mr. Yuzu is on the back line, so he can come in and join this fight at any given moment, and that is going to be the exit for Orange Rock. But what is going to happen over there as Vampire is going to be spotted out? Exactly what I said. Mr. Yuzu comes in and takes him out, but this is it. Synergy sells MJ. He's just standing there.
He's done for. I think he's given up. He's still standing at the edge. Look at the way they're pacing the bullet fire. Like, one guy goes to reload, the other teammate's there, but somehow MJ, two knocks, one with the neighbor. He's got to take the painkillers real fast. He's burning alive, and there's fresh kebab inside of that house, and the kebab's name is MJ, and that is going to be Celts getting eliminated as well. Orange Rock.
Yeah.
You know what? I feel like when they wake up tomorrow, they need to just pretend that today never happened. Because it's just been an abysmal day for these guys.
I agree with that 120%. because they need to reset desperately after the kind of day they had today. They started the fight with Elementrix with a man advantage in their favor. They were the team that got the knock first, and when you are starting in that way, even if you took some damage on your players, you can actually slow down the pace, go for the heals on them, and then try and engage in this one. But talking about fights happening, TSM right now engaging in on the players from the side of Marcos Gaming. TSM, they are running out in the open, so they need to be a little bit of careful. But now Elementrix, they are going to be in trouble now, because they are already out of fight, going into another one. But Surya from Marcos Gaming out in the open, the knock has happened, and that is going to be unfortunate for the team.
That is very unfortunate indeed. Synergy looking good though. 5 total kills now. They have managed to up their kill tally. Synergy just rattling off bullets through the car, hoping to find something. Bloodshot needs to heal up real quickly. The player right nearby, and beautiful shot coming from Megastars. They want that kill, but they're wary of the fact that other 3 players are there. They're not facing off against any other team. It is TSM Entity, and they have been just the Grim Reaper so far. Nade being tossed in. That is so very beautiful. Perfectly timed. And then now they're going in for the kill. But Z-God still there, while Jonathan is rezzing his teammate. Neo, will he make it in time? 3 more seconds. I think they managed to do it, and they will get the res in. But I do believe that they made it. Yes, they made it. Right in the nick of time. Somehow, all 4 players survived that skirmish.
All 4 of them survived. They wipe out the entire team, even though Clutch God was already taken down. Once again, even with the man advantage not being able to fight, you need to make sure that you go back to the drawing board as to how you actually take the engagements coming in towards you. And one thing about TSM, every single fight they take, they are always the team being engaged. They are always the team going in for the engagement. They are always proactive, trying to control the pace of the fight instead of just reacting to what the other team throws at them.
All right, this is the fight. This is the fight. Fnatic versus Synergy. Already a knock going the way of Synergy. Ninja does have his teammates nearby to go for the res, and I do believe they have a little bit of cover as well. But then, while this is happening, Hype spotted Synergy, and they get actually a cheeky couple of drops immediately. Fnatic replies back as well, and suddenly the tables have turned. Synergy not looking that comfortable anymore at the moment, as Ted has been put to the grave by Fnatic. Austin, however, is getting res. Synergy trying desperately to res other 2 players here. One res comes in from Schreider, another one that is seriously lying wounded. And Schreider, out in the open, and Oace is going to find him. And that means for Team Synergy, they just have 1 player standing. Oace going in for the kill. The res needs to happen immediately for Synergy, because they don't want to get knocked out from that position.
Yeah, they do not want that, but on the other side, Mumba, they are going to take an exit from this game, as well as they came in contact with Team Extreme. And even though the players were knocked down, Demon, the last man standing, is going to make sure that the team wipe is going to happen. On the other side, Elementrix, they catch out one of the players from the side of Fnatic. It was Scout off guard, and he is going to be in a pickle right now. From the other end, Synergy, the players are going to be revived. The heals are going to happen. So Oace, he was taking an isolated fight against these players, and he somehow managed to knock all of them down, then steps back and regroups with his team to focus on the next one, because they did realize that they were out in the open and the other team is going to come in as well.
And that's why, when you talk about star power, that's what I mean, right? You have these individually gifted players who, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going, and those guys, they get going indeed. Right now, though, the one other disappointment would, of course, be the fact that Mumba have been knocked out. They have been looking so good in the past couple of games. And Ash, he's bleeding, he's crawling. And Yamraj, the god of death from above, he spots it out. And he knows where a couple of players are, but he doesn't want to give away his position. This watchtower is perfect. It's perfection. He can get a bird's eye view of everything. All he needs to do is provide Overwatch. He doesn't need to give away his position, and the rest of his team can do all the work.
Yeah, I agree with that. Information is going to be key as to where the players are rotating, especially when the blue zone is closing in towards the play zone at any given moment. But now, Fnatic Ninja is going to be taken down by Yamraj with that VSS, and it is a pretty brutal gun if someone actually gets his hand on and has a perfect cover set up for themselves as well. But Servi, he did catch a couple of players out in the open, but is he going to be able to take this fight? Because Austin is going to be stuck in a bad situation, and they are trying to gatekeep the players from IND and Hype in the blue zone right now. So this is going to be in a lot of trouble, and Kratos running out in the open is going to prone on the ground. Servi, he's going to be able to spot him out as soon as he goes a little bit wide, but Kratos just basically goes even wider, uses the entire mountain as a cover.
Well, mountains are bulletproof.
Yeah.
So that will definitely work out in his favor. Circle, as you can clearly see, is definitely favoring Godlike right now. The problem is they are kind of out in the open. They don't really have any compound cover, so to speak, and TSM, Entity TSM, is slowly inching their way towards the safety of the circle. They are out in the open for the time being, and meanwhile, Survey just laying down the pain onto Fnatic. He actually finds Ash. Are Fnatic still alive? Nope. Nope. They go out in the 9th position. Synergy gets eliminated as well. So Synergy and Fnatic back to back. All the Synergy, they go out with 12 points. They had so many kills that they're going to be feeling okay with this. In the meantime, it is going to be one more player getting knocked down from Juan Mata. Kratos, in the meantime, finds Hype, getting them all. They don't even get a single kill that game. They at least get the points from the 7th position, but it's not going to be great. IND getting knocked on 6th place, and just like that, 5 teams remain and 17 are left alive.
Yeah, and Team Extreme Utsarga, he's going to be caught out by the players from the side of God, like Kill, to be a little bit more precise, and that M4 is going to dish out a lot of damage to the lad. On the other side, Sonim from the side of Janmara is going to be stuck in a really, really bad situation, because look at this. Mega, they have the high ground. They are going to be able to rotate in from there, through the compounds, from the safety of the compounds in towards the circle, but JM Surname, he needs to be running out in the open if he wants to make that rotation, and he's the last lad surviving for his team. How long can he do that? As Mega, they are being engaged upon by the players from the side of TSM as well. Surname takes it to his advantage, is going to get a knock, is going to get a finish, but he's so low, and he's going to be finished off by Wexe. You need to be careful. Keep an eye on her health.
And John Mara and Synergy now going down to 5th and 6th position, both tied up. And now we have 15 alive, 4 teams. TSM Entity, 5 points, all 4 players alive. Godlike and Team Extreme, their debut game for the day. This is the first game they're playing. They are from Group E, and they're right now all 4 players alive for both the teams as well. Megastars as well having a great game after. They've been having a small gradual rise throughout the day, and now this is a great opportunity for them to solidify themselves.
Yeah, this is going to be it, but Yumraj on the other side, he's going to be knocked down by the players from the side of Team Extreme, and TSM can use this to the advantage, but Smokey is going to come in for the support for his teammate. Yumraj is going to be finished off. Smokey is still trying to fight this out. They are inside the circle, so that is one less thing to worry about, but on the other hand, the other thing you need to be worried about a lot is going to be the side of TSM Entity, with all 4 players still alive. Godlike, they have lost 1 lad. Megastars, they are down 2 people. Extreme, 1 person has been knocked down, and the revive is going to be a bit tricky.
And Megastars are out in the blue right now. They're taking a lot of damage. The circle at this point is doing so much damage, and they're out in the open. The tree, they only cover. So when they come running in, it's going to be like 3 teams just shooting at them. Look at them. They can't push in. TSM are just going to be laying down hellfire on them. So all they can do is just try to heal themselves and to stay alive for as long as possible. But for TSM, man, this is godlike opportunity to make it happen. But Smokey tossing in the nade, that could do a lot of damage. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite find its mark. But TSM, can they make it happen? Can they get the first and the last chicken dinner of the day is a question on everyone's lips. At least it's on my lips right now.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. It's going to be on everyone's mind right now. How big of lead can TSM get in the first day itself? But on the other side, Neo, he's going to be knocked down by Paradox, who comes in from the rear, but the blue zone is going to take him out. Trying to fight the blue zone, still confirms 1 kill for his team. Not killed, the knock was down. Jonathan was knocked down, so that can actually put Godlike at an advantage. Existence goes in, he's going to be knocked down, and now Godlike going to be in trouble, but TSM, they are going to take an exit as Team Extreme chime in as well. And now Demon can actually end the situation and get the chicken dinner for his team, since Godlike, they are down number of players.
Yep, it's just 2 teams left alive and 6 players in total. And that is just like Entity. I mean, they played it perfectly, but this has got sandwiched out in the open on the slopes, on his green, beautiful slopes. And now Demon from Team Extreme, they're pushing it. Godlike, it's the 2 teams come from Group E, and it's going to be the game ending. It's all of a sudden Godlike, the first game of the day, and they just come in and just decimate everything. They come in second though. Sorry, it's going to be actually Team Extreme coming out on top. They managed to get 8 kills, get the first position. Godlike coming in second. Coming in second with the 6 kills, but again, TSM Entity, man, they still manage to get a 3rd place. Consistency, dominance, you can throw in all the superlatives if you wanna. These guys have impressed me so far, but we said about coming in a little cold because it's your first game of the day,
yep.
But Godlike and Team Extreme, they just proved everyone wrong.
Yeah, they proved everyone wrong. It was all the teams that came in from Group E that put up an amazing performance for the first game in itself. But On the other side, they are still going to be behind just because first game, not many points if you compare it. Like, it is common sense. People have played 4 games, you're just playing
They'll
one, you're
catch
not
up.
going to be able to compete with them unless, I believe they are going to be above cells.
I think the best
That's
thing
rough.
to look at over here is the fact that they weren't just sitting back doing nothing.
Yeah.
I think they were watching what the boys from the previous groups were up to. And talking about that, let's have a look at the MVP. It is a member from Team Extreme.
A demon himself.
4 kills to his name, a demon himself. That is perfect. And I think, see, they did their homework. They came out strong. I think they realized the fact that, guys, I know it's the first game. We can't really go, all willy-nilly. I mean, we got to go in, headstrong. That's what they did. They showcased their skills. Look at that, 618 damage first game.
And here's the thing, right? There are 2 ways to look at it when you approach this. You're playing your first game. Now, we might say they're probably not warmed up enough and whatnot. There's the other way to look at it, where like the other teams are kind of a little tired, a little wary. These guys are fresh. They probably just woke up, from, just dropped a couple of energy drinks down the system, and you're like, all right, boys, this is Wrexham House. And that's exactly what happened. Extreme and Godlike impressing me a lot. But then TSM Entity, man, how consistent, how good are they? They got a little unlucky there. They had such a good position, but it was just unfortunate they got caught. They got caught between a rock and a hard place. The rock being Team Extreme, and the hard place being, of course, what's the team's name? I can't forget. Godlike, of course.
Godlike, yeah.
Unfortunate, but they still get a top 3 placing. That is just sheer god tier consistency.
Yeah, it was pretty consistent. And okay, so one thing for the viewers, if you guys are wondering who Yamraj is, I think that is a new name for Carry, and Exist is Existence. So these 2 players are the players from previous Orange Rock.
Oh, yeah.
And in the community, they are known as blood-hungry players. They are not scared of anyone. If they see a fight, they will run in and take all of them out. But with that, we have the top 5 players from this game. Yeah, it is scary. It is scary, Yamraj.
He is right there, yep.
Yeah.
It is him.
And then, of course, we have the dude, and always, unfortunately, it was kind of a low-fragging game. I didn't see anyone really pop off, obviously, apart from Demon, who had the most number of kills. I don't think anyone even got 3 kills. Everyone is sitting on 2 kills or 1 kills apiece. So
A little bit of a shuffle over here from the boys from Synergy. Servi actually coming in and getting that first position over there. 811 damage. We've seen his teammate basically take the brunt of, the responsibility so far. But one team that I would like to point out is Janmar. I mean, they've not really had the best of days.
Yeah.
And in the final game of day 1, these guys have actually managed to, I think they finished somewhere 4th or 5th. And I do believe they had 5 kills to their names, maybe.
yeah, I think John Mara and Team Tamilas are the 2 teams who don't really, set the world on fire with explosive kills and whatnot.
Yeah.
But they've just sneakily been in the top 6, top 5 position consistently.
And I think for now, that's going to be the best position to be in. Because you are not too low, you're not too high. So no one's eyes are going to be on you. No one is going to put you down just because you're not performing. You're just at the right spot, and at any given moment, you can climb up.
Right now, look, it's the end of the day. Let's talk about winners and losers, right?
Yeah.
The winners of the day, obviously, without a shadow of a doubt, is TSM Entity.
Yeah.
Apart from that, of course, we're going to have Fnatic as well. They came in 3rd. Team Synergy as well. They're looking good. These are, in my books, and Tamilas and, of course, Umumba as well. They are the winners in my books. The losers, Celts, they've struggled quite a bit, right? INES, they've been looking rough. But the big name, the elephant, the rock in the room, Orange Rock.
Yeah.
This is a day to forget.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a day to forget, a day to reset from. But as we move on, let us have a look at the standings for this game, and followed by the overall standings as well. So this game standing, Extreme obviously getting the chicken dinner for themselves, 28 points. Godlike on the 2nd with 20 points. Entity on the 3rd. Pretty consistent. Synergy, Janmar, Fnatic, IND. So IND, once again, being quite sneaky, they still get 8 points. So I think they're still going to be pretty comfortable in the standings.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think they're looking good. If you look at all the teams, apart from Megastars have had a much better game they've had so far. All the teams in the top 8, apart from Extreme and Godlike, because this is their first game, the rest of them are the who's who of the past earlier games, right? The obvious missing name here is going to be Team Soul. Yes, they got that 1 chicken dinner, but apart from that, it's been rough.
It has been pretty rough for them, but they still have a lot more games to go.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
When they come back in tomorrow. But on the other side, as you said, the rock in the room,
It's way at the bottom. It's
Down
sinking.
in 14th.
It's sinking. They need to. Someone needs to rescue them. Someone throw them a lifeline, a net, whatever it is. But something is definitely not clicking in Orange Rock. I don't know what it is. I really don't know what it is. It's not like they're playing. They're making very obvious mistakes. They're just getting picked apart.
You know, John, you did mention earlier that the teams mid-table are probably best suited right now, going forward. But let's not take away the fact that it is day one. We're only 5 games in. Even if you are in last position, I mean, there is still plenty of time in the world to, come back and get the job done.
55 more to go.
There you go. I mean,
That's
I hope
all.
the maths is perfect over here, but I will not touch that with a 10-foot pole right now. I've left that back in school. But, yeah, I mean, we still have a lot of games to go.
You're right. It is 55. I did the math.
And he actually has a pencil in his hands right now. That is awesome. That is awesome. I mean, that kudos to your education, man. I mean,
Mental math.
But anyway, it is still day one. We still have a lot of 55 games to go.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure everyone's going to go back, go to the drawing board, see what went wrong. They might review the footage, which I'm sure a lot of people still do, and try and figure out where it went wrong for them. And also, just have a look at how everyone else played and see that, all right, what was working. All eyes are going to be on TSM right now.
Tendencies.
Because they want to know that, dude, how are they so consistent? What are they doing right?
It's very obvious. They know where they want to go, and they don't let anything stop them. Like if they're like, okay, the middle of the circle is over there. Whatever is there on that path is just dead meat.
Yeah.
We're just going to take them down, and that's confidence. And there's their game plan coming into action. And here we have it. Overall standings. I just want to point out one thing. No surprises. TSM Entity are on top right now, but bear in mind. 97 points over 5 maps played. That is almost equal to 5 chicken dinners back to back to back.
Yeah.
That's almost 20 points every game. If that is not godlike, I don't know what is.
Yeah, that was an amazing performance coming in from the side of TSM Entity as well. And so 97 to 68. The point difference is massive between just the first and the second place teams. Moving on from Fnatic Synergy, it is quite close. It's just 8 points, Synergy and Yumumba, just 2 points being lost over there. IND, see, this is what I was saying about IND. They're so sneaky. They're sitting on the 5th position. None of the flashy plays came in from their side. No
Right.
chicken dinners in their hands, but they still have a good standing.
The bottom half, though, this is a grim picture for a number of these teams. Team Extreme, even though they're 11th, they played 1 map and earned 28 points. That's more than Marcos, who played 5. Orange Rock have played 5. They're in 20. Extreme have more points in 1 game than Orange Rock. That's a slap in their faces. Godlike as well in 20. So don't look at Team Extreme and Godlike's performances with the context that they've only played 1 game. Sure, Elementrix and Powerhouse at the bottom as well. Again, they've only played 1 game. The big thing here is Cells, Deadeye Guys, Team Hype, and of course INES. Oh, it's been looking rough, man.
One thing that just drives the point home that we've been talking about, the fact that the kill points, 1 kill per point, how important the kills were. As we saw, Synergy had a lot lower finishing points, placement points, as compared to the team above them, but they had almost double the kills.
Yeah. It is the kills that are keeping them up there, and if they continue to be aggressive and the level of performance that they're bringing in these later games, then I think Synergy, they are going to be contesting Entity for the top spot. But on the other side, okay, look at this. Orange Rock, after 5 games, position points, 11 in total, 5 games.
Ooh.
Godlike, in just 1 game, they have 14.
I mean, see, let's not
It's
do
just
that
the
right
first
now.
day,
I get it.
but you need to. This is a team that is a favorite in every single tournament that they're a part of.
Orange Rock?
Orange
Yeah,
Rock,
absolutely. And that I think it is fair criticism for the fact that they earned the right to be called favorites.
Yeah.
And now when they're not showing it, at least like over 5 games, something's missing.
Do you think a little bit of the roster shuffle might have something to do with it? Because we do know that Orange Rock, they have new names in their team, and
How long has it been though?
well,
I mean, they
should
played
time really be an issue over here?
Well, you can sometimes have a honeymoon period, right?
Well,
Well, I wouldn't say it's the roster because they played PMCO with the same roster. They finished 2nd. So they had
Okay.
an amazing run in the PMCO.
You know what? Maybe it's just one of those cases. You just had a bad day. Forget
I think
about
that's it.
It has to be that.
It has to be, because there's no logical sense that it can be this bad. It doesn't make sense. There's no logical sense to it. Sometimes you just have a bad day, and maybe it's one of those days.
I guess the best thing for them to do right now is just shrug your shoulders, just brush it off, and be like, you know what? concentrate on day
It's
2.
fine. Forget about
It happened. It was a bad day. Even we can fall down, and even we have bad days. That I think has to be it. No matter how good you are gonna be killed off in early in a lot of games, and that is gonna happen. No one can avoid that. The best players in the world are sometimes the first ones to die as well.
And you got to remember, it's not how you succeed. It's like it's not how many times you fail. It's how you get up from this fail. It's not how many times you fall. It's how you get up. And I want to see that. I don't want to see it. I know it's going to happen. Orange Rock tomorrow, I truly believe are going to be a very different beast altogether in the server.
So that is a big name that we're talking about, but I want to focus on the other teams as well. What do you think about Cells? What is the thing that is keeping them down there? Because even Cells has had an amazing run during the PMCO, and it is a fairly new lineup. I know one of the players, Red, and he was a substitute for Zero Degree back in fall. And something's happened, left the team, formed his new team, and he's back at it again.
Okay, the thing with Celts, right? I have an idea why they're struggling, and I do believe I saw that actually proven in that game. Which,
Paganism?
Sorry?
Paganism?
Maybe not paganism. Maybe not paganism. I hope most of you guys got that one. But nice one. I liked it. But I feel like they're very nervous. We saw that they were taking a couple of fights, and which they were just panicking, like they were just getting too tunnel vision and trying to prove themselves or something. And like you said, they are a new lineup, and yeah, they might have been doing great in the group stages and whatnot, but this is where it's at. You have made it. You are a part of the creme de la creme. Now it's time to perform, and unfortunately the nerves are being a little too much for them. I'm 100% sure that's the reason here.
Yeah, that can be one of the things, but
Shaky
if
hands.
you do not get yourself sort of calm and collected, if all your teammates are not on the same page soon enough, then how long can you carry forward with this sort of a situation? How long can you make sure that, all right, it's okay, guys, no matter how you play, it's going to be fine, we're going to make it. At one point, you are, I mean, the stress is going to kick in.
Yep, it is going to kick in, but as we kept saying so far, 55 maps remaining, 3 weeks there. You know
Plenty
what?
of time.
Even if you fail this week, you
Yeah.
can definitely catch them the second and third week. But I do agree with you. Once you start at the end of the second week, that's when
Yeah.
you're like, oh god, guys, like, what do we do? We're losing.
Well, the end of the second week is still a long ways
Yeah.
away right now. Let's just focus on this over here. End of day 1. You know, nerves and all, like you said, shaky hands and the mental aspect of the game and all that. Tomorrow, Blay predicts that Orange Rock is going to come out
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
different animal.
absolutely. I mean, depends on like how many games they're going to be playing, obviously, because they played all 5 games today so
Yeah.
far, right? So obviously we're going to be seeing more Group E. I'm not sure which groups are not going to be playing tomorrow, but whatever games they play tomorrow, knowing Orange Rock, they're not a flashy team. They're a cerebral team. They use their head more than anything else, and they have the entirety of tonight, tomorrow morning, to just like figure out what went wrong. I can almost put it in writing. They're going to be different beasts tomorrow.
What are your thoughts on this? You think that is the case?
Yeah, I actually agree with that, but I don't think that's going to happen tomorrow. I think it's going to
Maybe
take
later
a while.
on.
Yeah, I think it's going to happen a little bit later, like from the second week onwards, because I still think you do not want to gas yourself out early. You do not want to get burnt out in the early stages of the tournament. You want to pace yourself. You want
Well-
to take your time, stay in the middle of the table, then make the hard push towards the end.
I mean, you obviously have wonderful, valid points over there, but talking about gassing out at this stage, I mean, they have to, show something that, guys, look, we are a force to be reckoned with. I'm pretty sure people already think that. I mean, we have it in us that, we tend to make our own presumptions about certain people and certain teams, and, how day 1 has gone. I'm pretty sure tomorrow people are going to be looking at it, with a different mindset. But again, just get back up. That's what it is. Just you fall down, it's all right. You get back up, you go at it again, and like these guys mentioned, their maths is brilliant. 55 more games to go. Anything can happen.
12 more days as well.
Yeah, 12 more days still gonna happen, and anything can change. I mean, with one bad day, we could see TSM fall as well. They could lose their first spot if they do not keep performing.
Well, I mean, that is, of course, I mean, that's the whole point of the word if. But
Ifs, buts, could have, would have.
yep.
But
Okay,
what happened is
One
entity
question:
are
do you
kicked
think
right now.
it's gonna be an if or it's gonna be a when?
When?
Ooh.
It's a when.
It's
If
a when?
you're talking about, are you talking about entity or Orange Rock?
Entity.
I think it's a big if. The way they played today, I didn't see any, like, the worst enemy are themselves. If they screw themselves over, I don't know what's going to happen, but if they don't do anything crazy, if they just continue doing what they're doing right now, I don't see them getting toppled. Right now, in my eyes, they are the king of the hill.
I mean, the damage says it all. Look at them. 3 members of TSM up in the top 4. 2,302. That is a lot of damage.
That's
I mean,
ludicrous.
Wow.
Yeah, 3 players, 6,000 plus damage already on just 3 guys. And TSM, okay, another team is in there with 2 players. It is Synergy, so they have been pretty consistent as well. And once again, it's the 2 teams that were 2 invited teams that came in with a massive, massive responsibility to keep up the sort of expectations that people have from them. And they are showcasing us why it is that way. But can you keep that going, or how far are you going to be able to keep that going? Because if the momentum is going in your favor, you are just rolling, you're flying on the 7th sky, you are just like, all right, this is going to be our game, no one is going to take this tournament from us. Then you mess up once, and it is just going to be there in your mind.
Oh yeah, that's true.
You know, looking at the stats that we had on our screens right now, Austin X has really stood out for me.
Yeah.
I mean, he has more damage than, you know, anybody else in his team, of course, and he has been consistent all throughout. Maybe his teammates might have let him down. I don't want to use the word let him down because obviously, you know, it's a battle royale, anything can happen. But this guy has just, I think for me, for the day, if we had one of those things, he would be my MVP of the day, because to have all that pressure on your shoulders and still performing consistently, he has an average of what, 500-600 damage every game. He has that many games, so you know, I mean, it's just, I don't know, Blake, what do you think? I think this guy is actually shining for me right now.
Oh, he is. And the thing is, like I said, they haven't had a bad day, so to speak. And at least, even if you're not placing top 3 or top 4, you get those kills, you get the blood flowing. Getting into the games tomorrow, you're going to be like, you know what, guys? We can out-aim them. I can beat them, even if I have to do it 1v4. It doesn't
Yes,
matter.
we're going to have to wait for tomorrow then.
Yeah, and one of my favorite plays from today is going to be the last player, not the last play, but the play on Sanhok by the player from the side of Synergy. Like, you're fighting a squad in front of you. I think it was Elementrix, if I remember correctly. He knew Fnatic was coming in from behind, turns around, takes down all the players, 3 kills being collected. But this was just day number 1. We're going to be back tomorrow with a lot more action and a lot more games from this team. I'm going to be signing off along with my casters. We'll be back at it tomorrow, so you guys take care and stay tuned. We'll be back tomorrow. Bye-bye.